Munifungue mdomo leo. Munifungue mdomo leo. Open my mouth today. Munifungue mdomo leo. Ama nikae hapa hawa nimenyamaza. Ama mna hiyo wakati. Wewe ongea ama uende. And is that your mantra? Ongea ama uende. Munifungue mdomo ama niende. Hebu nione yule ambaye. Let me see those who can bembeleza me. Leo nahitaji kubembelezwa kidogo. Munifungue mdomo leo. Simunifungue mdomo. Yaani hamwezi nibembeleza. Wewe Kipril unaongea hivyo na uko na msichana yetu. Tutakujia. Munifungue mdomo. Anyway. I appreciate you are coming today. Kipril ananiambia niende nilale. Wow. So today I have a very easy day. Naambiwa nikalale. Kipril, utanitafuta siku moja. Wewe tu start joking tu ukisema tu enda ulale. There will be a day will be saying, Nanjiru wako wapi afungue show? Haya. Always enjoy the free days because there are some days. Unajua kuna watu walidharau Yesu hapa duniani. Hawakuona akiwa mtu ya maana. Wakati amepaa huko juu mbinguni angani. Sasa wengine wanaanza kusema wakati alikuwa anapaa alienda ameinua vidole mbili hivi kumaanisha atarudi after siku mbili, after siku 200, after siku 1000, after miaka 2, wakaenda wakihesabu hivyo up to today. So sometimes it's always good to honor and appreciate people in their visibility. Haya. Kuna wengine waliignore Yesu hapa. They didn't know that he was only going to last for 33 years. And they couldn't see him again. And neither could have they been able to see another being like him. Na walikuwa na mdharau hapa, kumchapa viboko, kufanya nini? Na ni mtoto ya Mungu tu anatembea na wao. Yeah, it's unfortunate. So, Bwana Kipril, honor this son of man ambaye amejitoa muhanga, every day anakuja hapa. Whether akuna uchovu ama ana uchovu. Saa zingine nasikianga mkiniingililia mkiniambia sijui nakuja alafu napotea kwa show. Si ati napotea kwa show. Sometimes I get some bans and sitaki kuwafungia show. Mimi nasema sasa wacha ishie na huko. Wacha ishie na kitu tunaita golden goal, Sunday end. So tuende tuimalizie na huko because we want the show to continue. And relax. You know you're my friend. Yeah. Of late you have been nagging me with Iran sio Venezuela, lakini bado sijakubali. We are still on the 3rd week and I don't think like we have lost it. It could have been a little bit easier, but our Muslim countries were not able to cooperate. So zile mainchi za wazungu siku hizi ambazo they have also become a Muslim nation, they decided that they are not going to cooperate. But their days of adversity are coming, and I think Europeans could regret what they are doing, disagreeing to offer security in the Strait of Hormuz. Unajua, ndio sifuatange story yenu because mumekuwa mkifuata tu propaganda. Mmetufuatilia hapa, mnatuambia sijui Netanyahu ni kama amepaa. Only kumuona the other day. So I think one confirmation we have confirmed kwa hii vita ya Iran ni ya kwamba Europe is no longer what we used to think it is. I think there's no difference between Europe and Africa now. Yeah. Europe is a gone continent. I don't think we even need to call Europe a continent. I think it's now a subcontinent. In any case, there's no continent called Europe anyway. Unajua, Europe and Asia, they share the same continental plate. Actually, Europe is Asia. PK ni sawa, haina shida. Hii ni dunia, the world is circular. I was just responding to Anne because she knows that everywhere in the groups tu ananitumia tu maneno ya Iran, so I was just trying to respond. Ni salamu tu nasalimia Anne. This information is for Anne. Narudi kwa mambo ya Kenya. Yeah. So no, forget about European countries. European countries have no plan as we speak. I think they do not understand how the modern day world is operating, and saa zingine ni vizuri wakati mtu ameisha concept tu unamnyamazia tu, unasema tu wacha huyo tu aendange akiendanga. Yeah, I think it's the West. We cannot say like the West is now operating as one unit, and na ujue sasa Russia na China washasoma kitu. Russia na China washasoma kitu sasa. Russia can easily now bring aggression now to Europe, because now the responsibility if actually if Russians attack any of the European countries now, Marekani wanaweza angalia hivi sasa, because I think even also Americans themselves, they have learned from it was not good to support Ukraine the way they supported Ukraine, because sasa unaona sasa Americans supported Ukraine against Russia, na then sasa now Russia wakapata pia a revenge time where now they are busy fueling Iran as well. Yeah. Anyway, away from that, so hiyo ni ile tu vitu kidogo inatenda. Peter Mbudia and you know, dunia inakuanga na specific timings, and I think I could look for time tomorrow. I explain to you calendars za dunia. 1920, 2020, Spanish flu, COVID. Hapo 1918 there was First World War. We didn't get anything here, but the world is a fact. There is a possibility that there will be a major war in the next 10 years. That one because those things reflect to each other. 1936 to 45, Second World War. We are now in 2026, close to 90 years to that, almost going to 100. So mambo ni yale. So those are things which you cannot avert. So I don't know if it will happen now, but within the next 10 years, there will be a major global war. That one you cannot do away without it, because hegemonies are challenged through a natural war. Yeah, so, and hegemonies will have to challenge themselves. So right now, China is not able to respond to aggression of America, But from many people who are looking at it, it looks like between 10 and 20 years, China could feel like now they have now accumulated the strength which can make them to challenge America. So they are still buying that time. But certainly between 10 and 20 years, we will have a major global war. And it will not be a war of proxies, where it is America or Russia fighting small countries. We will have a war which will involve 2 big countries or 3 big countries. We are soon converging to that. It will happen. Dunia lazima ichapane between today and the next 10 or 20 years. Dunia lazima ichapane. Those are things you cannot avoid, because hegemonies will challenge themselves. And the hegemonies challenge themselves through war. Yeah. The dollar and the yuan now, they want to challenge each other. So the 2 countries will have to go into conflict. Hakuna vile utatoa shilingi ya mwingine tu hivi hivi. So there will be a major conflict in the next 10 to 20 years. So I don't know the exact mark when we will have that conflict, but we will have it. So America, China, mostly China, because China is one which seems advancing so much. So China will reach a level where by now they will feel like they need to topple America now. And that's the time when now there will be now a real war, not through proxies. They have been fighting through proxies for so long. And again, another something which will happen very near, and you can see how it has happened. Every major country has attacked a country. Russia attacked Ukraine. America attacked Iran. Very soon, China will also attack Taiwan. Those things go that way. So China will attack another country now, because that is usually the pattern. Kila mtu lazima attack wake, because you are attacking. So China will have to attack a proxy. In the next 5 years, China will have to attack a proxy. They could attack Philippines, they can attack Taiwan, but they will attack one of the babies of US. So that is something which will have to happen. So China will also have a ground war soon. Between 0 and 5 years, they will do an invasion, because that's how you challenge hegemonies. Turudi Kenya. Moses Kuraya. I'm starting with that. I know he is the greatest flip-flopper ever born. Nimeshtuka sana Moses Kuria siku ya leo. Anasema ati kila mtu ni one time. Sijui kama mmepatana na hiyo video ya Moses Kuria. Hadi nikashindwa huyu mtu. I think Moses Kuria has seen, and he also said that Gachagua is having a lot of support in Mulima. Wacha niwaekee hii, because I don't know why most like talking the obvious, but I think kuna vile watu wana like kuna vile like he feels like he is like the guy who declares the end to any hegemony. Najua tulisikiliza hii video lakini hatukusikiliza yote, but I just want us to listen, because Moses, na pia nitaonyesha Ndindi Nyoro leo. He was a guest of honor in an event which happened in Embu, and that event was packed to the brim. I think Ndindi Nyoro could be ahead of us. I hope he is not consolidating people for Ruto, but alikuwa na watu wengi Embu, wakiwa na jamaa mwingine huko Embu anaitwa Wakagoto. Yani jamaa anajenga sana. So
in the year 2022 general election,
Mount Kenya gave William Ruto 44% of his vote. Give Baba 1 million votes. So even if the 1 million would have come that way, let's say it would have come to 3, 4, assume it's even 50%. Assume even William Ruto got all his votes from Mount Kenya.
Yeah.
That would have been 50%.
No.
Even if the Baba votes went to Ruto.
Okay.
That would have been 50% of Ruto's vote easily, I admit. Ruto and Baba were in statistical tie. 51-49. True or not true? The country was divided. The difference was 200,000 votes.
Only.
Yeah. So it was inconsequential. So it was 50-50 election. It was a hung election. So it was Raila 50 and Ruto 50. What is, assume 50% or 50%?
That's a half of a half. That's
Which is
25.
25.
Yeah.
And the rest? 75. 25 versus?
75.
Need I say more?
Okay. There's a battle for supremacy in the mountain. DP Kindiki, Rigathi Gachagua. Kindiki has been buoyed by the recent by-election wins of the UDA party. In fact, your party was equally involved in Mbere, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, and I was blamed by Rigathi Gachagua. He said I caused him the election.
So who's...
In other words, the votes that Ruto got is going to reduce in Mount Kenya region. When you compare
politics of registration, we've seen this Gen Zs who almost brought this Kenya Kwanza administration to a standstill during the uprising, actually come up with a hashtag Nikokadi. They're trying to get the masses to register
that's
as
wonderful,
voters.
amazing.
Yeah.
You don't need to do that for anything. You just do it to that because it's your civil responsibility.
That's okay.
It's your civic duty.
But this is a spanner in the works. The youth vote, bugging the youth vote, is not the traditional...
I've struggled with this youth vote since I was a youth. Yeah?
Yeah.
There's one polling station which gets closed one day before the elections. Facebook and Twitter. Yes. Inafungwa before the voting starts. Na nimeona. Na nimeambia rafiki yangu Sifuna. Nimeambia rafiki yangu Babu. Chunga hii kituo ambayo inafungangwa one day before election. Inaitwa Facebook and Twitter. Na tuko kadi na nini. Chunga. Mimi wacha nibaki na wamama. Let me remain with women.
So this
in a mountain. UDA party is dead in a mountain. The reality is this. The UDA party was more popular in the Mount Kenya region.
Just what the mayor ordered. I'm not surprised.
Nĩngwenda gwĩta mũrata wakwa na njamba itũ na njamba ya rũrĩrĩ twendete mũno.
Nataka msikia hapa, I will interpret. I think he could speak in Kikuyu, but there is something serious he said. Kabla nilete video zingine. Thank you.
Na nĩngũgũcokeria ngatho Mheshimiwa Moses Kuria. Tondũ rĩrĩa tũragũkaire nĩ tondũ wa maũndũ merĩ matatũ, nĩwetĩkirie gũtwara mũcumarĩ waku na ũgĩtũgatwara handũ hanene mũno maikirwo nĩ mũira. So twĩna ngatho nyingĩ mũno. No na andũ mangĩkwagĩra gĩtĩo ithuĩ ta ini na atangathi na aini aya me haha, ithuĩ nĩ tũĩ we nĩwe ng'eno witũ. Ũrũgama na ithuĩ twĩ thĩna-inĩ o wothe, aini aya no makwĩre. Nĩguo andũ aitũ? Nĩguo? No makwĩre ũrũgamaga na ithuĩ twĩ hatĩka-inĩ o yothe. Na still ona rutĩte mũcumarĩ waku na wĩ mũtongoria nĩwetĩkĩra gũka. Ngai akũrathime na agũtũrie mũno na akũgitĩre. Na gĩtĩo gĩkĩ he irũtha njũkĩrie njamba ya rũrĩrĩ mũhũre irũhĩro wega Moses Kuria. Asante sana. Thank you. Karibu. Asante sana. Tumkumbuke Yesu Kristo. Anayesoka. Family, my friend Bonaroa. Yabe ndimwe pole ciakwa. Ndagutigwo nĩ mwanake. Andami oro mũhũthũ. Andũ aingĩ mangĩrecirie nĩ rũgũ gũthiĩ mbere. No Ngai na ũũgĩ wake arona mwanake athiĩ mbere. Ti ũndũ mũhũthũ mũciari gũthika mwana. Ti ũndũ mũhũthũ. tamwe mehinya tondu mugunda wothe ni wa Ngai. Murimi aingiraga mugunda kana murithi aingiraga thiini wa ruru rwake akoya mburi irenda nderagwo niri kwa kuoya na ithuothe turi ruru rwa Ngai, koguo mwihe hinya manene ta haha kianda kwa ni guthianga muthiru ta uri wa mwata wakwa na njikaraga nginya ndimuruge andu a gospel nigetha mathambie era kanyamo kanjira nda kuinira rwimbo omukimera uria uhoro wa ciana cia thukuru ukorwo cie mucii na to first time ndarigwo ciana icio ciikara mucii ri ona riria cigacoka ri ni makaigana na mwana uria wi kirathi. Riu ndirathire kuria gwitu ndiretia ciana iria ci mucii ndahiro ciana 49 iria ndacokirie thukuru ndamarida 752,000 tonire ndimubunge nditaigua ati mwana e mucii. For me, that's most important. Waigua uria kija tajiri mtoto agweta oho aguthoma toniko koti thukuru igihura kwari na haitu na haki andu uguo koguo maundu ma mathomo ndibata na mwana niguo ndatongoririe maiko tumere please na namoke tumuhe matari. How are we able hindi ya twari utongoria-ini gutigira ciana cinaikara mucii tiga kuga ati no nginya basari igakinya. What I was doing ndarekagira mathukuru marua ngamwira mwana ucio umwe basari yakinya niwe ngakorwo wa mbere kunengera ceki nigetha mwana ucio magathie thukuru makaigana na mwana ucio ungi wa mundu uria wihotete. So for me it's very bad na mukuhota nginya mweterere muthuro ingirai matura-ini ma mothe mop them up mundu aute kanyamo karia nako tondu mwana ti wa mundu umwe, mwana ti wa mundu umwe. So please ucio ni uhoro ni urahe kiha muno. Undu ucio ungi tuna nyama itagwo nyumba 10 ano matura ma mothe tukorwo na nyumba 10 no ndirarora wa ciana citu tondu ndiciraga muno wa ciana citu niguciria nigwira gutora yendekithia riu kuri andu aria me wathani-ini tuge na nyumba 12 imwe yakwa na rua andu aria mareketie maciara no tuge na nyumba 10 ya andu aya nini nigetha o enyewe makahota kumanage o enyewe turigi turageria turi andu aria makuru athuri atumia utu no tuhote kumanage ciana ici citu tutingihota no nginya tumahotithie na tuthondeke structure iria gutuma o enyewe makaranagiria nigetha matige gukua ngoro na rigi ona makahota gutwira uria tukuhota kumateithia no riu twatu no tuhote guthie gwikara na ciana citu thi nigetha matwire kiria kiramaria kana kiria kiramathumbura nikuona hena gathina kanini ikara thi njuge nindi kahira gakuru.
Strayer University helps you earn your degree affordably with access to up to 10 no-cost gen ed.
Ndathire wathani hindi ya Moi tukirwa na Moi sabasaba ya mbere 1990 twari bara na Kariku wa Muiruri tukirwa na Moi hindi ya Kibaki ndari okuo ndari thiini wa thirikari by the way ya Kibaki Moi ngimwona agithie Kibaki tukimumagaria agithie ngingira ya Uhuru ngiona agithie no mothe ndiri okuo nyonete andu aingi magathie gutindu tonete kiru ngigira ni ihita mukuha ni magukiriria ngiragiriria tondu kuisikringi ni kupata nginya mahurukie andu ega muno ucio no gagaruia akaunti yo no nyenderu wa wewe ucio wa garuia ucio agweta na ciana icio ni tuguteithiririe wahingura akaunti ni gwita andu ona tigo gwitana ndu wa ciana icio tondu ndagweta ciana ti cia mundu umwe na ningorona ni kwambiria akaunti iyo wapire mtu yangu apike mani roa this 50,000 wabio hingure akaunti wahingura akaunti na ici ndu wa ciana ici ogete niguo icio no cia kuhingura akaunti niguo na ndiki kuwa Mũndũ ũrĩa uma gũkũ thĩ toguo mwanake ũyũ atũtigĩte agathiĩ igũrũ agacoka no Jesu Kristo na rĩrĩa acokire ona ngadanire wiki ng'ima ithuĩ twĩkwo one time nginya gũtirĩ wa two time gũtirĩ gũtiga mũgĩtũtiga. Asante sana atũtigĩte.
The reason why nimecheza hii video yote ya Moses Kuria ni sababu ya hii portion hapa, na alisema kwa haraka sana, alisema kwa haraka. So Belfast, saa zingine tuachange kutoroka, because I want us to understand the chemistry of this thing. Moses Kuria is just responding to, because in Mount Kenya there are very big waves of one term, so it is inhabitable for him. Nataka usikie vile atasema kwa haraka sana. The other day tulimuona kwa Ruto. I know hii ni nyoka ya pande mbili, vichwa mbili, but listen.
Agathiĩ igũrũ agacoka no Jesu Kristo na rĩrĩa acokire ona ngada.
Unasikia anasema na akapeana example, the only person ambaye alienda na atarudi sijui ni Yesu. So he is like saying the only person who is assured of a second term ni Yesu. That's even the vehicle. So, and he is trying to insinuate like Ruto cannot get a second term. That's what he, by kupeana hiyo ngerekano ya Yesu. I want us to hear them.
Hizo basi yako niko account nabo. Na ndeke kuwa mũndũ ũrĩa uma gũkũ thĩ toguo mwanake ũyũ atũtigĩte agathiĩ igũrũ agacoka no Jesu Kristo na rĩrĩa acokire.
So Yesu ndiye ati mtu peke yake alienda na akarudi. Listen.
Anagadani wiki ng'ima. Ithuĩ twĩkwo one time nginya gũtirĩ wa two time gũtirĩ gũtiga mũgĩtũtiga. Asante sana.
Ati sisi wote ni wa one time. Hata huyu na musitutishe, na akaenda. He said it very quickly. So I wanted us to begin there. I know it's like Kikuyu videos, many people want about, but it's serious content hapo. Ameisema like within 15 seconds. Like si ati mtu anasimama anasema sisi ni watu ya one time. Mnasikia? One time. Na hata kuteteridhia, hata kuuliza watu, hebu nione kidole ya one time. He said it in 15 seconds.
Atũtigĩte agathiĩ igũrũ agacoka no Jesu Kristo na rĩrĩa acokire ona ngadanire wiki ng'ima ithuĩ twĩkwo one time nginya gũtirĩ wa two time gũtirĩ gũtiga mũgĩtũtiga. Asante sana.
Yes, and you can hear now, like when he was speaking, crowd iko inamuelewa, but when he said one time, the crowd was so happy. Hey, aya, you mean this guy is gravitating to us? So, kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema. Frankly speaking, the one-time wave is massive. Na kuna kitu imenifanya pia mimi nikubali one-time wave in Mlima is massive. Sunday nilitumiwa, ana naziita caravan, zile marori kubwa, marori kubwa zinakuanga na maadvert, zile marori alafu zikuwa na waibaji, zile marori kubwa. Unajua that's how tunajuanga how the region is morphing. So in Embu town nasikia kulikuwa na hizo lori 6. Mimi sijui ni za nani, na zinaenda tu zikiimba sijui one time, sijui Yanga one time. Zilikuwa zinapita hivyo, zingine zikaenda showground because weekend tulikuwa na showground ya Embu, zingine zinaenda huko showground. Sasa what some of my relatives walikuwa wananiambia, hiyo lori ikienda ifike in a small town like Kairori na wanaimba one time, unasikia hiyo lori ya one time baba ikuje hapa bwana. Like they were being given reception. It looks the silent majority is speaking, and I think Moses Kuria is listening to the silent majority. It's only that mtu kama Moses Kuria is trying to position himself in a place where he can be beckoned. I think anataka hata Gachagua amufanyie hivi sasa. I think he just anajua ametumika na Ruto for so long, akatumika mpaka kwa by election so to stage that fake win. But I can tell you, the one-term movement is massive. I have confirmed it in space. And I can tell you, by the way, kura ya Ruto hata ijulikani iko wapi. Anna, I'm going to tell you something. You know, there was somebody who was telling me that at they have even sisi hata tulisahau Ruto bwana. Anaongeanga aje? That's what huyo tulisahau bwana. Like there are some places whereby like people do not listen to Ruto. Like people have now moved on and now they are now wait. And that's what I'm trying to explain, that there is a very big boom for one term. And that is what is making Gachagua to look monumental. Even if he is a bad man. Just and he positioned himself on the path of monsoon wind. So unajua hata kitambo meli za kitambo hazikuanga zinawekwa mafuta, zilikuwa zinagongwa na upepo. So ukijiweka kwa path ya monsoon wind, alafu sasa tunaona kamerikabu imengoroa kutoka Mombasa mpaka India. Unaweza kuuliza na hii ilifika hapa aje? So that is what Gachagua did. But nitawekea speech mbili. Kwanza nataka kuanzia na speech ya Ng'oa. Leo sababu pia leo Ng'oa ako na mambo. Ng'oa amesema umewahi sikia mtu akitoka kwa serikali. Acha niwaekee Ng'oa. Anaitwa Oburu Ojinga. Wacheni niwaekee Ojinga kwanza musikie. Wacha niwaekee Ojinga, then you will understand. There was a time when Ed was...
That's insane. I can't see your screen from here anymore.
Was not appreciating.
Party's barbecue pulled pork Frisco burger is back. It's just $5.99 in the app. Got that appetite app.
Akbir!
Wacha tumsikie.
Asante. Asante. Nimeshukuru sana President kukuja kwetu hapa Kisumu. Bwana President, mimi na ndugu yangu Raila na ndugu yangu Agola we were brought up here in Kisumu. Bilelezi. Yeah. Ile ya utoto sisi tulifanya yote hapa Kisumu, na tangu tuzaliwe tulikuwa tunakaa hapa Kaloleni. Sisi ni watoto wa Kaloleni, na hapo Kaloleni ni mchanganyiko ya Waislamu na Wakristo, na Waislamu ndio walikuwa wengi Kaloleni. Na hapo katika miaka hizo za kale, mimi ndio nilijifunza Kiislamu kidogo, kwa sababu tulikuwa tunaenda shule moja, tulikuwa tunakaa pamoja, na kila kitu tulikuwa tunafanya pamoja. Na hiyo the request by the Muslims that we help them to improve the mosque is a very, very genuine request, Your Excellency. We cannot have the same mosque, the same view, the same architecture, the same thing years and years, year in, year out for over 80 years. Mr. President, I think something has to be done. Of course, hata nyinyi pia mtafanya kidogo, lakini President aongeze. President akuje amalize. Now, President, here, this town has been neglected for many, many, many years. And it is by the will the goodwill.
Mnasikia vile Ojinga ameamua kukua sycophant loyal. Huyu ni yule ambaye mnasikia sasa, huyu ameamua kulamba matako vizuri bila kuficha. Ojinga, endelea.
Of these people, it is by their resilience that Kisumu kept on growing despite being neglected by the central government. I mean, the government at the center. Mr. President, you can see with just a little help, Kisumu is now blowing up. Kisumu is going to grow and grow from height to height with the support you are giving. I'm so happy that you have taken up this infrastructure fund. This infrastructure fund is a very, very great idea. It is not an idea only of Kenya. It has been done elsewhere. So you are not experimenting. You are implementing an idea which has been successful elsewhere. And I'm sure with a stress on the infrastructure, with a plan for growing the infrastructure of this country, we are going to reach Singapore and through to Canaan very soon. Madam President, floods have been a menace in this area. Here, just in Kisumu, where we are. Every year, year in, year out, the Kano people suffer, the people of Majorty suffer.
I think when I'm listening to Ojinga, I remember Akina Kamodho, Akina Mulu Mutisia, who became sycophantic to the president during the. I think now Ruto wanted such people who kazi yao tu ni kusifu bila hata chochote, but nataka musikie vile atasema about opposition, because that was the kicker.
The people of Samia and even the Yala swamp here suffer because of floods. And these floods, every year when they happen, they are treated as emergency, Your Excellency. How can something you know very well that floods will come, and you don't plan for them, you don't have a fund to do anything about them, and you call them emergency? How can something which is recurring year in, year out be an emergency, Your Excellency? This cannot be. And you are doing something about it. Soin Dam, Koru Soin Dam is being constructed soon. And that Soin Dam will create, will produce electricity. It will be used for irrigation. It will be used mostly for control of floods downstream. And so something is going to be done which will be a permanent solution, and you cannot have water coming in and we need water thereafter, and when it comes, instead of storing it, to use it for the development of the people, you leave it to kill people. And then once they kill people, you treat it as emergency. Well, President, I thank you for doing something about this. This is not just about our area here. It is for the whole of Kenya. This infrastructure fund is for the whole of Kenya, and I'm sure it is going to do wonders. And this introduction and pushing electricity requirement here, the previous governments were defeated. They tried to negotiate loans. They tried to do everything to make sure to bring it here. But they failed because they had no idea what to do. But within a very short time, you have found what to do. And you have told them that this is what to do, and that what to do is now going to make the railway, the SGR, come to Kisumu and go to Malaba and connect us with those other countries. This is the way to go to Singapore. You cannot go to Singapore when you don't have power. And we are sitting down here with power. How can I leave power to go and look for shareholders? People who are dividing this.
I want you to listen to that. How can I leave power to go and look for shareholders? And he has been the guy who has been funneling the shareholders. Nyinyi mutaanguka vibaya. I think these people have been reading politics the wrong way for so long. And I'm very happy when Ruto is with such guys because I know he is crashing an idea. So listen here. Here is where the kicker was here. All the other video didn't matter. Here, nimecheza hii video because of this moment.
And we are sitting down here with power. How can I leave power to go and look for shareholders? People who are dividing this country in shareholding. And Mr. President, I know that you have been abused for a long time, and you kept those guns. I didn't know you were keeping them somewhere. Now you have released them. Now you have released them. People are crying. But then I don't know why when it is you being attacked, it is sweet. When it is somebody, when you are also now releasing your arsenal, you are now releasing your guns from the arsenal, then now they are saying, oh, this is very, very unpresidential. How can it be unpresidential to be attacked and then be unpresidential when you are answered? So, Your Excellency, I hope that your visit here.
Tumemaliza that video. We needed to hear that.
Hujamaliza bado. Ndio mwacha akamaliza hapo mwisho patamu.
Oh, aya. Sikujua.
Kwa sababu yeye amesema hajiungi na shareholders. Lakini huko mwisho amesema anataka fair share. So nataka amalize kabisa ndio tumjadili vizuri.
And I'm very happy that you have recognized the Muslim community in our amidst us here in Kisumu. The Muslim community is a very, very productive community. They are very innovative, and they are business people. They do a lot of business, and they also do a lot of charitable work in the communities that is here. Madam President, I can tell you this with knowledge because I was once a councillor here in Kisumu. I represented the Kisumu town East Ward, which included the Nubian community. And we worked very hard with Farjala Hussein. Those who knew Farjala Hussein, he became our mayor of Kisumu. Farjala became mayor of Kisumu. And I can tell you that the work he did here with the Muslim community was great. Abdul Daya was also a deputy mayor of Kisumu when I was there. So Kisumu is a cosmopolitan city, and you can see Sabir is elected year in, year out. He's not a Jaluo. He's not a Jaluo, though he is born here in Kisumu, and he is not even ODM. But I'm sure he is ODM at heart. Sabir, you are ODM at heart. Just cross and become ODM fully. Just cross and become ODM. We are negotiating with His Excellency the President. We are negotiating as ODM with him in broad-based government. We are not going to go out of this arrangement of broad-based and start for hunting for the unknown. You start with the known, and then you can go to unknown later, after you have gone to see your Lord. But we are going to start with the known, which is the UDA broad-based government, and we are going to start negotiations soon with His Excellency. And I'm sure somewhere there, before the elections, we shall have agreed on everything because as ODM, we also want a fair share of the government, and we must be in power and share power. So with those few remarks, can I take this opportunity now to invite His Excellency, the President of Kenya, to come and address the Christian community.
Huyu hawezi ongea hapa, bwana Msimamo. Wacha tumaliza na hiyo shield. We want power. Yaani hii kitu ya power, yaani imepeleka Oburu mzimu.
In fact hapo ndo alikuwa nataka hapo mwisho. Unajua asitufanye sisi mbumbumbu. Huyu mzee wetu Oburu that ana complain kwamba hawezi jiunga na watu wa shareholders. But at the same time yeye ana demand fair share. Ndio yale nazungumza Jiru kwamba uwezi ukasema nyama huli lakini mchuzi unaogombania. Mimi nyama nguruwe sili, mimi Muislamu. Lakini kama mtanitilia mchuzi tu pia si mbaya. Ndio haya. Kwa mimi nilitaka hapo ndo kuambia kwamba malizia kidogo tuone unafiki. Uwezi kataa kitu then una demand fair share. Alafu pia ukiangalia mkutano wa mazungumzo hayo ni kama analenga kwamba labda pengine ndio anafanya vile kwa sababu ya watu wake walio Nyanza. Benefit zile za watu walio Nyanza hazijaonyesha utaifa, na ndio maana akajificha hapo kwamba wakati nilikuwa hapa Kisumu kwa hii jamii nyingine pia ilipata nafasi ya kuongoza na ndio maana kuna bwana hapa akamsimamisha pale mfano kwamba ndio maana anachaguliwa hata bwana wewe jiunge ODM, lakini bwawa lile la stima kwao, SGR kwao, fair share power kwao. So no, hiyo trajectory ambayo tunafaa kuifuata aswa kama wa Kenya. That's not the right trajectory. For us as a country tuwe tunafikiria tu kwamba mzee anapeleka kweli Singapore kupitia Kanani. Hapa mpango mzima ni Luo hawataenda kwa maandamano, Luo wao hawatakaa position tena. Hiyo tu ndo ipo. Watu waambie ukweli, lakini huku kuzunguka na kule hatujiungi na watu wa shareholders tena, alafu baadaye una demand hiyo shareholder. Unadai fair share. Shares zipi tena na wewe ujiungi na watu wa shares. Kwa hiyo hiyo ndo langu tu kaka. Nikijipumzisha japo siskipo vile. Nitakuwa nasikiza tu. Asante.
Ya, sawa Msimamo. Na tumetumia videos hapa ndizo najaribu kuserate to see. Kuna nimetumia hapa wewe. Haya, sawa Msimamo, I accept. So let me put this one. Kidogo tu. Kidogo, there's a very important video natafuta. Ndio nilianzia kusema jana, DCP looks like they are getting some bumper harvest. DCP seems like in season. Yeah. Ni video ya Makwinyi lakini tutasikiliza tu, no problem. Think ndio hii.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's something which I keep on repeating on this platform, that in politics, we have only two constants. The first constant in politics is interest. As long as the interest of the political class can converge, they will always work together. And that's why you should not rule out the possibility of Edwin Sifuna or Babu Owino working with William Samoei Arap Ruto before 2027 general election. That's how politics is wired. And the second constant in politics is normally betrayal. Politicians will always betray each other at the slightest opportunity. Let me ask you this question. Who would have imagined that Jeremiah Kioni would today be the one to go to Amunyoro?
You can buy a slice of pizza. Why not trade a fraction of a stock?
To meet with Rigathi Gachagua. And not only to meet with Rigathi Gachagua, he carried with him some ships. He wanted to achieve certain objectives because remember, Uhuru Kenyatta lost his ships during the raid in his private farm. And one of the people who demanded the arrest and the prosecution of Rigathi Gachagua over those destruction of properties and theft of ships was none other than Jeremiah Kioni.
You know, he said, the other day he said, mimi na kwa Kikuyu. Alisema, mimi siwezi weka hii kura yote pamoja, mtu akuje achukue. Wacha nikwambie, Ligiji. Na utakuta ule mtoto alikuita Ligiji. Lazima wao alikuwa na story kubwa kuliko ile unaelewa. Ulinikuta nimeweka sufuria kwa kichwa. Na ukasema mimi ni mwenda wazimu. Ukaenda nyumbani kwangu Daragwa twice na ukaambia watu wa Daragwa wapige magoti wote waniombe kwa uwanja kwa sababu nilikuwa mwenda wazimu. Ile sufuria ilikuwa nasema unafikiria ni inanifanya mwenda wazimu, ilikuwa ya kuambia wakati huo ya kwamba mlikuwa mnabomoa Kenya. So don't think that there are people you brought into the opposition. You found us in the opposition. But we admire you, Ligiji. Kwa sababu naye mdomo yako Mwenyezi Mungu alikupatia kipawa. Ukiamua kutandika mtu, hiyo kipawa haiko na watu wengi. Na kama ni mambo ya kutandika William, wewe tumekupatia hiyo trophy tumekupatia.
He accused Rigathi. Today he was there. Ladies and gentlemen, that meeting is significant politically speaking. And State House is currently on high alert. In this video, I want us to analyze that meeting. But before you do that, in case you're watching this channel for the first time, please take a second or two, click the subscribe button so that next time we produce a video like this, YouTube will automatically notify you. And to the subscribers, I want to continue. It's actually a move, political move, by people who know how deep state or the system works. Let me brief you a bit. Francis Kimemia accompanied Jeremiah Kioni to this meeting. Who is Francis Kimemia? Francis Kimemia served as the PS for Interior during Kibaki era. That's a very powerful position. Francis Kimemia also served as the head of public service and secretary to the cabinet. Again, very senior position. He then decided to go and contest, and he became the second governor for Nyandarua. He understands deep state in and out. Why do you think he accompanied Jeremiah Kioni? For me, I'm seeing the hand of Uhuru Kenyatta in this visit, which takes me to my second point. The Uhuru hand in this visit and why it's giving William Ruto serious political headache. What was the real objective of this meeting? Because if you look at the photos here, there is a gentleman there who is the personal assistant to Uhuru Kenyatta. He's called Kamau Migwe, personal assistant to Uhuru Kenyatta. Then we have Jeremiah Kioni, a close ally of Uhuru Kenyatta. Then we have Francis Kimemia. I'm 100% sure that Uhuru Kenyatta's PA did not attend the meeting, but he was there to ensure that Jeremiah Kioni was part and parcel of this meeting. What am I seeing? I'm seeing a looming handshake between Uhuru Kenyatta and Rigathi Gachagua in the next few weeks or the next few days, but not a long time from now. Uhuru Kenyatta and Rigathi Gachagua are going to have a handshake. Because at some point, there were these rumors that Uhuru was planning to have a handshake with Rigathi Gachagua. But they had learners around Uhuru Kenyatta, including the same guy by the name Jeremiah Kioni. He claimed he has now accepted. And they had learners around Uhuru Kenyatta's hand and a looming handshake between Uhuru and
Scrub Daddy won't scratch your pants and it won't smell for up to 12 weeks after first use. Now this, yeah!
When you think TurboTax, you think laptops.
Scrub Daddy won't scratch your pants and it won't smell
This is also TurboTax.
Rigathi Gachagua. And that's going to change the political landscape in Mount Kenya completely. Now, number 3, Mount Kenya determination to stop William Ruto. The day Uhuru Kenyatta and Rigathi Gachagua will have that handshake, that will mark the end of William Ruto in Mount Kenya. Because politics is a perceptional game. Rigathi Gachagua has managed to contain William Ruto and stop him from Mount Kenya. Uhuru Kenyatta was William Ruto's hope. What has happened? He has sent his allies to meet with Rigathi Gachagua. So which means they discussed, these guys are 100% sure, the only thing they discussed Mount Kenya politics, probably Jubilee and DCP. How are they going to work together? That's very important. Number 4, and this should also worry someone like Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. I think Fred Matiang'i is making moves. He is on a charm offense mission. Fred Matiang'i is Uhuru Kenyatta's project. If you've been following the political developments in the mountain, you'll agree that Rigathi was leaning more towards Kalonzo Musyoka. Uhuru was openly pro Matiang'i.
So Gachagua is not a party leader.
He is not in the Kenya Gazette as a party leader of DCP. The Kenya Gazette that was put there, he is not the party leader of DCP.
Who is the party leader?
I don't know, because they haven't told us. But if the Kenya Gazette was supposed to tell us, then it has told us that he is not the party leader. Kwa hivyo, but that should not be an issue ya kutusubua sana leo hii. Ile nilikuwa nataka kusema ni kwamba tukifika kuongea, kila mtu aite kwa chama yake, so that there is some order. Gachagua DCP, Kalonzo Wiper, Wamarwa DAPK. My suggestion, Jubilee Matiang'i. My suggestion, so that you are able to also bring. Nimesema Gachagua DCP. Na wewe leo naona umeamua.
But at some point, I started seeing allies of Matiang'i openly supporting Rigathi. People like Pauline Njoroge. They never used to do that.
Karibu Roba, kabla uongee, I want to give you the last video ya ili sasa na uongee. Huyu ni Natembea defended Gachagua hapa leo, hadi nikashangaa, this is Natembea.
Serikali Gachagua kazi yake ni kupeana mimba. Wanaume kazi yao ni nini kwani? Kazi yetu wanaume ni nini? Ni kupeana mimba. Sasa makosa iko wapi? Hiyo ndio makosa. Ndio. Serikali Gachagua kazi yake ni kupeana mimba. Wanaume kazi yao ni nini kwani? Kazi yetu wanaume ni nini? Ni kupeana mimba. Sasa makosa iko wapi?
Sawa. So, Roba, sijui kama kazi yako ni kupeana mimba. It cool. That is how they are responding. Ati kazi ya Gachagua ni kupeana mimba. So, ati kazi ya wanaume ni kupeana mimba. Can you begin from there working backward?
Bwana Njiru. Kwanza nataka niwashukuru. I've been just hitting Anne there. Namwambia the chairman is here and I want Put to come in so that I can open my camera too if Put comes in. So for now I'm on to so I just want Put to come to the show today because I missed the way he talks. So I hope he's going to be here. So, but anyway, to be serious, hiyo mambo ya mimba is a natural thing. Najua, men, that's their job. Relating to politics, I think he did it very nice. He divided Gachagua very nice, but let us go deeper than kupeana mimba. Unajua that somebody died. When you tell somebody aliweka mimba tena you killed somebody, like what happened in the Rongo, the former former governor of Migori. You know what? Kenya is a country where when you have money, you can get away with murder. Where is that governor of Rongo still? How come he's not in chair? Because that's a very good example ambayo Ruto was trying to say. Now, unajua huyo governor alikuwa na munga huyo Kasongo. And he never said huyu governor wa Rongo. Yeah. Was. Alitia msichana mimba. Huyu msichana akaribia kaenda Tanzania. Kurudi. From there, akaweka his people, they killed her. But for our president to come and accuse somebody of such a crime, and yet you are president of the country, you look so stupid. And that's why it backfired on him. Unajua huyu Ruto, he has a problem. The problem he has, kuna hao watu wanamtanganya, and they keep on lying to him that if you do this and that, people like you. All these people are taking money from Ruto. But somebody has to tell him, time has come. He has to make a decision. Either he goes in for the election 2027, he loses it, which is want to lose, not even a small margin, with a landslide of losing. Or he decides, you know what, it's time for me to announce myself and say, Kenyans, give me peace for the next few months I'm here, I'm not going to seek the election. Then from there, you can turn the politics of Kenya. But for Kasongo, and you see, if you want to know the mood of the country, even if whatever he says, even if it's right, even if it goes sour, people have made up their mind. Whatever comes from his mouth is either a lie, or it's personal, or it's just like, what else? What else? What have I not heard from this man? The conman, the dictator, Kasongo, I don't know what. I mean, look at his nicknames, look at what he has done, and look where the country is right now as a country, Kenya. People are struggling. Unajua what he did, alifikiri atakuja afanye what he did, he acquires all this money and he can buy the Kenyan people. Awanunue pesa yeye, and that's what he thought. And in fact, that's what he thinks still he can do. Sasa kama yu rafiki yake, huyu mwenye alikuwa karibu kujichoma, huyu anaitwa Moses Kuria, even himself to say it one time, man, this one is written. Nafikiri kama kulikuwa Mungu alikuwa anatuambia, if there was communication between, direct communication, Mungu anatuambia amefanya nini. Ruto, get it from everybody. You cannot win this coming election. And also I want to remind you, even he better know, you never won the election. You never won. For those ones who have been following even the court, I'm just like, IBC, he can't even the way he's doing here. How he should stand there. People are Peter. But let's go back to answer your question. Natembea is a good, you can see Natembea, the same he speaks, now also, that we call him Gachieta, the show name Gachieta. Gachieta and Natembea, we know what they did before. They are very good. We're going to domo, dam. They can hit you, they can knock you. And in fact, I remember it was this show, Jill, you remember, when there's a time we thought opposition was losing, I mean, things were not going the way it was going. After Mbera North, the roads after Mbera North, people were here, the Stone PK, everybody here, saying opposition, they are not organized. But the one thing which all of us we agreed on, that the so-called opposition have to come up with a strategy. They have to come up with a way of they organize themselves. Then after organizing themselves, they have to find a way. They hit root as a unit. And I think someone suggested it should be from Karonso, it should be from Matiang'i, it should be from everybody. And by the end of the day, itaingia. Because by that time, he was just knocking Karonso. When he was telling him, and alikuwa for all these years, na hakujenga hata barabara kwao. If you remember those ones. So that one, that knockout, he gave Karonso, iliuma Karonso sana. And that's the time, I think there was that fucking when Gachagua had found transition from USA kuja back to Kenya. So alikuwa hajashika moto kabisa kama vile alikuwa before kuja US. Sasa tukasema kama hii Mbera not imeenda hii kiti. So why, we were like mourning. But now the opposition have come, even though they don't have a candidate. A good thing. Unajua, we keep on saying there's no hurry. But about all Kasongo is looking for, he want to know is the candidate, such that he can try to buy the other people who might not be the candidate. Okay, hey, Stone BK. Hey, bwana. Okay, let me also open my camera. Yeah, I just wanted to see you on the canvas. Yes. So what happened was, if you look at what we talked about was Operation Wakuje. In fact, whatever they are doing right now is the right thing. They are knocking him down. Hii kripu ya leo ni ya Matiang'i. Ya kesho ni ya Natembea. Ingine ni ya Mr. Gachieta. So the only person I can tell you huyu Kasongo alipiga ni Wamaro bana. Mpaka saa hii, even Wamaro was I think they were in the funeral in Ukambani. Even his script, you can see Wamaro still looks very weak. He hit him. Alipiga Wamaro vibaya sana. So at this point, I want to thank the Kenyans people. They have come up. Whatever Kasongo wants to say, they have kind of knocked him down. Nobody's listening to him. And in fact, I thought there was this some tapes here. In fact, they say they want to have an impeachment motion about him. I think the kitu kiingia kwa bunge, vile hao wabunge the way they are right now, they will try when Guinea sign up to impeach him so that they can get money from him, even though they might not convict him. But at this point, I think if there's an impeachment, more should come to the court and lead parliament. Kasongo could even be gone before 2027. I mean, I don't know, maybe that will open for Kindiki to come in. And from there, I don't know what's going to happen. But at this point, I can tell you, and we have been saying here, Stone PK, this is the weakest candidate ever to run for re-election in Kenya politics. It's very weak. This is like Hillary Clinton, 2016. Very, very weak. You know, the more you go, the more it's just like everything is packaged, just is being handed down. I couldn't keep a mouth now and find anything good when for Kasongo. I can't even anything online. Yeah, and I'm very, very impressed with the Gen Zs or the young people who went to, I think, somewhere in Meru. I think they went there, they wanted like IBC to do registration. And you can see they were there being mobilized everywhere, these young people. When I took Kura, I stand saying, I support Stone PK's idea of you go to the ward, you start from there on the ground, at the ward level. Then you can grow coming up. At this point, I think the flag bearer is unknown. It is unknown at this point. And I still think Sifuna is still in the mix with the Nyoro, who keeps on impressing me. You know, Jiro, nobody's saying that I came up with this ticket of Sifuna in this show almost 3 months ago. And people smoked my head. I remember I did Innocent and others. And I said, Sifuna and the Nyoro, if I can have them on the ticket, Kasongo cannot see anything. They will just go and win with a landslide. But at this point, anybody can beat Kasongo. At the Umbwe, it can beat him. Somebody has to tell him that. And I hope I answered your question. At this point, let's talk about issues and the things which can build the country. Things like employment and how we want the next, whoever is going to be the next president, he has to have an agenda of employment. Jobs. Pesa ni nzuri bana. Ukiwa na pesa, even if your girlfriend yako hata ukimweka hiyo mimba, hata saa you can be able to kununua hiyo inaitwaje? Ukiruka na mtoto. Diapers. Yeah, so pesa. Jobs. That's what I want to hear. The next, wherever is going to be coming in. The most important thing is to build the economy of the country, and everybody, young, old, medium, large, when you want to talk vile be fat or small, skinny, they can be able to get a job, because at the end of the day, it comes to money in the pocket. That's what I want to hear. Nothing else. Money in the pocket. Let me leave it there.
Haya, sawa. Kabla nikaribisha Stone PK, nataka munisomee hii body language hapa. And Stone PK, there was a very big event ya Wakagoto. I know you know Wakagoto. And nitawaletea ile mambo watu wanasema, but nataka kwanza munianalyze alafu muniambie what do you get in this, because people are having mixed reaction. There are people who are saying it could be a presidential candidate in making, na watu wanajiuliza kwa nini hakusema one term.
Naenda kulaunch ofisi ya ACC. Nimeenda pale Kiharu. Naenda kulaunch ofisi. Nimeenda pale Kiharu. Naenda kulaunch ofisi ya ACC. Hawa wadosi wa serikali ati wanatuma polisi nisiende kufanya kazi ya raia. Hebu oye! Kenya oye! Mimi nataka niwaeleza hivi. Nyinyi ambao mnatumana ati tuhangaishwe. Sisi ambao tulikuwa hapo awali tukitumiwa polisi 500 na hawakuguza sisi maneno ya mwenendo wetu. I want to address you here today in Embu. There is no more leader to intimidate in Kenya. And I want to tell you, there is no space to manage your politics through the police and through the other instruments. Na nataka niwaeleze, my friends, sisi ni wajukuu wa nini? Sisi ni wajukuu wa nani? Sisi tunaweza tishwa na mtu? Tunaweza tishika kweli? Ebu oye! Harambe! Nimeenda pale Kiharu. Naenda
Stony Pikeni nataka kukuingiza na hiyo video. Ndindi Nyoro ukiangalia hiyo speech, it looks like he is now gravitating to one term. But there are some people with serious concern wanajiuliza. Anyway, people showed him, like, because you can see like ambience here walimuonesha they are highly in one term. Up to now, Ndindi Nyoro has not been able to, nasema tu zile concern nimesikia Embu, hata ukienda kwa hii video, it is in Kororia TV, ufuatilie vile watu wanasema, and also what I've heard from watu wako na shida, wanauliza why is Ndindi Nyoro ameshindwa na kutanja Ruto, anamuita tu wale. Number one. Then number two, when people said one term, he also did not respond with them. And number three, kuna kitu watu wanauliza, could it be there is a making of a candidate to stand alone in Mount Kenya in the name of also opposition, asanye some of the Kuria Mount Kenya ipotee? So the question which I'm asking is, Ndindi Nyoro really with the global opposition, with the major opposition? Ama, let's analyze that for now, because this one is serious, because alikuwa ameitwa Embu kufungua, you know, like in some places, maybe Robai can tell you, in some places in Mount Kenya, there are some people who are seeing like Ndindi Nyoro as very progressive, and like he could be a Kibaki in the making. So there are some people who think like, I'm talking of things which I hear in Embu. Kuna wale watu wanafikiria like he could be a Kibaki in the making, and he has those qualities of president. That's why unakuta like in Embu town, yeye ndiye alikuwa mgeni wa heshima hapa. So Stony Pikeni, hebu ingia na hii video and you make me understand. Huyu jamaa ako na sisi. Uko mute mkubwa.
Habari gani Njiro and Roba na Msimamo alikuja mbele yangu, sijui unaweza maybe amekuja na jump fulani.
Msimamo alikuwa hapa na akaanguka kidogo. Msimamo ako na kahoma hivi, lakini kama anataka kureact for your courtesy is okay, but I think he had already done his first circle.
Unajua mimi ni wale stakaji kwa family, mtu aseme unajua bro wangu mkubwa ndiye alimtu, yani hizo blames za unajua big bro akiwa hapa tuwezi tukafanya. I like freedom and equality. So Msimamo, kama una jambo unaweza ukasema, kama unataka kutuliza basi unipungie mkono uniambie basi niendelee.
Endelea kaka, niko nawasikiza tu, nitachangia baadaye kidogo, lakini nipo bado, niko macho nawasikiza sana, siwezi toka hapa hata kama na homa, lakini hapa mzee ni bora kufia hapa tu.
Hiyo homa tangu jana nimekuelekeza dawa, lakini wewe naye unasema wewe ni mlokole. Sasa sijui nitakusaidieje bwana. Ushasema mlokole na dawa haina mlokole.
Wala usijali babu, mimi dawa mbona natumia babu, najua hapa kutafuta uzima hakuna cha ulokole mzee. Hapa dawa kwanza. Kubali yangu dawa basi, utapona kwa ndani ya masaa matatu.
Asante.
Nitakupatia dawa hapo nyuma ya tent.
Hamna shida wangu. Endelea kakangu mkubwa, lakini pia nimsalimie ndugu yangu nani kakangu mkubwa vile vile Roba hapo. Pokea zangu.
Asante. Sasa Njiro nataka akae kwa meza ndio nimueleze, because what I'm going to tell him it will hammer him so hard. Tega sikio bwana Njiro.
Niko hapa. Na pia usome comment ya Janet, nataka pia you also circle in it,
Janet inasema nini sasa? Nisome inasema nini?
Janet anasema Njiro, it is sounding strong that Ndindi is opposition. Wacheni kuwa watu wa complicate things. Also tie up with it.
Good. Now, I hope we are all very good in language, English language. It's a foreign language, but we in Kenya, it's our second language. So those who go to school, we are expected to have some fair command of that language. Both of you and Genital, umetumia lugha ya kusema, it looks like, it sounds like. Njiro wewe umesema, in your presentation after Ndidi, umesema it looks like, na hataki kusema, then you put it in Kiswahili. Jenita anasema Ndidi sounds too much, sounds like he is in opposition. So both of you, you're not sure. And in communication, effective communication, it's supposed to take two phases, both body and audio. I mean, what you say and the body language can dictate exactly what you mean, because body is what we call demeanor. I mean, how are you? When you are emphasizing, it shows. You can show anger through voice and through, gestures. Ndindi Nyoro is neither here nor there, and he's a guy you guys, and I'm saying it here, in my opinion, is not anybody I can lay my hope on in terms of being in opposition. Ndindi Nyoro is Ruto. Okay? Ndindi Nyoro is the one that will be used to create a third force, to divide the threat, the danger, the lethal, the bomb in Mulima. Because Mulima is a bomb. It's a Hiroshima bomb. Mulima ikishikana hivi without being disturbed, Ruto will die even before elections. Atakufa na pressure, atakufa na kila kitu. That's a fact. Anybody can debate, can discount that. But Mulima is the biggest problem for Ruto. It's the biggest problem for Ruto. That is a fact as of today. Why is it a problem? Imeenda. Okay? Imeenda. It's like when you have a very dear wife, the wife you've loved so much for some time, and you umemutesa, amevumilia, akakwambia bwana ni vipi, mbona, analia mpaka anapiga magoti, kisha unamuona ile siku amesema enough is enough. For those of you who are family people, and I don't wish that you have gone through it, but I've seen it in my family, I've seen my uncles, I've seen it in my village, I've seen it in Mutaani, I've seen when serious family wives leave the matrimonial home. It is deadly, and the husband is left devastated, and especially any wife that does not threaten you. Unafanya maupuzi na maujinga, ananyamaza tu na anakwambia, why are you doing this my dear husband? Ama hivi watu wanaitana siku hizi, babe, why are you doing this to me? Na wewe unaendelea na ujinga yako, authority na nini na nini. Alafu anakwambia siku moja utalia. Sasa Mulima is at that. Now, having this, Ruto and his people and his NIS and his team are very, very busy engineering that which can split Mulima. And Mulima also, as little as it is also very vulnerable to trickery. Those of you who have some history can go back and see those days of Moi and with Matiba, Kibaki and all that. That was Mlima. Moi ruled with a minority of 30 something percent. When the opposition combined ilikuwa imempiga na 60 something plus. Mlima ilikuwa na candidates karibu 4. That is the formula ya huyu mtoto mtoto wa Moi, and the name of this garbage called democracy. Okay, mtoto wa Moi, hiyo ndio kitabu anatumia page by page, line by line, ndio reference book yake ya doctorate in politics kwa Professor Daniel Arap Moi. Those of you, of course, wale mnaenda shule, you know how you adore your professor. Especially kama unafanya your masters na nini huko, huyo ndio Mungu wako. So Ruto kitabu cha Moi anafuata word by word. Hapa professor alisemaje? Alisema hivi. Hapa professor alinini? Alinyonga. Hapa professor hivyo. That is what he is going for. Hapa aliweka nani? Akaweka huyu, akafanya hivi, akapandi. So until Ndindi Nyoro will pronounce words, awache kubehave kama mtoto amezaliwa jana ajui kuongea. These lectures is going around giving people is nonsense. Unajua, me I talk it openly. Nobody needs those lectures. We've gone to school, watu wamesoma, we have all that at the fingertips. Those lectures are useless. Mwananchi sasa anataka kujua uko na sisi ama uko na sisi. That's it. Don't give us stories, kangaroo stories, sijui wa Mavuko alienda, sijui Haina and the hair wakaenda, the tortoise and this. I mean, you are pretending to be tactical in politics. Kenya politics, it's plain game. It's either you are one term or two term, openly. So there is no trickery here. The days Kibaki was sitting in the fence, tukamuita Kigwea, hiyo ni generation zingine hizo. This generation today, Roba, ukisimama unatuambia unasimama Kisii, governor siku fulani ndio tutokelezee tukulaunch. That is how it is. Si ati kusema unajua kuna mambo, kuna nini, nitawaambia ni sema. Time imefika, unatuambia ni hivi na tunakuambia yeah, go for it. So whatever games this guy Ndindi is trying to play, hiyo ni michezo ya watoi. Hakuna kitu ati hapa anajaribu hizo ati ati kuficha kadi. There is no hiding any card today in 2027 election. There is no hiding any card. Why? I'll say why. The population is hurt like never before in this country. Moi, the population was hurt, but it was very resilient population. It was a population that would say, oh, Roba ni wetu, Stone PK ni wetu, tusifanye hivyo. That was a population ungeweza kwa Kikuyu tunaitanga kudhagaya. Yani you could have scratched them, oh, tulieni. This population today is that which is dead. It has a rope here na wanapinywa. It is somebody dying of thirst na anaona maji iko pale lakini anaambiwa hawezi kunywa. It is a population that is dying when you enter a hospital where you are supposed to have hopes of survival. You know you are entering there to die. This is the population that knows, mimi I would have liked to go up to university, but they know that if my dad kama ana namna, mimi sitasoma, nitafika tu grade 7, grade 6, whatever they are, and that will be the end of me. That is where we are. That is the population that is seeing darkness. It's not a population, such a population, you don't come with the dilly-dally words trying to tell them Malthus theories of economics. It is not. This is a serious population. Na ikilipuka mutaona. So na utaona hata campaign, these guys, unakuja campaign unaambua sema hivi, yani there is what they want to hear from you. If you don't say it, you go. And that's why Sifuna is warned. Now, for me, I'm so much into these TikTok meetings, these X, I'm in so many platforms. Sifuna amepewa deadline. Hii mambo ya kuhanyahanya ati unajaribu kuchemsha maziwa hivi ukipepea, it is gone. This population is dangerous and they are saying they have so many alternatives. Unaona kama Matiang'i karibu alose hiyo popularity alipo hesitate kidogo. I'm using practical examples. When he looked like with the man tulikuwa nadhani ni chui kumbe ni kondoo. Walimshambulia sana wakamwambia bwana toka zungumza sema. That is what people want to see. They want to see what you are made of. What is indeed Nyoro made of politically so far? Nothing. I'll pause there. I've answered you about.
I want to advance a little bit before I bring.
I really want to answer Stone.
Because you are the next. You are the next. You are the next. I want to do a very small follow up with the Stone PK. So Stone PK, can you help me to understand what is Ndindi Nyoro trying to achieve with this indeterminate coordinate? Because I have to talk with Janet. Politics is determinate. Lazima usimame pahali watu wanaelewa. So what is this thing like? Hata watu wanaashiria wanaambia Ndindi Nyoro one time. Yeye tu anapeana tu mic like he is not able to echo that, and it has appeared severally. Bwana Roba, by the way, Ndindi Nyoro ameenda places whereby watu wanamwambia one time and he does not echo. It does not echo. I thought that nikienda niambie watu harambe waniambie one time. I'm supposed like to tell them ndio hapo sasa. You are supposed like to tell people, to confirm to people they are thinking well. I don't know kama Roba unanipata like
I get you, but there's one thing you guys are forgetting here. When he said Arambe one time, you know, he left it yende that crib. Let's talk the truth. Today, we should even just say this guy, he has pronounced himself where he belongs to because of that crib. So, Stone BK, let's be sincere. You might be right. You know, we don't know what happens here, but let me just give you my take on this. You know, in any situation and in anything is the character of somebody. If you want to know where somebody is headed to, it's just like what's within a short period of time or within a given period of time, and you see what has he been representing. So let's talk about this man called Ndindi Nyoro. I hope I'm pronouncing his name properly. The one thing we can't forget here, if you really want to know what's going on, let's go back what he has been telling the country. Yeah, the reasons why I kept on saying about him as far as 3 months ago, and is why Stone PK is now coming back here and just going against him, is when Stone PK talked about Citizen interview about, I remember probably it was Citizen, and Stone PK himself came here and said he was impressed. I was able to watch that kind of the same interview, and I also said he was impressed. I was impressed too. But before that, if you think the person was other than Gacheta who has been demolishing, yeah, and this Kasongo is Ndindi Nyoro. Remember what he has been telling Kenyans, that Ruto, he has been stealing from them, that Ruto is having wrong projects, and all the money, the borrowed money from the international, I think the international bank or whatever, World Bank, all the projects and all these things, something which is really killing Ruto. It's him, it comes from him. And now for us to come here and say this man maybe is a project of Ruto, that one I'll take to the bank is not, 100%, is not. So what he's doing right now is trying to be above, just to be presidential, or to be like somebody who's just like, I can be somebody who can, whenever people talk, people pay attention. And that's why there's attention about him in the country. His economic messaging as the best. And whoever comes here to say that he's going to compare and contrast with Kibaki, I think you might be wrong. Guys, let's go back. A few weeks ago, this the same show will just say your clip where fellow members of parliament, they are jealousy, they are mocking Tindi Nyoro for what he has achieved in his constituents. Now, all of a sudden, we have forgotten that. Now we just say all this he was doing, he has been doing it because he wants Kasongo is the one setting him up. No. Kasongo, he wants to demolish Tindi Nyoro because he has been the one person who's knocking down, more especially when it comes to Imambaya housing and housing levy. He has put it very clearly what should be done. Even that he has gone to parliament, he has lectured parliament where they have gone wrong, some of the things. He's the one who came in with these Safaricom shares and everything. What else do you want somebody to do so that you know where it belongs to? It's not Ruto's person. Ruto has nobody. Ruto is a wife or his wife or whatever you can call him, I don't know, he or she, you know. The reason why I'm saying that, Jiro, I'm telling you, a few weeks from now, that's my, whatever information I have is not, might be not right. Maybe starting from next month, I put it on the post the other day. If you want to realize how Ruto is so unpopular, I'm telling you, watch how people want to run away from him. People want to resign. People are going to run away from him because they know if you are with Ruto, there's nowhere you are going. This is not what he did a few years ago. When he came, he was all over Mount Kenya. He was amepanda hiyo gari, anakuja. This is different. Unajua, kinacho na mwanzo akikoi na mwisho, the way they said in Kiswahili. The end of Kasongo is coming, and start counting month after month, or start counting minutes to hours. Hours becomes days, days becomes months, and the months becomes whatever, 1 year or a couple months left. And Kasongo is going home. Nobody wants to be near him. He's stinking. So even Tindi Nyoro, I think for me, today was the time he pronounced himself when he said Arambe one time, and that's where it belongs. The only thing is, how does he go to the theater and try?
He is not the one who responded, eh?
Yes.
What was the response?
Exactly. But when you say Arambe, what do you think? Did he go there to say Arambe? After all this time he has talked about against Ruto, all the way from Mutfrana. He never pronounced this name.
No, we are not saying that, Kidogo, Roma, we are not saying that Tindi Nyoro is supporting Ruto, but the politics demands that when people say something, you have to give a rhetoric confirmation. It goes
and that's what he did. That's what he did. He did.
But you have to say it. You have to say it. What
are you talking about? There are different ways you can communicate. There's, if you did literature, whatever, there's different ways you can communicate. And the communication was, at the end, he said Arambe.
Yes,
what came up?
Okay, Robert, this is how I would take it. He is either with us, but he fears somebody. And I'll go back.
No, that's what I'm saying is, right now, this man, he wants to tell you himself, you know, akonai ego. The ego akonayo is what he has been taught the whole country, what he has achieved in his constituents. That's why some of these people are desperate when wanamuita anaenda huko. Akona hiyo ego anakuambia, oh, najua nini na mimi nifanya kitu. Unaona? Atakuja hapa akuja afanya weke me down.
So, Robert, can you explain to us? Can you explain to us as I bring Mukenya Mukora maybe in 2 minutes? Can you tell me how will Tindi Nyoro be able to explain and tell Kenyans he has unwired himself from Ruto entanglement? Because you know, Ndindi Nyoro has serious Ruto entanglement.
He doesn't. All this time, the last 3 months, he has been demolishing.
No, I'm not talking in terms of rhetoric. I'm not talking in terms, you know, politics is not rhetoric. I'm talking in terms of way of life. At one time, Ruto said he was mentoring Ndindi Nyoro. At one time, Ruto said, I'm mentoring Nanita Kutoria video.
No, so now you are telling us you believe Ruto?
No, I'm not saying we believe Ruto, but Ndindi Nyoro is supposed to confirm to Kenyans that he is not a mentee of Ruto.
He still has time to do that. If he wanted more, you want,
no,
you want
but it has to come quickly because the country is winning. Anyway,
what
these are different perspectives, which are okay. I do not disagree with what you are saying, but I am in a crossroad when it comes to Ndindi Nyoro because in Mount Kenya, let me tell you, Bwana Robert, the problem of Mount Kenya speaks with clarity. In Mount Kenya, we maybe the culture which have been brought up, our Embu culture. In our Embu culture, we are cultured to speak in clarity. Kama utaki kitu useme mimi kitu sitaki ujinga. Like that's how we are cultured. Like we are cultured to disagree, show direction. We are not cultured like ati kukaanga watu wa kukaa katikati. That's not how we are cultured.
Let me tell you one thing before you get somebody else. Let me also give you one thing. I think he's trying to decide between, him, it would be very easy to go to Biri than TCP. I hope that's the TCPS. I think he's deciding he wants to see where does he want to go, where can he fit. So if yes, you are saying maybe he's somebody who's want to be used. By now, no. This guy he knows where the mountain is headed to. The mountain is going to have, at Matakarua, Musimamo, I know where you are with Matakarua. Matakarua is nowhere. It's not sounding nothing at this point. At this point, the mountain is between TCP, Chamachakachao, or Gacheta, and Chubiri. So, if you do these two functions, that's where Ndindi just like katikati hapo afanye nini. He's also waiting. Maybe he wants someone to come. He wants also na yeye akuje one of this, maybe one of the party leaders akuja mwambie nini. Lakini at this point, hata Gachieta umemwona aki-attack him. He has not attacked him. He has not attacked him.
So, Roba, we have a long night, Roba, we have a long night. Wacha tukaribishe, nitakuleta tena. Wacha tukaribishe Mkenya Mkora na Bwana Mwamba also to the show so that they can also give their opening remark. Mkenya Mkora, can you give your opening remark?
Can I ask a question real fast because I might not be able to stay here very long?
Okay,
I want to ask Roba one question. What is the meaning of the word Gachieda? Or the name Gachieda? What does that mean?
No, I'm saying the nickname, it came from Papa, and I keep on saying it's Gachieda. What's wrong there?
So what does it mean?
It's the same thing as saying Kasongo.
Is it Gina ya Matusi Yama? What is it? I would like to know, and I've seen like you really insist and you're even correcting yourself when you say Gachagua and you want to make it Gachieda, not Gachagua.
No. So the reason why I want to be consistent, when we started this show, so we were calling him Gachieda until we knew where he was, until alikuwa nini na nini. And after this show, we started this thing so I'm trying to be consistent so that I call him Gachagua, not Gachieda. Gachieda is
that consistency of yours really doesn't play very well with me. And I have to tell you, because me, as Jiro has told you, we either call it no right or wrong, and it's always better to be honest.
Okay.
I think
the way you think and the way I think is different. You are a different person, I'm a different person. You can't tell me what to do, or I can't tell you what to do.
My friend. Let me talk. I think you are not even being very honest, because I've asked you a very direct question. Do you know the meaning of the word Gachieda? And you have denied like you don't know, but you still want to insist you want to use it. Anyway, whether I don't like Gachagua, I wouldn't even give him my vote if he was to be the presidential whatever candidate. That is a fact. But I don't call him Gachieda today, and I will not call him that because number one, I know it's an insult and a bad one for that matter. And if there is anybody Kenya today really needs to celebrate, it is Gachagua. Gachagua has really, as bad as he might be, or as unpopular as he might be, or as much as you hate him, he is the only person who has been able to bring Ruto down. He has deconstructed Ruto
Don't say
all
I
the
hate
way.
Ruto. Don't say I hate Gachagua.
Did I say that? I said
kidogo, you'll come.
Yeah, but he's
I
just
said
he's
it
accusing
or
me.
whatever. What I'm asking is,
Utakuja.
what is the meaning of that word that you really insist? Because it
I
sounds
don't know
very
the meaning.
anyway. Okay, fine. I'll give you that. But I don't think it's a good one. And I'm just being very honest with you. It's not good to me. Number two, let's talk about Dindi Nyoro. I think Stone PK, you are either being very, very harsh on Dindi Nyoro because Dindi has done something nationally. We are not even talking about what he has done to Kiharu. The way he has really been educating us economically of what is happening in the Republic. If that is not good enough, really, then in Kenya politics, you are damned whether you are or we are without. He has really tried to bring us to terms as to how we are losing our money. He has talked, even if he's on Kasongo's side, at least give him that for whatever he has done. He has really educated the Kenyan public about Safaricom, about Kenya Pipeline, about other things that are being stolen by the government. That, if that is not being, or is that not serving the nation, then really I get very, very confused even when we debate here. We should give credit where it deserves and give it. Just because he has never said one term, I don't think I would want to. I don't want to throw him in the gutter. He has never even said 2 terms. Why are we not there? I think I want to disagree with you, Stone PK. I don't know how you feel, but that's also my feeling. Let Mukora come now.
Zero, are coming now. Just before I do my opening remarks, Mwamba has said something very important that he's been giving us about these companies that are losing money. And Jiro, you know my argument with Dindi Nyoro, but I'm not saying I'm against him. But can Mwamba tell us why he has not spoken about Kenya Power?
What is there to speak about Kenya Power? I don't know. What I know is that he has a business. He does business with Kenya Power, and at one point they were in partnership with Ruto. That I know, but I don't know the details beyond there.
Thank you. At least that's a very innocent answer with that. And that was on a follow-up of what you just said, that he's telling us all these other companies, but he's steering away from Kenya Power. Anyway, my opening remark is that first of all, Roba, is good to see you. Mwamba even is good to see you. It's been a while since we all, debated in the same platform. I did something either good or stupid. I texted one of the politicians the other day. I told him, they're a friend of mine. I asked him, why aren't you guys saying something? Why are you guys so quiet? And the feedback that I got, or the text back that I got, was so funny. He's my friend. I cannot, say who he is. He said, hatujui kule tuko sahi, tumesimama kwa fence. The thing is that when you look at the political field right now, is being shaken. There are some that are going very quiet or not saying anything. And I want to agree with Roba. Sometimes silence is also, when you keep quiet when something is going on, you've achieved your goal. You've told people where you are. Sometimes if you want to play safe, you don't say anything. Like that thing of Harambe, and people say one time and you don't, Urudi, you don't go back to say, nilikuwa tunafaa kusema 2 times or anything. So it means you're somewhere, you're passing a message in silence. So I think he is in he sorry, I think he is in one term. I don't think they're seeing eye to eye with Ruto. The things that he's doing is against what Ruto does, and you don't even see him so vocal when it comes to Ruto stuff. So I think Ndindi Nyoro is on the other side. Now, do I have problems with Ndindi Nyoro? Yes, I do. That's why I started with Kenya Power. But there is a lot of politicians right now that are being shaken and they don't know where to stand if they're going to be on the right place, especially the politicians who go with the wave, or if not wave, some of them that have seen the light of the day. And why am I saying this? There's it stinks to be, like Roba said, it stinks to be on Ruto's side. Like it's a messy endeavor whenever you go to Ruto's side. I'll give a good example of and I want to give them kudos. Kama kuna mtu wa Chuka University here, I want to give them kudos. I saw that if you guys have seen the video, I saw the official come to explain to them, oh, we will bring the voters registration in your campus. Guess what they did? They didn't even argue. Wanatuambia nini? And they started walking away. And they started comrades power. They're trying to register. The registration, voter registration, it doesn't have a timeline. It's an ongoing thing that is always there. If you want to go register as a voter, you can go register anytime. But these guys, what they're doing, because they're so used to playing with the numbers, and some people in the young generation, and I, like one person said somewhere, that they wish they didn't have the Kadi so that they can be in this fight of Nico Kadi. Me included, I concur, because this is something that is always going. And it brings a point, Mr. Njiro and the panelists. What do we pay the IEBC to do? Do we pay them because their tenure goes 5 or 6 something years? Do we pay them to just go home and sit and wait until mass voter registration is there or it's an election? What do we pay them for? It should be an open, something that is continuous, that anytime you want, you can go get your voter registration, including the IDs. Is there a period time of doing the voter registration, or is there a period time of getting an ID? This is something that is continuous. So silently, like the Chuka guys, Chuka comrades, decided to walk away when the person is talking there. I think that's some way of exposing the rot that is happening and showing that people that we are not fools anymore. I think also, in as much as I have differences with Ndindi Nyoro, I think that's what he is saying. Harambe, Nasema one time, he doesn't comment. So he is already past the point. That's my opening remark, Mr. Jiro.
I don't know, Stonipikia made up nataka kuleta Roba. It's unfortunate I'm not able to get a Swahili. Nilikuwa nataka kukuonesha speech ya Ndindi Nyoro in 2022 because I want us to draw parallels. In 2022, he was so blunt with Uhuru. He was even mentioning him his names as he was attacking him. And that's how, like, your movement, ya Kasongo in Mount Kenya, the way they were doing it, because they were all of them. you might not understand, but
are we going to also bring a Chawe speech there too?
No, nitaleta no ile kitu iko. I'm not trying to criticize the
but if you bring the Chawe speech,
no. The reason why naleta Didinyoro, it is because personally I want explicit expression. I'm telling you, his politics is not auguring well in Murima, because I'm saying because that is a question which people are asking.
It's the most successful member of parliament we have talked on this show. Now it's politics. Okay, just
but he is not giving explicit declarations.
Njiru, I know when unataka kitu kama sahi. It's just like ordering something from Amazon. I want today, same day, Prime. No, they give him time. Give him time. He's a smart guy. He's a member of parliament.
I don't think it is. You know, in politics, you take sides. Didinyoro could be those people who they never thought maybe one term could take shape, and they are now seeing one term is.
He has been consistent. He has been consistent.
But he is taking a lot of time to make explicit decision.
And that's why people are saying about him now, he's playing safe. You don't
need to be there. Anyway, maybe the politics which I believe in, I don't believe in the politics of safety. I believe in the politics of decision.
Yeah, I think you want Didinyoro to come like Trump politics, and it's not what to happen.
I'm not calling for Trump politics. I'm calling for a man who is able to, you know, he's saying Kasongo has destroyed the economy. Yes. But why is it so difficult for him to explicitly say? But let me tell you, Murima is not very good in mafumbo. Those are one of the places where like actually Uhuru alifeli sana, because Uhuru ni yule mtu alikuwa anataka kuweka mafumbo. Murima inatakanga explicit talk.
Let me ask you a question. So if Didinyoro decide to form his own party and runs us to the election in his constituency, is he going to win?
What I'm trying to ask, I hope, because you know, we are responding to this because Murima, we have already been injured before, where people were brought to us. We supported them in 1990 and 1991, where people came. They were brought like upinzani, and they had. So that's why I'm asking. Eventually, are we going to see a confirmation between Didinyoro and all the other oppositions?
I want to be sincere with you, Njiru. I don't think in the mountain there will be another candidate who's going to run. Yet I'm talking about the person who can turn the election around. What are our pastors? This is going if all Kenyatta is going to unite with Gachagua. It's going to be the freedom. This is going to be very difficult for Kasongo.
Anyway,
he's gone. He's gone.
No, I understand he's gone, but I wanted because you know we could actually be having a very good momentum. Mtu kama Didinyoro akisimama pale aseme ni want, yani what wasema ni want up, he should echo people.
We have drop people. We have people like Sivuna. They will come. We want to keep this thing going. All of them, they just come here and say what we want. You know, every day. That's the reason why we are talking, and the reason why your mind is kind of like confused now. It's because you want to know where it stands. There's that kind of suspense he has given us. The suspense is good sometimes, but we can see where the tea leaves is going on him. The tea leaves points.
Okay, so
part of the opposition.
Let me ask you another question.
Yes.
He has been a business partner to Kasongo. How is he going to solve that entanglement?
Okay, so that's one thing. I'm not here to defend people who have stolen from the government or whatever. the one thing I know, I'm one person who did research on this guy about his shares in Kenya Power. So when nobody wanted to buy the shares of Kenya Power, he went and bought them. He was smart. He was smart. He did it. And in fact, they say he just sold it. He had, from what I see here, he had about 10 million shares. And now he has 26.6%, or 26 million. I mean, I think he invested. If we are here to want people, like us, we want somebody, we are talking about the economy, building the economy. People who come in and invest, like him, he invested and made his money. Such a people we can't say he stole from anybody. He went to Kenya Power, he invested the money when some other people never wanted to buy any shares there. He bought all these shares, and when now Kenya Power got organized and they started making profit, he sold them. Now, I can tell you what, from what I'm seeing, he can even run his own campaign if he wants to, because of that shares he did in Kenya Power. So he did investment and he got the money back. If that's what you want, come here and say it's part to invest and try to hold him. Is there anything he has stolen? If that's the case, now we can talk about it. But at this point, we are talking about somebody who invested in Kenya Power. He bought shares. And I think Ruto did the same thing. But him anakuja hapa tupigie kifua kama huyu jamaa anapiga kifua huyu Ruto. So, and this guy is doing what he was supposed to do as member of parliament. He has invested back to his people. We should even appreciate him. Other than our conmanship, wengine wabunge wengine wajulikana kama wengine wa Northeastern ambao Gachagua alituambia, let's be mindful. Let's appreciate somebody when he has done something. But if there's something where it's implicated of stealing or something, then we can talk about it. But at this point, when I went through he invested in Kenya Power, he bought some shares, he sold some of the shares, he's still the highest owner. I mean, he still has the highest share in Kenya Power. So is that something? It was not illegal. It was not illegal. So we cannot hit him for that. But if there's something eaten up, I don't know. But at this point, I'm not going to say he's a saint, he's a perfect man. No, he's not. But what I've been hearing for the last 3-4 months is very good for Kenyans, like people like me, who support that the country should move in terms of economy. We want jobs for our people. We want jobs for everybody. We want a country where you want everybody to be happy because they have money in their pockets. Not a country where people have turned to be beggars, a country where now people even, those who have power, they are misusing that money to come and discuss, oh, you have to come and attend the meeting, where people are being bought, wanaenda kununuliwa kuja kwa meeting kwa sababu they have been not provided a job to do. Lakini kama mtu alikuwa na job ya kufanya, if they had some employment somewhere, do you think someone can come and board you to want to listen to them in a meeting? We want to move away from that. And these people, because they have money, they are taking advantage of these people who have been unemployed, the young, the old. And that's why I think time has come. Let's talk about money to the people. And that one can only be done through economy. And the Ndiyoro has been the front line of how to build the Kenyan economy. Let's have 1 or 2 people like him, people who can welcome regardless of what kind of position he can hold the next government, whether minister, whether still a member of parliament, whether governor. But there's something drawn from him when it comes at first to jumpstart the Kenyan economy. That's what I have in mind.
Okay, so Roba, allow me niachane na hiyo story ya Ndiyoro because I think it is giving us different perspectives. Let me go to some of the people who speak in clarity. I don't think Ndiyoro kama nitaongea story yake, me personally, ile siku ataisema one time, nitaongea story yake. I welcome him in our front if that's how he works in politics. Lakini wacha niweke watu nataka usikilize huyu. I want you compare. This is the momentum which we are looking for. Sikiliza hii event leo.
Sisi tunataka kuweka uhusiano mwema, umoja, utengamano, tujenge nchi yetu tukiwa pamoja, tukienda kwa safari hii tukiwa pamoja. Huwezi kwenda mbele katika taifa hili kama lugha yako ni ya kabila, kama lugha yako ni ya kutusi wengine. Tunataka kuongoza watu wetu, sio kuwatusi. Na tukiuliza maswali, tunauliza maswali kwa sababu tunaheshimu katiba imetupea serikali. Nikiongea saa hii, mashini ya kansa Kenyatta National Hospital ilivunjika 3 months ago. Hajatengenezwa. Wagonjwa wanakaa pale, wengine wanakufia hapo kwa kiti.
Don't just take classes, take charge. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
What time is your shift, sir?
I'm not doing the hot yoga.
Tukiongea saa hii, ikifika next term, watoto milioni 2 wa Kenya ambao wanatoka katika hizi sehemu za ukavu wako na shida. Hawataenda shule. Kwa nini? Budget ile ya school fee program hakuna 4.8 billion. Na mimi nauliza, tunaweka State House 17 billion ya kufanya nini huko? Na hawa watoto hawaendi shule. Mheshimiwa kama alisema niwaeleza ukweli kuhusu maneno ya budget. Sisi 2022 wakati tulikuwa tunaingia uchaguzi, budget ya State House ilikuwa 4.8 billion. Bila hesabu yako kutoka 4.8 ukuje mpaka 17 billion ni mara 4. Yaani unafanya de facto kwa hapo State House. Na hiyo pesa ndio hii unaona watu wanarangwa. Wanaitwa kulipwa shilingi 500. Ukifika mahali kiongozi, niwaambie ukweli. Ukifika mahali wewe kama kiongozi lazima ulipe watu ili wakusikize. Ndugu yangu, story yako imekwisha. Ama namna gani? Yeah, eti lazima ulipe watu. Batafuta mabasi usiku kulipa watu. I was in public life as a cabinet minister for 10 years. Nimekuwa hapa na hawa viongozi mpaka sasa hivi. Hakuna siku hata moja mimi nimeambia hata hawa viongozi eti tutafuta pesa tulipe watu wetu waende kutusikiza. Mali ikifika watu wetu wanataka kutusikiza, wanahitaji tuwalipe. Tufanyie Mungu hata ukweli. Tumwambie Mungu asante kwa ile siku umetupea, wacha wengine waendelee. You can't. Sasa ni kulipa kila mahali, ni kulipa 500. I don't want to concentrate on criticism. Lakini kwa sababu tuko na shida, nataka kusema hivi. Na nasema hivi as a citizen of my country and someone who loves our country. Let us be solution focused. Vile tunaweza kusuluhisha hii shida tuko nayo katika Kenya. Number 1, let us stop wastage. Na hizi pesa tunalipa kila mahali kuomba watu nini na upuzi yote. Tuweke hizi pesa kwa Ministry of Education, tusaidie watoto wetu. Hii kitu ya SHA haifanyi kazi. Ama nyinyi mnajua inafanya kazi? Haifanyi kazi. Sasa badala ya kuendelea na hii kazi hivi, kuna mtu mwingine Bagaru develops defense with a lot of noise and lies. Waziri bure kwa kazi imeshinda. Sasa badala hiyo, wind up that nonsense. Let's go back to NHIF na reform tulikuwa tunafanya na World Bank. Tusaidie watu. Na rais anahitaji kujua hivi. Human beings can make mistakes. Sio Mungu, yeye ni binadamu. Unaweza kuwa, I want to imagine and assume that he had good intentions kwa hiyo kitu ya SHA. Sasa fika mahali kama muungano na useme huu ndio ulikuwa mpango wetu, lakini inaonekana uko na shida, umetushinda. Sasa wacha tubadilishe, ongea na wajumbe wa bunge kusaidia tubadilishe ile sheria. We help our people. Saa hii walimu, kama ya walimu iko shida. TSD wanasema hivi karibuni sasa tutakuwa na shida, walimu wataanza kurudishwa wakienda hospitali. Na ninawauliza hivi, kama ya elimu ya TSD, you can't tell me anything. Mimi nilikuwa minister for education. Budget wengine ni 17 billion. Publish the details. Nani alipewa hiyo cover? Insurance. Nani alipewa hiyo tenda? Na mchunguze nyuma yake, ni wakubwa. Sasa walimu ndio wanaumia, kuna neno. Polisi, uliza nani amepewa hiyo tenda ya insurance ya polisi. Polisi wanaumia. Hatuwezi kuendesha nchi yetu namna hii. That is why we say sisi tuko tayari kwa sababu tunaelewa hii kazi ya serikali. Wakati Jubilee tulikuwa kwa kazi, tulikuwa na mpango unaitwa Linda Mama. Kwa sababu nataka roho. Linda Mama. Iko Linda Mama siku hizi. Capitation tulikuwa tunapeleka watoto shule na tunapeleka pesa kwa shule. Wananchi, hiyo maneno si mnaona kuna shida mpaka leo. Basi.
Boom. Count it. Ooh, what?
Mimi nawaomba tufanye kile kitakachoweza kuwezekana. Tuungane sisi wote pamoja, tushirikiane, tuweke watu wetu pamoja, tuchukue kura, tupige kura, tubadilishe nchi ya Kenya. Tuchochee upendo. Mheshimiwa William Ruto badala ya kutuambia vile maneno ya SHA itakuja kufanya kazi yake ni kutukana ndugu yetu Dr. Fred Okengo Matiang'i. Mimi nataka niwaulize vile mko hapa leo. Mnapenda Dr. Fred Matiang'i vile yako namna hii? Mimi najua kuangalia vichwa ya watu. Mimi sijawahi zungumza kichwa ya Ruto vile yuko. Nikizungumza wanazungumza ile kazi hajafanyia wananchi. Kama hapa Nyamia, wewe Mheshimiwa Rais, kama unakuja hapa zungumza kwa nini Mkisii anapata bona ya shilingi 12. Sio kuja kutuambia tunatusi Matiang'i hapa. Mimi nakwambia hata ukimtusi tunasema 2027 ni one. Hata ukitusi mara 10 ni one. Yes, mimi nazungumza kama seneta wa Nyamira na mimi niko na wananchi wangu wako nyuma yangu. Hata ukitusi utatutusha. Tutasimama nyuma ya Dr. Fred Okengo. Yes. Hao watu wote wako hapo wamesimama, wanatoka na hakuna mali, mimi natoka, tuko na lugha moja. Niseme hiyo lugha ni gani? Sisi ni watu ya one term. Watu ya Nakuru sisi ni watu ya one term. Mnasikia hiyo sauti? Hiyo ni sauti ya one term. Yaani tunasema Kasongo afanye nini? Aenda akienda, si ndio? Kwa sababu hii watu wa excellence hao wako hapa, kusema ukweli walipigia William Ruto kura. Hao watu ukiona hapa wengine, wengi hapa ni Wakikuyu na walipigia William kura. Lakini William ameshindwa kufanyia Wakenya kazi. Ile kazi alijarua aende kufanya. Sasa akiulizwa maswali, anakasirika, anaanza kuleta matusi. Wacha niwaulize ninyi kwa jumla watu wale wako hapa, mnajua iko ile matibabu ya siku hizi ya SHA. SHA inafanya ama haifanyi? Inafanya. Ongea na sauti asikie kwa sababu hiyo ndio tunataka sasa. SHA inafanya ama haifanyi? Kwa hivyo watu rudi amwambie SHA haifanyi kazi, si ndio? Ile pesa imewekwa State House ya 17 billion. Ni ya nini, inafanya kazi gani? Uliza Fred alikuwa minister coordinating ministries za serikali zote including State House. Wacha leo ukisimama hapa uambie watu ulikuwa unapewa pesa ngapi, ile ilikuwa inaenda mpaka kwa State House. Au do you get 17 billion, si hata Nakuru county yetu ile uwezi kupata hiyo pesa. Alafu pesa anapata hapo, kazi yake hiyo pesa ndio ile mnaenda anachukua. Niliona juzi na jana, hata juzi yesterday but one. Ilikuwa Kisii county hiyo pesa, hiyo mnasema hiyo ya State House. Ati wabunge fulani wale ya UDA na wengine wale tumechagua sisi kama chama ya Jubilee. Ikikuwa mbunge wenu ya West Mugirango, iko watu ya West Mugirango hapa. Mimi I'm thinking that Your Excellency should take some action against that member of parliament because it's in Jubilee. Kwa nini huyu Madam Oruba alifukuzwa kwa chama yake ya UDA na yeye alikuwa senator? Wakati alienda kuona ndugu yake akitoka ng'ambo, Kasongo akasema fukuza yeye. Wakaenda wakapeleka vitu ya ukora courts za siku hizi bwana senior counsel. There was no justice for this lady here. Imagine mtu anaenda anaweka, mama ameweka case kotini, anaenda anafukuzwa kutoka kwa chama ya UDA. lakini William mwenyewe na jamaa yake ya UBA wamekubalia Jubilee members of parliament. Hao ndio hapo ndio wanaenda wanaongea vibaya kuhusu chama yetu, wanaongea vibaya kuhusu our presidential candidate ya Rudhare Jubilee. Kuanzia women rep ya Nyamira County, ile mama county nasikia anataka kuwa governor. Mtampea governor? Mtampea governor? Si ameshindwa kazi ya women rep. Nyinyi watu wa Nyamira sasa tukimaliza na hii watu yetu ya Nakuru. Mkubaliana na mimi ya kwamba tutume mtu anaitwa Kasongo nyumbani? Tumtume aende nyumbani? Kwa sababu ameshindwa kufanya kazi. Sasa ifanye kazi, si kweli? Kazi ni mshinda. Yeye kazi yake ni kuweka pesa State House. Hii pesa vile kumbe hata Fata anajua. Kumbe Fata unajua, unasema tuwe tunasema pale. Sasa hiyo tunataka kuenda hiyo watu unajua yako kusema mzuri. Mkichukua pesa sema pale, si ndio? Wale tumekubali Kasongo aende nyumbani. Wacha nione kwa mkono wanasema Kasongo aende. Hii Kasongo ni kama akaenda.
Enjoy the perfect combination of crunchy cookies.
Let me respond, kabla nikulete Robert, let me respond to Kagiri. I think Kagiri, you are wrong here. Ati unasema ati Ndindi Nyoro ati hawezi fit. Let me tell you, you don't need to be a Gachagua supporter to say one term. I don't know why people are not understanding this. And that's the reason why nimeweka hii team ya Matiang'i hapa. People who are speaking in clarity. And in life, clarity matters. Bwana Roba, saa zingine naangalianga kazi ya wanafunzi. Na kuna wanafunzi wengi sana wanapatanga zero. Because umeambia like mwanafunzi anaambiwa aelezee jambo fulani. Like for example, maybe in theory like who won World War? Who won World War II? Kuna mwanafunzi ambaye he is like describing for you a middle information. So, and that's why I'm saying maybe it could be a wrong way of how we handle scholarly work, but in many scholarly work I have seen like you have to take a side. You need to take a side so that there is flow of information. And the issue, and some of these people, some of them say ati ni watu ambao the other day wamekuanga na Ruto, but you can hear like the rhetoric is flowing, wanauliza watu. So the reason why nasema ni sawa Ndindi Nyoro ni wetu, I don't deny, but we cannot continue giving Ndindi Nyoro time because already people have decided, and you know, and these are some of the things which actually injured Kibaki too much. And that is why alikuja at one time akaanzia atakuitwa General Kibwaya, a guy who came and did some things in Kenya. So we might want to support easy as a Ndindi Nyoro, but I can tell you it's not good politics. You don't do politics this way. I wish somebody can tell him he has now to start speaking in clarity. And because leaders, kiongozi ndiye anakuanga pale mbele. Kiongozi ndiye anaambia watu hapa sisi tuko one term sahi. Hakuna mambo. As much as I rose Moses Kuria, simpendi, whether hata ni mtu ya Kasongo ama simwele, but at least leo Moses Kuria, wacha nikuwekea Moses Kuria kidogo, Bwana Roba, usikie. I want to tell you, why is Moses Kuria starting to speak in clarity? Moses Kuria hata alisema hapo, within 15 seconds, hata wewe unajua wewe ni one term, hata wewe hapa. I don't know. Robert, did you see your video Moses Kuria leo?
I think I saw it when
yeah, wacha nikuwekee hapo kidogo tu. Because in life, I'm just trying to advise Ndindi Nyoro. I hope somebody can tell him. In life, clarity matters. Clarity matters. Especially in Murima, he is not doing well.
Mudura ora ina huko de togo mwana kwa totikete. Agadi iguru. Agasoka no Yesu Kristo. Na nariaso kile anagadani no wikima. Ile ndio kwa mtamu. Ni wao mpili watu tamu. Ndio tutamu kutukisha. Asante sana. Asante.
Yeah, we might say Moses. I don't like him, but at least he spoke with clarity. Roba, I wish Didinyoro can know how serious people are waiting for him. Yes, we appreciate he has already propagated himself as a workaholic, mtu ambaye anafanya kazi sana, and he is like trying now to paint that yeye atakuanga. Unajua, the reason why Didinyoro is doing that, it is because that he ataki atikuumiza watu. Maybe in the future he might want courage votes. Who is telling Didinyoro hata wakarea wako one term? You know, right now, Bwana Roba, kila mtu ako one term. Even in courage land, you will be shocked that when people go for the secret ballot, tunapata kura zingine mingi sana hapo. Anyway, that one was just a by the way. So I think hivi kama nyinyi bado mnapenda wale watu ambao wanaongea nusu, I can tell you Murima does not work that way. Murima, and that's why you can see Murima ni wale watu, they make a decision kitambo na hiyo story inaisha. I can tell you right now, for Moses Kuria to come out and say that he has been choking. Ni ile sasa anajaribu kubeba Kasongo hawezi. Hata akienda kwa group ya watu tu kuongea tu na wao anasikia tu. Let me give you Roboja nikufurahisha leo. Leo nilikuwa na watu walikuwa wananilimia kwa kashamba yangu kidogo, so I was having people watu wananilimia, so watu walikuwa wananipandia, so like so nikapiga simu like kutaka kufuatilia inaenda story inaendelea aje. And bwana, ile tu story nilikuwa nasikia watu tu hata wakiongea bwana, like they were just speaking about politics, wakisema sasa huyu jamaa sasa ameisha tumemalizia. That's how the group na wako na huyo jamaa tumemaliza sasa, huyo sasa hakuna kitu hapa sasa, huyo tusha like raia wako ile like kuna maraia wanasema sasa washamalizia Ruto. That's what they were saying. Huyo jamaa tushamalizia bwana, huyo tushamalizia bwana, tunangojea swearing in. So and Robert, you know, when we come in these shows, we are trying to intershare and also understand the people's culture. The famous Mau Mau, ile unasikianga watu wakisema sisi ni Mau Mau. Na vile unasikianga like kukisemekana saa zingine like in Murima wakisema kwa Kikuyu like wanashiranga otuko, yani they make decisions at night. Sijui nyumba inafanya decision at night. That's what they say. This is what, and I want to teach people about this culture in Mountain Kenya region. In Mount Kenya, it's a place where unaweza pata shida sana when it comes to balancing. Wewe auko kwa nyama na uko kwa ngozi, yani wewe ati ni mtu ya and actually fence sitters are hated because fence sitters are believed to be actually the people who make the work of the society very complex. Some of fence sitters, even in Mau Mau, they used to be called Tokunia. So that is why I'm trying to say we value what Didinyoro does as a person educating people. Lakini hawezi cheza hivi anacheza. Hawezi. It will not work. It might work for him, but it will injure him because people will remember. And it could be, and in wakati wa take sides, and you cannot be criminalized as long as uko pande ya watu. You are okay. You cannot be fearing Kasongo ati hautaki ati Kasongo akuadhibu. Kwani Kasongo hata akikuadhibu shida iko wapi? People will, as long as you are on the side of the people, you cannot be wrong. So Jenny ananiambia kitu. Njiru Didinyoro is from Muranga. Huwa wanaongea in no. I don't believe in that. That is not how Matiba was speaking. Matiba was a Muranga person. So tusiwekelea karakta ya jamii juu ya mtu moja who has decided not to tell us the truth. Yes, it is okay ako one term, but Ndindi Nyoro cannot behave this. I'm saying as a person, because you know, politics, you have to take sides. Unajua, politics is usually very cruel, by the way. Even in America, by the way. Even in America, unasikia mtu akisema mimi niko when like sasa kama Republican candidates wameanza, unasikianga mtu akisema mimi niko na huyu, mimi niko na huyu, mimi niko na huyu. Like people, you start lining up to your guy. And then some guys who start becoming fence sitters, some of them actually get destroyed because politics hates fence sitters. And a fence sitter will never be rewarded. Because let me tell you, like one thing, Bwana Roba, which is damaging Ndindi Nyoro right now. It has been said that again, Ndindi Nyoro was not able to speak well in 2024 during the Gen Z revolution. Wakati wa finance bill, inasemekana again ni kama it was not clear. So Bwana Roba, story ya lack of clarity from Ndindi Nyoro is not only now. There is a it was very clear during Uhuru. During Uhuru alikuwa anagonga Uhuru sana. So I don't understand the reason why Ndindi Nyoro anagonga Uhuru sawa sawa, and if he has kugonga Ruto, who is actually a murderer, a worse person, a bad person, mtu atusaidi na kila mtu hata ameachana na yeye. And I can tell you, like, because like in that event where they were today, kulikuwa na watu ambao walikuwa, by the hiyo event ilikuwa Embu. Kuna majamani kama walikuwa na vile waliona watu wanaingia hapo na kila mtu tu anasema ni one time. Watu walikuja tu wakisema tu hapo one time. Hata majamani wengine walikuwa wanasema ni kama sijui nini, ni kama sijui Ruto wako sijui na pesa mingi sijui nini, wacha tuangalie. Imebidi majamaa wa declare. Because waliangalia, because if you don't declare, people will not be able to. So kuna kitu nataka like Roba sasa you respond to me. Could you trace for me Ndindi Nyoro lack of clarity from all the way 2024? There is a pattern here which is not good. 2024, wakati wa finance bill, it was not clear. Wakati wa Gachagua, it is not clear. Wakati wa Kasongo, it is not clear. Kwani huyu mtu mmoja, when people are already deciding, mbona ni huyu mtu mmoja make a decision? Thank you.
Wow, that's really deaf. And I thought from that you contradicted yourself. You said you want to do away with Nyoro, but it's when you went back, ukasahau tena ukarudi kwake. You talked of, I think you brought in something to do with culture background about Central or Mount Kenya. I just want to tell you, some of us, we have that kind of character of Mount Kenya because some of us went to school there. So I was in Alliance High School in Kikuyu, in Kiambu. So I know some of the culture there. I know people from Murang'a and Kiambu, they might not be the same. They're both Kikuyus, but they might not have the same culture. The same people come from Meru, some part of Meru. Some would come from, like, they were told, some would come, I know people from Meru, some of my former classmates, they told you, hey, you come from Meru? Never mind someone from Darakaniti. Daraka, I didn't even know Darakaniti because I don't know, they just, there was that kind of culture, whatever. it's something, I'm used to you have never been, but it's something. So this is what I want to say. Yes, you are right. Not all of us listen the same way. All of us, we want, like I said before, we want things right there. Or the majority of the people in the mountain want Ndindi Nyoro maybe to give them what's the way going forward. But I'm not going to come here and stand here and say I'm going to protect him or I'm on this spokesman because I don't know much about him. But here's what I can say. For what I know, he's not somebody who has a party, his own party, and trying to set up a party. No. And what I don't know is how is the people of Kiabu, with all these because he has been silenced, he doesn't say one term. They want to treat him after all these achievements we have seen on TV everywhere about his achievements. That's some of the reasons we were trying to bring up here. So compare and contrast. You just said it, at least Moses Kuria for you is better than him, Tid Nyoro, because at least he gave you a soundbite for 15 seconds about him saying one term. I get it. But here is what I can say. At this point, I think him is a member of parliament, trying also, like I said before, to maneuver himself to a situation where he thinks he can fit better. There's Jubilee, there's TCP. So he maybe is still deciding where to go. That's much I can talk about it. But what I want to talk about is the tape you played from Matiani, and I think it's the senator from Nyamira. I think his name is Okono, and also the member from Nakuru East, I guess East or West, I don't know. I want to be sincere. The guy called Akama, if I'm not mistaken, his name. Yes, we have been saying here, the one person who's uniting Kenyans across the country is Kasongo. And it's uniting them very fast. Even the few people who are so-called, I know it's a long time to go, but you remember where we started. Stone BK, you can remember this, and I keep on repeating this. Remember where we started, when we were saying, okay, tumeshindwa. Raila ameshindwa. Sasa tungoje, tulikuwa tunaambiwa, remember all this time, protest, what, server, we were waiting. But some of us, we came here and said, and let me repeat it, we said, for this man, if he wants to win a re-election, come 2027, he must do number one, and number three, one thing. He has to build the economy of Kenya such that it will make people a little bit happy, and people will just have a situation where they will say, you know what, something good is building here. And we said it very clearly. Some of us, we came here and we criticized, like Wakanda Kujalina, member of housing. We just said, this thing has been tried in some other countries. It does never help the economy. Instead, those countries that have run away from those so-called, so many projects. They call them projects, in fact, those big houses. Even some, I remember, even that table exists. When one man in Nairobi, I think is from Central Kenya, anamwambia, nani alikwambia tuna nyumba kwetu? Or tuna mahali pa kulala? Because people were against all this, the way they did. And the Kasongo never listened to anybody. And because he never built that economy, is not going to change between now and 2027 with the way the economy of the world is going right now. And that's why I say it's over. It's time now to start focusing, even by you. What we want, in fact, even in Jiro, you can hear my cry right now. If we can start focusing on the so-called opposition, who are going to form the next government, what they need to do, who need to be what and what. If what is the scenario, this person comes in, or this one here, or that one here. If we can go that way, we can be able to discuss that one here. For me, Kasongo is a gone story. We should not even talk about it. So here's what I think is going to happen from the tape you played from Nyamira. Jubilee is going to carry Nyamira and Kisii landslide. Jubilee, because of Matiang'i. Then come Nairobi, it's going to be TCP with the Karonzo, depending on the candidates. I don't know where Bob or will be or whatever. But Central Kenya is going to be like Moses Kuria is not wrong. He's right. and I do think is on the money, that TCP is going to call the Mount Kenya. All these people you are seeing at Nambalile, all people you are seeing here, some of the people, I don't know what, they are on what it's here, I'm telling you, they are going to be swept out. And one thing I've come to realize, guys, I've been following these court hearings about the Better North seat. There's some things I'm running. That the ground was not for Kasongo, and they knew about it, but they forced things to happen so that it can change the narrative of stealing that seat. And I'm seeing, if that judge won't be fair, I'm seeing the cows coming home. And I know that seat won't be declared vacant, and maybe when the election, I don't know, or they won't count. Because what I'm seeing here, it's just like, because Kasongo, alijua yeye ameosa kama kichwa ya samaki. Yeah? So he had to do something. Do you know, a few days ago, he has started using this narrative. Hey, kama walisema no, this tumeshinda huko. Hata alikuwa anaongea lugha ya Kikwao, if you remember, Karenjin. Yeah, akiwa Nandi. Akiongea lugha ya Kikwao, tumeshinda huko na huko. It's just like them things are okay. Things are not okay. Because in Kenya, things are not okay. In Kenya, the insurance which used to pay for people are dying. What wanakufa because the medical, or you can just call it the healthcare, is in a mess. It's a big, big mess. Sahi watu wanachangia kitu, anangojea kwe mgonjwa ndio aende hospitali, ndio aende kutumia insurance. Instead of using insurance, at least to go for checkups and other things before they become sick. That's what's at the end. So, if things are working, huyu Kasongo hii anasema hiyo insurance inafanya kazi. Have we rated him saying anything about it? Nothing. Yes, he's saying about mambo ya housing. Unajua anatanganya watu, and people are still kucheka at people getting employment from when he started up to now. Unaona nyumba zimesimama hapo zingine yenye uchinga and still is claiming people are still employed there. The same man, he has come selling people, kuambia watu to export our talents to other countries, saying, oh, and uko nje ndio uko Saudi Arabia and other places. That's his happiness. He claims. He claims. That's something we need to talk about. For me, at this time, I think let us focus on the so-called opposition. We try to warn them where they might go wrong. We try to warn them if there's just like what they might start doing right now and other things. Because I just feel like now, to be honest with you, imeenda vizuri, a little bit, things are better, wanasahau. No, wanasahau. But at this point, there is no turning point. Hii ni ndege ambayo imetoka, imeenda huko juu, it's not coming back. So, like I said before, I think there's one thing, I said it here. You can play the tapes. I can't remember when, and I think it was towards somewhere in November 2025, somewhere October. I said, and let me repeat it today, I have a feeling come January, February, Kasongo is going to tell us he's not running for president. He's going to maybe to try to get somebody else he can use. Now, the so-called Dinti Yoro and the so-called, that's what they're doing. Now I can buy you that one. I can buy that. I can buy that one now, if that's what it's going to do. And I have a feeling that if these things doesn't go very well, the remaining time, he's going to give it in. And as I've had the voice. I see where we are headed to, what the country wants. Nakubali. But guess what? amount of people like the candidate now is to sponsor. I mean, that will be the turning point. Sasa itakuwa vita. Kwa sababu na yeye anataka kuweka watu wake huko so that he can be irrelevant, because he knows if he loses, he's going to lose everything, whatever he has achieved. But maybe now what he will do, maybe Kindiki or somebody else, atamwambia unajua nini, I'm willing to sponsor you, but when you become, protect me, protect my property, protect everything. Because if he does that, now it will be an opening maybe for somebody else. But if Kasongo is going by himself, this one is not, it's just like his chances of winning is 0 to none. Wakenya wamekataa. Wakenya wamekataa. Let us wait for those ones who have not made up their mind, like Dini Nyoro, pengine wanakuja watakuambia mahali wako. But at this point, it's a no turning point. People have made up their mind. The country has to go in a different trajectory, with different politics, different ideas. It's about the economy. It's about the health of the people. It's about the end of corruption. And that one can only be achieved by this coming election, 2027. Uganda never did it, they were conned. Tanzania, they never did it, they were conned. Lakini Wakenya ni nani? 2027. We will reset our country to where it's supposed to go. Where Uhuru aliachia, it was a good setup. Jamaa amekuja, amekunia. But God's great, God's there, hata yeye amemwandika kalamu da red kwa kichwa yake, masikio yake, na nini, and in fact, how do we know the man is sick and we might not be there 2027? How do we know? Yeah, that maybe I don't want people to die because I don't have power. I can even die at this time or a few minutes from now. Who knows? But if Kasongo, yani principal alikufa na yeye akienda yaende kwa sababu ya nini, it will be a gift to Kenyans. Ameua wengi, ameua watoto, some of he has killed a lot of Kenyans, like the young people. Hata yeye akikufa, what's wrong there? It will be a gift of generation. Unafikiri Mungu ni nani? Mungu halali. Mungu halali. And we might be talking about 2027, and I'm telling you, we might have different candidates come January. So at this point, I even don't see Kasongo being a candidate 2027. I don't know where he might be there anyway. I don't know. I don't know. So just let me leave it there, Stone PK. Thank you, guys. Let's have a sober conversation.
Okay. Sawa. Okay, kidogo. Stone PK, I want to loop you a little bit. Because hii mkutano ilikuwa Embu. Can you help me to understand, first of all, the concept of clarity with Embu people? I know you understand what I mean. Yani, like, just explain to me the concept of clarity among our people, like yani, like whereby unaongea na watu bila kuficha maneno. Help me understand that culturally. Sasa tukuje kwa huyu mkereketwa sasa. Stone, umenipata?
Ulidisappear ama ni network yangu?
Oh, sijui kama umenipata. The question which I've asked you is, according to Waembu, what do you understand with the clarity? Like speaking in a level whereby people can be able to understand what you're saying. How do you figure out that as a community? Clarity.
Now, one of the very sad thing is that we behave like the Kikuyu, unfortunately, whereby we go with the rule of Kureambere. So we go mahali mulo iko. We praise ule anatoa, ule ana mali. We worship food and money. Okay. For example, when you hear people saying about leadership, they always ask, huyu akona pesa? That is the bottom line. They believe ule mtu akona, yani kuna watu specific who are supposed to be leaders. And one of the vigezo vya mtu kuwa kiongozi, they wanaangalia mali, pesa, akona pesa. People praise, tulienda huko tulikula mchele, tukakula nyama, yani what me and you would take as rubbish is what people adore. Now, I'll fast forward you to some of the
Kawena Amburi. Okay, no problem. As I wait for Stone PK, let me. By the way, there are some small clips Stone PK ameshare na mimi hapa ya journalist ati alikuwa na amepigwa sana na watu ya Ruto. Sijui kama mmepata hiyo. Stone PK, let me play this videos courtesy of you. Mnajua huyo sijui Andy anasema usiniue bwana.
Navuta usiniue bwana. Jora usiniue. Jora usiniue. Sasa unanishika je nini? Muongee basi. Muongee basi. Mbona nipigia hivi Jora? Usinishike. Navuta. Tena usinivuta. Navuta usiniue bwana. Jora usiniue. Jora usiniue.
Yeah, wacha nisome. Aki usiniue, Joram Aki usiniue, K24 Trans Nzoia correspondent pleading with Aaron Chesang. PA called Joram and his goons not to kill him. This journalist is currently nursing injuries at the Kitare Hospital. Yeah, so mambo inakuwa hivyo. Sasa huyo jamaa amefanywa mambo mbiad. So this is what's happening at the ground. Oh, cheze.
Wacha karen toka huko. Hello. Nini? Wacha karen toka huko. Hello.
Huyu Joram sahii anafaa kusalimiwa na Wakenya before these things go out of hand. Whoever this stupid Joram is, anafaa atokezewe na Wakenya because why should he be doing this to journalists? And we take life as usual. So then wacha niwape sarakasi ingine wa Kenya ni nchi yangu twaipenda Kenya. Usikie makubwa hapa tena.
Whether you're a professional or just
Nairobi
love getting hands-on with your home projects, Harbor Freight.
Moving on, controversy-ridden Nairobi Hospital has come out to state that it is stable financially and that it continues to offer quality services despite the ongoing management battles. The hospital's management has dismissed reports that it was staring at a total collapse due to infighting at the board level. Catherine Imuraget with the details.
Over the last few months, Nairobi Hospital, one of the Kenya's premier medical facilities, has experienced leadership tussle, threatening its own survival. The infighting has seen some board members dragged to court over alleged financial impropriety. The infighting has seen the government enter the fray, with President Ruto, the hospital's patron, announcing he will not allow Nairobi Hospital to go down.
There is no way I am going to allow Nairobi Hospital to be taken over, taken hostage by charlatans,
by conmen, by fraudsters.
Today, the hospital's board chairman, Dr. Barclay Unyambo, CEO Felix Osano, and other hospital officials came out to state that the facility was up and standing and that provision of health services had not been disrupted.
The hospital is stable, it is operational, and is fully committed to quality patient healthcare as attested by the levels of bed occupancy and the trajectory of profitability that we've started at the beginning of this year.
The hospital leadership also condemned the manner in which some directors were incarcerated, saying the arrests were carried out despite an existing court order.
Board decisions have been challenged through multiple court proceedings, and operational decisions have been disrupted through this litigation.
The board chairman told the media that the hospital works with about 730 specialist consultants, led by the head of the Medical Advisory Board, Dr. Agnes Gashoki, who is directly elected by members and also sits on the board of management. And in a new twist of events, the hospital's leadership disowned a small group of doctors who recently sought to engage the hospital's patron, President Ruto, saying they do not represent the institution.
Doctors went to see our patron to give misleading information, for your information, because the information they took to the patron is misleading and does not represent the current status of the hospital. They should have followed that clearly stated structure to bring their grievances to the board so that the board can look at the grievances that they are bringing forward and then come with a resolution. And that is why I said that they jumped the gun.
The leadership further emphasized that no suppliers have threatened to withdraw services of unpaid bills, adding that governance challenges at the hospital date back to 2016.
Since January 2026 to date, which is 19th, we've paid our vendors 230 million shillings to claw back on what we owe suppliers. I also wish to categorically tell you and confirm to you, we don't have suppliers who have refused to supply.
Meanwhile, several officials were arrested and charged with conflict of interest, failure to file financial statements with the registrar of companies, and the loss of more than 4.8 million shillings, and later released on a 5 million shilling bond. Catherine Imuragit, KTN, Nairobi.
So Roba, hao watu wametokezea kuagree na what Kasongo has been saying ni akina nani? Because hawa ni watu sijui hii inakaa ni board hata ilitengenezwa tu hivi ovyo tu kambebu. I think this is a rescue mission for Kasongo. I do not believe that those doctors could have come out na waseme kuna shida, alafu kunatokezea group nyingine inaanzia kusema the hospital is stable. I don't agree. This is a rescue mission for Ruto.
So I don't trust him. What were we told before this nonsense which happened, taking people, whatever they did? He wanted to get it. He wanted pride. He wanted to be the man who wants it. But it's a private sector. And being a private sector, very good reports should come out and tell us what's going on. I don't know how the government comes in to intervene. I mean, if the government comes to intervene, it's not the freaking president of the Republic of Kenya to intervene in a private sector. This is not private. Yeah. I mean, so Ruto is telling us he has investigated it, he found what happened, and he's the solver. You know, he's lying. He's lying. He's a liar. Yeah? If this could have happened, then there's a procedure. This could have gone through parliament. That's what's going on. At the end, they amekuja. At the end, they anajua what's going on. Anakaraka. Ameanza kushika what. So what? Come on. If that's the case, why could these people? They go through the process, being prosecuted. If they stall, like kila kitu, there's a process. This is what we say from the beginning, and we have been saying. The problem with Ruto wants to take, or he has done it, want to take the country back to boy times. Ati kila kitu inapitia kwake. Hata kama lingine naenda kuanguka, ipitie kwake ni kufanya nini. Sasa kama anakimbilia Nairobi Hospital, maybe Nairobi Hospital is also, I don't know, kama hizo insurance zake zinafanya huko. Sasa kama hii saa so too, someone was saying that he find cars. So what's he going to intervene now to tell us what? Unajua, this man is a conman. It's a conman. So he also has a network, ambayo it comes in. Now I think they're creating something. We don't know. Maybe he might be right. So he's saying, I cannot allow whatever to go down. Yeah, he come here, he's trying to protect himself out of here, and he came in and he cannot allow, we see it. I thought that's why we have our parliament. That's why we have our Senate. If there's something wrong, then it should start from there. At the end, kila kitu ni yeye. Kila kitu ni yeye. Yeah, is the chief prosecutor, is the president, is the prosecutor, is the attorney general, is the doctor, Akuna. I'll never trust him. Maybe there's something wrong, but I'll never trust him. At this point, I would never trust what comes from his mouth. If he knew there was something wrong, that's not the way they approach the way he did it. No, that's not the way. Yeah, he's just running our country like somebody who's just a doctor. I'm the first one, being the first doctor president in the Republic of Kenya. So what? Yeah, you are the so-called doctor. I don't know when he got his doctorate, but he has become one of the worst presidents. If we all go down, one time worst president ever to be a president of Kenya. Let me leave it there.
Haya, Stone, are you set now? Naona leo mko na indifuti, mko na mbuzi kubwa sana nyuma yenu hapo.
Wacha tamaa.
Kula kabisa. Najua na ni vizuri, ndio unajifanya hapo sababu unajua unakula nyama after this, eh? Mchinje kabisa, tumeelewa. Tunasikia
unajua huku tuko karibu na North Carolina sasa, ana nini na PA, inaitwa PA. PA huko ndio Wakikuyu wamejaa na nyama na mambuzi, hata wengine wanafuga mbuzi nyuma ya backyard. Anyway,
si useme ni wewe unafuga, lazima utumie example ya mtu mwingine, hata kama ni wewe unafuga ni sawa, hata kama ni yako.
Sawa. Anyway, I was trying to uliniuliza swali ya Embu for the sake of ndugu Roba elewe. Embu, Mount Kenya, mambo yao inakuanga ni tumbo kwanza, of course, maybe, and most of Kenya these days, so the reason why we've never gotten it right since independence 60 plus years is because people don't, they look at money first and then the person later. So that, of course, once you do that, then you are not even able to get some of the best characters that could really directly transform our country into what it's supposed to be. So the Embu issue, there is this guy called Wakaroto, already from the blues, mtu ana flash pesa. Kenya, there is that, kuna hiyo flamboyance, pesa, somebody is 25, even if you are 30 years, 35, where have you made that money from? You see, until we start scrutining, how much money can you make by the time you are age 35, assuming you have one of the best top paying jobs? Let's say you finish university with your master's, and then you are the most paying job in architecture, something, engineering, or doctor. What is the highest salary you can be paid? And how many years would it take for you to accumulate something called 100 million, for example? Surely, and then what business can you do to have some very peculiar turnovers that people talk about. Why I'm saying this is because when you talk about this gentleman, he's called Wakahoto from the word Kokoto, because he started a company crushing the Kokoto for the roads, for the infrastructure in Embu, which was a niche, of course. Then and many other things. He's opening factories for value addition and all this. But the rate at which he was doing it raises people. I mean, any sharp person raise eyebrows. But then quickly in Kenya, you can't do anything secretly. So already in Kenya, I don't call them rumors, but they are indication. People know where you've gotten your money from, watu wanajua, lakini unaulizwa, ukisema unaambiwa, do you have a proof? How would you have a proof? Na kuna mtu akienda kutafuta pesa anaendanga na mwingine, kama ni ya wizi, ni funny money, you go alone, or you only know each other with the one who you are dealing with. So yeah, you can't have an evidence, but you can have the indication, and you can know. It is said that it is alleged that, of course, this guy is fronting for some people. People are hiding money through him, and I don't want to name them. It is known in Embu. So
yeah,
so
it is, everybody knows. Stony PK, hiyo ni ukweli. Watu wanaosha pesa na yeye.
Exactly. So wanaosha pesa na yeye, and then when he starts those factories, anaanza hiyo maneno, so people don't care where the money ametoa. Hata kama imeibiwa kwa watu, ndio mnakuja kuletewa factory, mnaangalia the end result. Tutapata kazi, vijana watapata kazi, XYZ. It doesn't matter whether hiyo pesa ni watu wanauzwa kidneys, ni pesa yenyu imeibiwa ya CDF, ya serikali ile iko supposed kwenda hospitali, iko supposed kujenga mashule. So people don't care. All right? So long as the few who can benefit from those factories can. And that is why when such a person stands to talk,
and actually
kama ndindi
to philanthropy, sasa anajifanya sasa kazi yake ni kusaidia raia sasa.
But Njiru, for us who are in that, who have worked with philanthropic people like Akina Melinda and all this, those who understand and who are professionals in that field, when we hear of donations, when we work with humanitarian, whatever, we know how it is done. So when you hear somebody saying philanthropy, now ukiuliza, how many kids wame benefit na anything like a foundation to go to university when the government is not able to pay, or how many, you don't get any. Ukiuliza unapelekwa around, and when that some person kama huyo akisimama kuongea, you can't take notes of exactly what the person has said. Ni bubu tu, saying, you see some people here are coming pretending they are helping and they don't help. They talk, they throw wild cards at throwing stones at no specific target. And that's why Mr. Roba, that's why you had me very categorically, dismissing Ndindi as far as the national politics is. He can continue doing very well as an MP, and maybe the farthest he can try is probably the governor in Muranga, so that he does what he can do for the Muranga people. But the national politics doesn't require somebody who is neither here nor there, because there has to be, at least in communication, there has to be three indicators. It is either you are saying where you are, for example, or you remain non-committal, or you go to the left, is left, right, or in the middle. Okay, you can't just remain in the air hanging and you are not landed anywhere. So this guy is equivalent, and no wonder you see he chose to elect or to invite that guy who, in my opinion, they are together on the side of Ruto, either in the near future, together with Kina former governor. All those people who stole money from the counties, Roba, are all going to be with Kasongo. Anybody who stole public money, okay, they are all going to be on his side, and they are the ones that will build gangs against the opposition, because the opposition takes over, so many people will be hanged in courts. There will be so many cases. People will be sent to jail because evidence is there, gaping like this. You know, this is the fact since the devolution is when in Kenya people steal without even covering footsteps. If you remember, we moved from stealing tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands and quickly jumped to millions. Then successively, quickly, we started stealing billions. There is no other country in Africa where you hear people, politicians stealing in billions, other than the drug dealers. It is Kenya that started that. And then, of course, other countries have followed. But we initiated that, where you can steal public money so openly, and you go unscathed. Yeah. So that was Optic, and those are the people, those are Ruto's people, and they are engineering to scatter Mount Kenya, so that at least that huge block does not wholesale, oppose Kasongo. So I don't trust the Embu people so much, because again, they get so influenced with the money that they are given today, they can't show it tomorrow. And then we are used to crying. You unakula sahi, unalia kesho. That is our nature. I can say that embarrassingly. Kulea mbele, yani kula kwanza, and then kesho itanini. That is what has killed our politics. That is why we get the likes of our senator, for example, Roba. What reason would you give of having somebody who cannot even construct a word in Swahili? No, not even English. We don't care about English, but somebody who cannot even communicate. How would you, even in this day and era, would you elect somebody who is a dropout of very, very low level of schooling? At least somebody should have minimum. What is a senator? How do you demean the position of a senator? Why don't we abolish altogether if we can have a standard 7 being a senator of a county, working for resources and governance of of thousands and thousands of people in that county? It is a mockery. It is a joke. It is serious. And that is why I keep asking, is it the party that makes the people, or the people make the party? Because if you tell us some of this garbage we got because of the party, then to hell with the parties. Let's first of all look for characters that we want. We had a very big debate last night on that. And people are saying, oh, Stone PK is against the parties, is against the Gachagua. I don't know, again, Mulima is so obsessed with the Gachagua. You mentioned Gachagua even when you are mentioning him positively, already wanaruka. Ukisema tu jina Gachagua, antenna zinasimama hivi. That you are against. Just the way people are behaving during Azimio. Roba, you should be able to castigate or criticize even your own, the person you are supporting, to make him better. That's why in leadership we do appraisal, we do SWOT analysis, so that at least you are told you scored 60% here. We want you to go up to 85, and you got 65 because you lost here and here. You can improve this and that, and this is early enough for us to improve the opposition. Remember, in Kenya, everybody is calling it so-called opposition. Why? I want somebody to answer me that. Why is it that everyone, almost all, apart from me, we call it the so-called opposition? The so-called opposition. Why? Why are we, when you say the so-called, what do you mean? What does that mean, Jiro, in English? Or in your mother tongue? When you say the so-called, the so-called professor.
It's like ufananishi. It's like something which is not real.
Thank you. Not ufananishi. It is something it's not real. You don't believe in it. It is fake. Nikinyago. So already people don't feel like we have an opposition. That's a serious problem. It's a gap and a half. And that narrative has been sold. So it is like when you are starting to run, unaambiwa all your marks, get set, go. Wewe una hesitate, you don't take off because you doubt whether utashinda ama utashinda. Hiyo huwa ilinirudisha chini sana, when people do not have 100% confidence that we have an opposition force here that is going geared towards removing Ruto. We start thinking it is not united. I mean, seriously. Because what is it that we want to see for it to be united? Wacha nipose hapo.
Roba, you can react to that. Do you have an addition to qualification?
Yeah, I have a couple of things to say about it. Okay. The reason why it's called the so-called opposition, I think, to my opinion, it's because maybe from the history. So some Kenyans have some doubts. Maybe when this group, they formed the so-called, they named the so-called presidential candidate that they've been running it. But some of them might run away. That's their so-called. And of course, with Kalonzo Musyoka being there, what they said before, you know, some of us from 207, I don't forgive him. I mean, I can remember it's like yesterday because I think 207, that's where some of us people came to hate Kalonzo Musyoka. So, not hate him there, but we tried, even if we have tried to support the Papa for this time. And that's why he brings out the so-called opposition, because people think that at this point, because we don't have a candidate, or we don't have candidates who are just like the flag bearer. So there's something like it's incomplete. I can give them that. Also, I agree with you guys. It's just like the reason why people don't believe it. It's just like maybe some of this, the so-called opposition, we know where they were a couple years ago by the last election. They were the people who were they are the people who created this monster called Conman Ruto. Gachagua included, but he has apologized. And you know, because of that, the human nature, that kind of tendency, that kind of feelings, that kind of like you have a natural thing. It's like unless I see it for real until they win, still there will be the so-called opposition. Because the way we have come to know our country at this point, it's just like we feel even the so-called opposition, they might be put because corruption is part of life in our country right now. So at this point, still, we cannot say that these people, none of them is going to join Ruto or somewhere down the road after they find out they are not the candidates. But maybe in their hearts, they're right. If the little two of them will be chosen, they will win as a team. Maybe that's where we say we start building our country, a situation where we trust one another. And that's why I say, if this team can be advised, one way to go about this election, maybe that's what someone like Gachagua maybe can bring it up, even when maybe Uhuru, they unite some of the things like down the road towards the campaign now, when we have the candidates. People can just say it's simple. We have been advising them. The one thing they can start, the thing they can start is just like we want a new Kenya begins 2027. We have given, so because it's Ruto, we know where Mount Kenya is. Mount Kenya, they are not going to have a candidate, they just say they have been having all this presidency. So people from Mount Kenya, they can just say, you know what, it's time for another community to take over the country. Maybe that's where we have been going wrong. And that one can motivate a lot of people. But here's the problem. Ruto, and there are some rumors I saw there that the Wetangula has been removed. I don't know when that's true. You know what? I will not be surprised if that one happens, such that he can get somebody from Nyanza to be the speaker of the assembly. Because now Ruto is trying to go in Ruanyansa. He thinks that's the only way maybe he might be on this game. Because he has realized the mountain is gone. There are a couple of things here I think also we need to bring up. How is it that this the so-called ODM led by this man, we can't do without power or Guru, that whenever they want to fix something, they are looking for somebody who's a Luo or or Kinga family. So that's our role, ODM Amanda. That's our role, ODM Amanda. And I think somebody has to start telling people like Sifuna and others, ODM is a Luo party. It is a Luo party right now. The few, when you call, the few. And that's why I'm telling you, Ruto doesn't know where to start from. I think Kindik is gone. He's going to be dropped. And somebody from either you try one thing, you might try the way I feel, and the way from what we are hearing, because now Mount Kenya imekuwa shida. What's the next thing? Pengine, for us to steal election, pengine to somebody who's like Joe, Islam, which is not a bad thing, so that they can bring all Islam, pengine, that one now, pengine to bring the numbers. That's why they try. Remember, they are creating all this fake. Maybe some bad parts of the country. I don't know. But at this point, we are guessing. We are guessing. But the so-called opposition, and let me use that word, the so-called opposition, because we don't know who at the front they are. That's my opinion. We don't know the candidates, but even if we don't know the candidates, the opposition is doing better. Much, much better, because Ruto has created this monster by himself. This is something he has created. And I think we should also appreciate the country that in the future elections, generation after generation coming, if somebody gets the opportunity to serve them, and if you don't do the job, you should not be rehired again. It's time for you to go home. And I think that message can be sent next year, August, when that election comes. Or it will be sent before, like I said before, someone like me, I have a feeling this man, after he realizes he doesn't want to mess it up, he can say, you know what, I've decided not to seek the election because I think I have some other things to do. I can help the country better. I think that's what's helped him to do. And that one will send a good message to everybody. You become a president of Kenya, you don't do the job, regardless of who, you don't care where you come from, you are going home. And I think that would be a very good thing for the country, because there will be that kind of motivation. Whoever comes to president, they will try to do things in a different way. But at this point, I have a feeling, even we're in another country where democracy, the so-called democracy works, I think by now Ruto could have gone home a long time ago through impeachment. But it's Kenya. It is what it is. Let's see what happens. And the so-called campaigning, and then kind of Ruto thought by himself that he started. So, I mean, I like what's going on right now. It's very good. But at the same time, can we keep it this way? I don't know. Can it be sustained? I don't know. But we should also have a situation where I think it's about issues, not tribe. It's about what you want to do, not what you have done before, whether you have succeeded or not. It's what you want to do. We are talking about the future of the country. At this point, I just feel very comfortable where the opposition is, regardless who's going to be the candidate. Their chances, it looks very good, because at the end of the day, Kenya sahi, William Ruto ametufikisha almost Mombasa kutuchukua Indian Ocean as the tribal, and anataka sisi tukufia wote uko ndani, lakini as Kenyans we will fight him back and we will gain control, ambayo hii gari ambayo sasa hii inaonekana imepakia tu, it's just like it's almost to the Indian Ocean. But Kenya ni nani? Our people, they have done it before. They did it for Kibaki. But this time, 2027, let's be the defining moment. And I like what we are seeing from the ground. Those young people are registering to vote. Please keep doing so. Because at the end of the day, you are the future of the country. At the end of the day, Ruto is ruining the lives of millions and millions from his corruption. So Watoto wake, his wife, and the kids and the family and those who are surrounding him, they are all the beneficiaries. Same what Gachagua said, it's time 2027 tumchukue ile nyama tumchukue kutoka kwa mdomo wake. Then from there we do a reset to our country in a different way, and a different way of doing things. And let's go and get it. Stone BK or Njiru. Let me just leave it there, but I still feel our opposition, regardless, we believe it's the so-called Kasongo, because Kasongo is the, for me, it's Kasongo, and I know you guys you don't want to hear that, it's the weakest link of all. It's the weakest link. But regardless of who is given that mantra, who is given that flag, who is given ile kichiti, have a very good chance to win the hearts of the people of Kenya, who have, at this point have said, enough is enough. We can't take any more Uchinga ya watu. Somebody like who, a liar who came in telling people up and down economy, but now, at the end of the day, hakuna kitu amefanya. So let us just support them through maybe a discussion like this one here. Let us support them maybe through telling them, you know what, we don't care who wins what. Even UTA, there's a good UTA candidate out there, member of parliament or whatever, let them win. We don't hate a party. We just want individuals. But hii parliament ambayo iko huko ni watu wachina sana. The most useless parliament will ever Kenya us. The most useless, and I repeat, the most useless parliament. They are the most useless because they are not doing their jobs. They can't read a man, a single man, strong because you're about to come in. They can't read this man to run the show. At kila kitu nataka inapitia president. At ukitaka maendeleo rahisi. Ukitaka ni chinga kabisa. Thank you, Stone BK. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, Njiru, I have a few highlights here. I would want maybe we tackle in the forthcoming discussions, if we can do that tonight. And I would want us to take a trajectory whereby we want to demystify some areas, some issues. By demystifying, I mean some stereotypes. We want to re-stereo them or just improve on them and see what we can use, what we can pick from. For example, stereotypes. Ukiambua Stone PK is background yake ni mwizi. It could be a stereotype because he comes from a community that is almost synonymous with that, but doesn't mean Stone PK is. So I would want us to, again, start becoming very factual. Factual by understanding. For example, when we talk of presidential candidates, what is it we look at? I mean, not what does it entail as a president of a country called Kenya under that constitution that we have until it is either changed. But as the constitution is, what is the president? What do we look at? What is supposed to happen as per the law? You know, if we had somebody who comes and is able to implement the law or follow the constitution, is it that it's the constitution that is a problem, or it's the people is the leaders, or if it's the leaders, then how do the leaders get into those positions? So, and then when we talk of this candidate is weak, what are these weaknesses we see in relation to the guiding principles of the Constitution? Because if you tell me now I have to be a teacher, and you give me the syllabus that I'm supposed to teach, and then you tell me to prepare my notes and all that, what we used to call lesson plans. I plan as per the syllabus. So if I'm following the syllabus that is set, how do I become either weak or strong or middle or something like that? So I want us now to get even more scientific and more practical, other than dismissing, like we say, Matiang'i is strong. Strong where? How? We have to demonstrate. We say this one is this and that. So I want, as we discuss as people of integrity, we should now be moving forward towards, kind of clarifying and landing on very concrete and factual observations, as opposed to, for example, watu kule kwa Jacaranda, bunge la wananchi, mtu ana. In fact, they have improved so much because even then they don't allow sweeping statements. Ati kwamba huyu hawezi ama huyu anaweza. Ukisimama useme huyu anaweza, you give a lot of indicators. So that's a direction I would want us to kind of explore and see what is a weak president in Kenya and who is a strong president or strong candidates. What are these strengths and what is it that we envisage in our presidents? And what is it that we see in our government? What is the government? How is it supposed to run? Then the other point that Njiru, I want us to, before I forget, let us share that video. We should take that video viral. Ambia watu wetu, all those who are watching, share that video, please, because we cannot allow this. This is the Gen Z. Let me remove the word Gen Z. This is the victimization and the molesting, and this guy is not only being treated, his life is in danger. He may die. Okay, he may die, and he's not the only one. Okay, he's not the only one. It is terrible, and this is now what is the precursor of exactly what is happening on the ground. So let's highlight this, and let's share that. Those are not AI. I know Kenyans pia wameingiwa na ugonjwa ingine ya ujinga. Everything you share, people start thinking ni AI and all that. Yeah. I think also that is something people have not understood. People should be educated how to tell an AI generated image and the real image. Okay. So basically, that is one of the things I would want us to look at and take. The other thing, Jiro, is as we proceed, I want to bring in the issue. There's something that the young people tried to develop, and I hope it will come to fruition. We talked it a little bit the other day. This the people's IBC, a form of controlling and and monitoring the elections. It's like a parallel system that some young people have tried to come up with. There is a gentleman that has done that, and he said it was in progress. I would want us to have a look at it, although I think it is still under construction. From his presentation, it sounded like something that can be embraced. But my worry is, how come opposition did not look excited about that? That worries me. Could it be, maybe it's a root of tool? Because these days we have to be very careful. Or is it purely genuine? And if it's genuine, then we need to take this guy and protect him. Kabisa, because he cannot prepare such a system and he walks around. From what he was saying, it is a system that looks like it can be the answer to what we were debating about in Jiro. So when you are the one trying to provide a solution to vile utashika mwizi, unajua panya ingejua mahali utaweka hiyo mtego, ingeweza kukuua kabla uweke mtego. Yeah, panya itakangi kujiwa na mtego. So mwizi hataki kushikwa. You think a small young man hapa anaweza tengeneza such a thing, and you know Kenya is capable. I mean, we did. It is the young students at JKU CAT. They are the ones who did the better thing. So I have a lot of strong feeling that this could be the answer to what we were talking about. Something that even has a backup in the case of a total blackout in Kenya. And by the way, those who are doubting that Ruto cannot switch off the internet, ole wako, poleni sana. If you think that Ruto cannot switch off the internet in Kenya, you must be somebody of 1950s. Okay? So basically, it is Ruto can do anything. I heard people saying, oh, Kenya cannot be like Tanzania, Kenya cannot be like this, Kenya cannot be like that. Tafadhali, get out of that, whatever. The other thing, Jiro, I should highlight is that there was a meeting of Gachagua and Kioni. And this is an earth-moving meeting with Uhuru's PA. That is something that is not easy. It's something that we need probably look at it. It's deadly. I mean, deadly in either way. It could be selling our soul or saving us. It could be destroying our opposition or it could be strengthening. We should not be excited on one side. We need to look at it very critically because once bitten, twice shy. Uhuru sold us. So how do we feel like, we need to look at it with a pinch of salt. Okay, it could be a good thing, it could be a whatever. Yeah, I think, the last one I want to comment is the seriousness of the way things are happening in Kenya. Top politicians talking of people murdering, raping, sleeping with the girls, and then being accused you murdered. Remember, there was this one who was murdered by a governor. You were pregnant. Seriously, this is a country with the top people discussing like that. What will Raya do? These are some of the things that are supposed to bring us to the streets. But I'm told we can't go to the streets hiyo maneno iliisha because we are being led by Gachagua, who does not suppose moving around, or rioting or maandamano. So Kenya maandamano ilikwisha. Yeah, those are a few things I wanted to talk about. The last and not least is I have a fear of three forces coming out, and this will be for the sake of making sure Kasongo continues with his rule. This third force will be brought by enemies of Kenyans, and therefore voters have to be very, very, very keen, because I believe that somebody can try to create a third force and then people can reject. Mkija mkiambua Stone PK is a candidate, you can reject. Yes. Mnaenda anakaa na kura mbili, kura tatu. The fact that somebody declares is a presidential candidate doesn't mean you must go and vote for him or her. We can reject. We can decide that what we want is one candidate against Ruto, period. Yes, ukianza kutuletea watatu, akina Ndindi Nyoro and all that, na akina Wakagoto, we tell you go to hell. So we have to be wary and start, kind of propagating some of these discussions, throwing them out there to the people so that they can see all these possibilities that could be coming. Alafu Njiro, I missed the clip ya Moses Kuria. Maybe I can, if you don't mind. Was it long? What was it about?
I will brief you and I will show you, but kabla nikuonesha hiyo, There is something I want to show hapa ili muniambie huyu sio mwendo wazimu ama ni nini. Ruto in somebody's home. Ruto in somebody's home. Kidogo.
Unatoka State House unaenda Kakamega kulaunch blender. Hey. Anyway, nataka mujione msiseme. Ruto ni hale, mtu siandi sata. Ruto ni hale, mtu siandi sata. Ruto Ruto tutu. Ruto Ruto Come. Mi hata sijui niseme nini. If our president can launch a blender. Sasa
nakwambia upuzi ambao uko Kenya ni mwingi sana.
Launch pencils because hii hata si blender ya 50k. It's a simple blender. Anyway, Aluta. How petty is Ruto surely? Yani unatoka State House unaenda Kakamega kulaunch blender. Hey. Anyway, nataka mujione msiseme. Ruto ni hale, mtu siandi sata. Ruto ni hale, mtu siandi sata. Ruto Ruto tutu. Ruto Ruto Come.
Stonipike kabla nikupeleke kwa Moses Kuria. That is what Ruto was doing to Kakamega. Maybe wacha nianzie na Roba. Roba, can you react to that madness? Huyo ndio kiongozi.
That's not wrong what he did, but if he was doing it when he has launched, like there's a lot of big things wrong in the country, then we can say he cares even a small business, small business. But at least at the end of the day, right now, we are talking to somebody who is very desperate right now because he's losing real bad. So what else? What else? The thing that had to launch Wanachiba Joe. That's what's left. I mean, that's what the money is right now. It's losing. And that's why we keep on saying this. Let me also continue from where Stone BK earlier chair. So Stone BK brought up like some of the things we need to discuss in the future. So also one thing I think I also want to bring up this. So are we going to have a situation where we have a candidate we don't know at this point? I think it's time for us to talk about some of the candidates. Maybe we can also do their projections. We ask why maybe if you had opportunity, would you want to be given the flag and why? So that we can discuss it here. Maybe also when we a small voice, maybe people can say from us. But remember, at this point, people like Anna Waiguru, our mindset that Kenya, if you have to tell, so how do you see it? Yeah, nakwambia tu, it's time to Mount Kenya this way. Through Ruto, you are going to get the presidents back. That's what she said the other day. It's on the table. So what that one tells me, so people like Waiguru are telling us that even in the constitution of Kenya, we should have the presidency should be between two communities. The other one, there's nothing there. Then watuandikie katiba kama hii watuambie hivyo. Because at this point, some of us, we have been saying this way. After all these years, we have seen the experiment of the so-called two communities being presidency. What's wrong to have somebody else from a different community to be the president? That's something we need to debate. And that's a very strong case we can argue to the Kenyan people. Maybe where we went wrong is a situation where that we had this idea of saying, oh, It's only the so-called community can read. Maybe if we give a third force, the third force, which is, I don't mean in that. I'm talking like some now, the opposition is going to give us that choice. I think that's one thing which can be, people can sell. Something like Oru Kenyatta can sell. Something like Gachagua can sell. And just telling them, guess what, Mount Kenya, the only way we can also have president in the future, we have to have other communities have 2027 presidency. That one is something can work. So I'm very, very, for me, I see things are very good right now, but at the same point, there will be ups and downs, and maybe major up, very downs, but keep an eye. Remember what's Muchomba, if I'm pronouncing her name properly, what she did. I never imagined that woman is going to spy. I never imagined. I never imagined that. But that was a shock to me. And that one tells me this. Still, I have a feeling we do have some of the people within the opposition, but the more we go, the more I'm seeing these guys, they are working as a unit, kind of, because they need to share some of these things properly. I mean, if there's a third force which comes from the so-called opposition, it will not work. People will not trust that force. That one's for them, because all these things they have told us, then you come and you want to be the third force, you'll be out. Nobody will listen to you. Even if it means Caroso, you cannot help with the Camberford, some of it, but at the end of the day, people will not trust him because you told Kasongo is bad, now you want to be the one who's going to mess up. So where we are going, we should also get our people educated. What worries me is about the IBC. I think from what we are seeing in court right now being like the witnesses, I think we have a long way to go when it comes to IBC and confidence of them holding free and fair election in our country. I don't trust them. I don't trust them. And some of them, I saw the way they were answering some questions in court, it's just like they cheated when it comes to that seat. And yet they were just a few months after being shown in. And that's what they did. Now, wakati pesa itakuwa nzuri, come 2027, you want to find nini. I think something has to be done, something has to be warned. And I'm just telling you, I have a feeling the way the so-called IBC is kind of the way it was chosen. And the people I see there, people like you need Mohammed having some hands there, people like from toilet, some hands there, some relatives being at IBC. And remember the IBC chairman, how he got that job. Remember who's in the State House Controller, I don't know, they call him the State House Controller, the former ODM governor from Turkana. And that's how those people got the jobs. But maybe they might the people who would come in and give us the confidence we have been looking for. You never know. You never know until it's done. But at this point here, it's shaky. But hii kura hawawezi kuiba. Hata wao kuiba itakuwa ngumu bwana. Hii hapana. This one has been decided. The Kenyan people have decided to move on with somebody else come 2027. And that's what we want to see. Thank you, Jiro.
Okay, thank you Bwana Roba. Innocent kabla nikulete, wacha kwanza nichezee Stony PK hii video kidogo. Stony PK nitakuchezea tu hapo tu kwa Moses Kuria. And please be keen because he is saying it very fast. Otherwise, it is something which can pass you. Hata ana kuelewa.
Roa, this 50,000 wapi iko account. Why go account na hizi? Ndio wacha na hizi. Okay tu tenevo. Hizo wacha kwa iko account nevo. Na deki kuwa Modere ore muguko de to mwana kwa to tikete. Agadi iguru. Agasoka no Yesu Kristo. Na nariaso kile anagadani ni wiki nyuma. Ikiwa tu kwa antam. Binyo pili watu tam. Pili tutamo kutukisha. Asante sana. Thank you.
So, Stony PK, I can give you a few minutes for you to think on that. I'll have to part Innocent because you really wanted it. So, what do
No,
you
there's nothing to think here, and this guy is an idiot. Anasema ni wa one time wapi? Kuna kitu kama hiyo. He's fooling people. Akwende huko. Acha Innocent akuja. That's how I dismiss that. He thinks people are fools. He's in the same school classroom with Akina Nyoro, playing around with people's minds. Today is this, tomorrow is that, kesho kutwa ako hii. Aliingia one time lini na juzi alisema watanunua watu wote wale watanini. Who does he think we are? Thank you.
Naona Kosgei Koit anasema ati call President Ruto week and you'll be shocked in 2027. Okay. Huyu ajui venye Ruto ameremewa. I think hana habari huyu Kosgei. Wacha tu tuachane na yeye. Ameona Ruto akilaunch Breda by the way. Kosgei. Umeona Ruto akilaunch Breda ama tu unasema tu ati Ruto is actually at a worse point even than Moi when it comes to even defending. You cannot defend at a point ile Ruto wako. So
before Innocent comes in, he might not be there in 2027. He might quit because he's done. He's done.
Acha Kosgei ajienjoy. He is not aware of what he is saying.
Maybe sorry point. Only 1 second. Just for your information, to answer, to add on what you've said about Ruto being weak, he he has his National Intelligence Service, and I think they have told him the truth. They have told him the truth. Initially, it was looking like it was a joke, but now it has dawned on them, and it has reached whereby they cannot sugarcoat, they can't lie. So they've just told him the truth. Now he needs to work on what to deal with that fact, that he's alone on this side and Kenyans are on this other side. Since when did you hear, in which country do you have a president and kila mahali anaenda is being heckled? Nchi gani? Where? Which country? Mostly clever presidents, once you are heckled, you don't reach that level. You resign, you quit. If you don't quit, you are overthrown or overrun by uprising. It's only that Kenyans are soft, they are docile. Yeah. You can imagine what would happen, for example, in a crowd like Pale Naivasha kwa hiyo safari rally if they had decided to overwhelm him and tell him to go to Sugoi. Anyway, acha nifike hapo.
Yeah, of course. I think even your intelligence unasema there is a possibility maybe wamemwambia atafute exit plan. Maybe they you don't know what they wanamwambia huo mkubwa hapa utoboi wewe tu pray a strong one. So and kuna kitu mtu ameniambia pahali ati hata hii kukonda ya Ruto they are trying to make him akonde ati so that he can ati ili aweze kuanzia atukupata sympathy. Sasa anatafutiwa sympathy through kukonda. So Bwana Innocent, go ahead. I will not go beyond that.
How are you all from my greetings from this part of the world? Bonjour.
Bonjour, Anzu.
I believe you're doing fine. Robam Biaoret. Okay. So I just want to to chip in kidogo, but I don't know mahali mmefika. Ni ile nimeamuka nimepata mnaendelea, so I might not be in line with what you're discussing, but I just pick up from the clips that I've seen and move on, and from the comment you've given from Kosgei. Let me say, those who understand, PK, I know you are aware of this, and Roban Njiru, that in politics, the landscape is traditionally divided into three distinct categories. Maybe if we may educate Kosgei kidogo so that he understands this. We have the shakers, those who are causing disruption. We have the movers, those who are driving the agenda, and we have the watchers, the observers, or those whose influence is fading. So when you have the three categories, you pick these politicians and you put them in different areas, especially whatever they are doing in Kenyan politics. You might want to put some in as shakers, as movers, and as watchers. No, let me just give a brief of this so that people may understand what is happening. The shakers, especially, these are the politicians who generate headlines. They are the ones who caught the controversies. They alter the political temperatures. They can also keep the status quo uncomfortable. These are the people like Kina Rigathi Gachagua. They shake the nation, whatever they speak, and that's why sometimes we leave them to come up with slogans. We leave them to come up with issues. And there are issues, PK, you know this, that kuna mtu anaweza ongea a certain issue na Rigathi akiongea, it causes more, it shakes more in politics arena than the other person. That's why sometimes Rigathi akikuja na a slogan ama akikuja na kamatusi kingine tu kadogo, it hits the headline because he shakes the political scene. So we need to understand them so that we know what they do. We have also the movers. Even the movers, especially, you know what is happening. The implementers, the ones who, the individuals who hold the levers of power, and these are the ones who are driving the government agenda. Or sometimes it can also be the opposition strategy. They are the doers. So we have these ones, and maybe if, we might tell Kosgei kidogo, Ruto can be this kind of person. Wakina Kindiki can be this kind of person. They move the economy. They move the politics. Wakina Mudavadi, they used to be this, but now they are moving away from it. Kindiki also has come up to be one of the movers because anapatiwa pesa, anakimbia mahali, ana launch some things, and it happens. Also, the opposition leaders can also be the movers. Wakina Gachagua again can be the movers also. I remember Baba used to be one of it. Anaweza sema tuachane na maneno ya Safaricom twende Airtel, na watu wanaanza kutoka kwa Safaricom wakienda kujoin Airtel. The movers wenye wanaweza sema today, I like PK what you keep on telling us, that these guys are not coming up with stringent measures. like wanaweza simamisha Kenya, the ones who can say to have maandamano na Tuesday. You remember what Baba used to say, Tuesday, na ikifika hiyo Tuesday watu hata hawaendi kazini. So we need some of this, especially in opposition, not only in government. We need also these movers who can shake, who can say something na kitu inaendelea. Wanaweza kusema IBC kama mfanyi hivi, then hatutakuwa na election the way Baba, you remember he did wakati waliambiwa waende for the second time kwenda ku contest between Uhuru and Baba, and Baba said that kama we are going with the same system, hatuendi uchaguzi, and people didn't go to vote. Watu wa Uhuru walienda wakavote peke yao na maneno ikaisha. So we need also these movers in politics so that they can cause things. The ones when PK keeps on saying mbona watu waseme maandamano tomorrow, watu watoke waende maandamano na things happen. Wenye wanaweza kusema those ones wanaweza ama kuna something happening, an issue has come up. The way nilikuwa nasema maybe watu wamepatiwa passport, waseme passport ama watu watapatiwa passport kama hii issue haijakuwa dealt with, na that issue yani inasimama kabisa. Ama kama kuna hospitali ifanyi kazi, wanaenda wanastorm huko, wanasema kama watu ama an issue has happened here, there is a problem yenye imefanywa kwa this institution, na kama it has not been dealt the way in Nairobi, Nairobi hospital, the issue ya Nairobi hospital ilifanywa, watu wote like the doctors walisema kama watu watoki ndani, tutawaacha kupatiana services, our services in all private hospitals. These are the movers. So we need also these movers who are able to do it. And then lastly, we have the watchers, the observers, those ones who are fading from the scene, the fading stars, they are the silencers. They watch things from afar. They might not do anything sana, lakini they are watching. And once they make a move, things happen. So from the clip you played, Njiru, you can know where you put this Moses Kuria. Kama is he a mover, is he a watcher, is he so we keep on seeing these people each and every day. That's why we see Kasongo now launching a blender, and it's no longer in news. It's just a comedy. That's why these people are making it a comedy. He has moved from being a mover, driving the economy, na ameenda sasa, ameanza kukua kama watchers, ana fade, and that's why PK nilikuwa nakwambia, you remember kitambo ile enzi yetu unaenda mnaanza kuunda zile gari za sleepers, and unaanza kuendesha kale kagari ka sleepers hivi, ukikuja hivi kila mtoto anafurahi, gari wanashangilia ukipita nako kagari ka sleepers ukipita. I know you know these things. So ni kama sasa anaanza ku launch things. Unajua hiyo sio gari ya ukweli, sio kitu ya ukweli yenye inaweza kufanya things happen. They are not movers. Yani ku launch blender cannot move opposition, cannot move anything in Kenya. But if he did something, then anaweza shake. That's why I was saying that he Kosgei anasema at is not weak. He's fading away. But the Ruto is fading away. He's becoming now a watchers. News quiz hata ukiangalia hata unajua tu hapa tu ni comic. And that's why most people stopped they stopped watching news, because some people have become watchers. They are fading away. Those clips you're playing, mtu unaangalia tu paka unashangaa, okay, now hata umesikia PK amesema nini hiyo ya Moses Kuria, hakuna kitu anaweza comment. You can imagine that's how far people wamereach in this political era. Mtu anafanya kitu ama alipatiana pesa, I don't know what he said, maybe you understood because aliongea Kikuyu, na akaanza kusema sijui one time mama nini, and haikumove watu, yani haiku, you can imagine kuna mtu anaweza kuja aseme nimeingia one time and anashake the political arena. You can imagine tomorrow usikie Ruto akisema nimeresign, sitaki kusimama 2027. It shakes the country. Those ones wenye walikuwa na hang kwa koti yao wanashangaa. Let me comment about jana niliona wakikuwa Kisumu, and I saw some of the politicians walikuwa wanajibu, wakina Gachagua, wakina Matiang'i, wakisema that ati hao ndio walianza kutukana Ruto, na Ruto ati ameongea mara moja na watu wameanza kuteta. Hakuna watu wameteta, hakuna watu wamesikia vibaya ama ulisema hivi na hivi. You just said whatever you said, ama whatever they said ukajibu, and that's how this politics is going to happen. Na jana nilikuwa nasema hii maneno ya mchongoano waje tuachie politicians. I believe wameishika vizuri, Gen Z walianzanga na the way they have picked it, wacha waendelee pamoja, because hawa hawatakuwa abducted, hawatakuwa nini, na let us see what happens. I believe you guys watched what Oroba was saying kwa iko nini. Alikuwa anaulizwa, alikuwa anaongea, alafu akaulizwa ati na hii maneno, and that guy alikuwa anajaribu kutetea Ruto, alafu Oroba alimwambia really Ruto wants to because alikuwa amesema jana ati Ruto alikuwa amesema ati 20% of his time atakuwa anajibu hao watu, atakuwa anatoa vitu, and then Oroba akamwambia ati really you are ready to go to that, kwanza kuchongana mafamilia, unataka tuende huko? Akasema ati there are things people know na nile wataki kuziongea, ama wataki kuanza kuingilia mafamilia manini. Wakasema if indeed that is what Ruto wants, anataka kuingia kuchafuana majina ama kuchafuana familia, na waseme that is the way the politics of Kenya will be. Akasema they are just keeping quiet. Na akianza akisema this is indeed what we want to do, they can also start. They know there are things they know. And the way she was saying, niliangalia, akasema ati unataka kwanza kuongea maneno ya wanawake, kuongea ati kuna watu wengine hawalindi familia yao, na akaanza kusema if Ruto, and that is the question I'm asking Kosgei hapa. Oroba aliuza tu a simple question, akasema Ruto is in the government, Ruto is a powerful person, Ruto is a billionaire, but nasikia ati walikuwa nasema ati the saying in the street is that kuna brother wake ako caretaker, sijui ni Nairobi ama ni wapi, ako caretaker kwa one of the houses. He cannot meet his daily needs. That is how far. Akasema kama hapo ndio unataka kuendelea kusema Ruto akuje, because hata hakuna mtu anajua brother ya Ruto. You can see wakina Oburu, tunajua kuna Oburu, kuna Ruth, kuna nini, yani we know the family. Ukienda kama ni kina Kenyatta, unajua Kenyatta ndio huyu, Muhoo ndio huyu, brothers wake mama yake ndio huyu, they know these people. But Ruto hujaisikia brother yake ni nani, hujaisikia sister yake ni nani, hujaisikia ni nini, and anataka kwanza kuingilia maneno ya familia. Wakasema if that is the way they want to go, then they are ready to do it.
Hata baba yake umemsikia?
Hata ni mama yake tu najua, hata during inauguration mama yake tu niliona alikuanga huko. Hata baba yake hatujui ni nani. Okay, mimi sijui. Let me say mimi sijui. Sijai hata muona. Hata sijaisikia akiongea baba yake ama akiongea juu ya familia yake. You know, some of us tunaongeanga juu ya baba. Unasema mama yangu, acha niende nione mama kidogo, acha niende nione baba kidogo, ama nilikuwa nimeenda kusalamia mama Shag.
From my father, you know, actually kidogo innocent.
Yeah.
A father figure is very important. Although the world is changing, that's why unakuta mtu kama Obama writing a book, Dreams from My Father, and explaining how his father shaped him. Ruto has not been shaped by a man figure. Ruto has been shaped by hiyo wanasemanga kuuza makuku na huko kwa mabarabara. So, and Ruto is a man who actually Kenyans were not supposed to reason with him, because he has not been parented well. First of all, psychologically, if you analyze Ruto, you can understand huyu ni mtu ambaye tulichagua mkora, like si ati tulichagua, like Kenya got a bad person as a leader. So, and it is something which actually we have paid with our sweat and blood, because Ruto represents the worst in our society. It's like ni kama sasa in a society pali kama Mexico kuchagua El Chapo. You know, no wonder hata nilisikia Ruto alikuwa anaitwa El Chapo at one time. It's like having the worst in a society representing you. Actually, Ruto is the worst which Kenya can. I don't think there is any other criminal in Kenya who can equate to Ruto criminality. I don't think. Maybe kama kuna criminal mwingine Kenya ako zaidi ya Ruto, I don't know.
Yeah. So that's why I was saying kama ni mchongano wanataka kwanza, walisema if that is the way they want to go, then waseme wafungulie, kila mtu afungulie umbwa wake, waende huko uwanjani sasa kubweka, then we see ni nani. Wakasema ikianzana, there are many politicians wenye wataenda kunyamaza, they're going to keep quiet. And ndio nilikuwa nasema maneno ya Kisumu, niliona watu wakiingia, so Wajaluo ndio wanasema Kisumu sasa, ati sasa sisi tunaenda 2 term because umepatiwa, ati hakuna government yenye shaifanya this and this, ati tangu independence, ati especially the former president hakuna kitu alifanya ati kwa constituency yangu. And you see exactly this is what people have been complaining. This is exactly what people have been complaining. Wanasema maendeleo ikikuja inaenda a certain place. So ikikuwa a certain place, mtu akinyang'anywa hiyo nyama, they'll start complaining. Watu wenye wanapata hiyo nyama kukula, they start singing. Wanajoin hiyo chorus, wanaanza kuimba. And niliona Waislamu wako huko wanasema Waislamu wamefurahi, wamepatiwa sijui ni 20 million wajenge nini. And then the way Junet was saying, niliona ni kama is bringing some religion issues yenye ita affect. Nilisikia hiyo speech yake, if you listen to it unashangaa, nasema tunajua sisi Waislamu tulikuwa sijui tulikuwa neglected, sijui Waislamu hatujaifanyiwa hivi na hivi na hivi, at now we can feel we are people. What if the Christians also start bringing that issue? What if the Hindus waanze kukuja nao na issues zao, waanze kusema we have been left behind, then hii nchi itaenda to a religious contest. Ati sasa tuwekewe mosque moja hapo katikati ya town, tunataka moja ati mzuri yenye inakaa huko. And you know the way Waislamu wanaombanga, ikifika tu 5 unasikia hata asubuhi unasikia tu kengele imewekwa disturbing people, waking people. Na Wakristo nao wakianza nao zao waanze prayers usiku. Unajua these are some of the issues zenye alikuwa anasema environmental hazards zenye siko zinatakikana kuwa dealt with, na wakaanza kusema ati Wakristo wawachane kuombanga usiku because wana make noise, na Waislamu unajua these issues watu wakielekea huko then itaenda mbali. So I looked the way Junet was presenting his Muslim people, na the way alikuwa anaongea, nikaona huyu jamaa anataka kuleta maneno ya vita za Waislamu na Wakristo, because that is not the way we want to go. Otherwise nitawasikiza ndio nijue mali mumeelekea, but from the topic, the silent majority, I believe from the narration I've given, the Gen Zs were the silent minority, but saizi they are the movers. Niliangalia clip ingine sijui ni Chuka university students walikuwa wameenda kuchukua kura. Unajua kuna hii kitu kadi ile ya kadi, yeah? Uko na kadi, walienda kuchukua kadi, wakapata ati watu wameenda ati IBC offices are closed. They were around 200. So you can imagine they mobilized themselves, wakasema leo hatuendi class, tunaenda kuchukua kura. and I was happy about it. Na nikasema these Gen Zs, I believe saizi wamegutuka and they are doing the right thing. So this was silent from your topic, Njiru. This was the silent majority, na saizi wameamuka. Na I echo what Roba was saying. These are the people wenye sasa wanaenda ku move the politics of Kenya. They have been watching, but they are no longer going to watch. Watachange Kenya. Let them get the cards. Wacha wachukue hizo kura, na pia sio kuchukua kale karatasi. Wameanza kusema ukichukua hiyo kura ukipatiwa karatasi, that is not the end of it. Tena wamekuja na something also awareness kwa internet, wanasema end again kwa portal. Wamekuja na hiyo kitu, wanasema verify kama ukweli umepatiwa kura ama ni ile tu unapatiwa karatasi, ndio ukifika siku ya election unapata ati jina yako iko. Tena wanakuja wanasema ukipata waka kadi, enda kwa hii portal hivi, this place, go and verify that you are a voter. Uangalie ujue jina yako ukweli iko huko. You see, these are the things zenye they are doing, and which is going to affect Kenya. They are going to move the Kenyan politics. Thank you, Njiru. I'll listen, then I'll come back later.
Aya, maybe I have not heard you reacting about Ndindi Nyoro. Have you seen that mighty event of Ndindi Nyoro in Embu? Ama tu umeamuka tu sahi?
Umeamuka sahi ya ili ni gani? Alikuwa anafanya nini ndio ni?
Alikuwa na launch aliitwa huko kama mgeni wa heshima in some certain project. So maybe kama hujaona, maybe let me not bother you with that. So maybe the question which I can ask you is ulisikia jibu anatembea?
Ati ana?
Ulisikia jibu anatembea tu Gachagua, vile Gachagua ameambua ati amekuwa akimpregnate watu. Alafu Natembea akauliza, alafu Natembea said that kwani kazi ya wanaume ni gani? Si kazi ya wanaume ni
hiyo nilisikia.
Bongo wanawake mimba. Kwani kuna story zingine?
Hiyo nilisikia alimjibu yeye akasema kwani kazi yetu ni kufanya nini? Kama unasema sisi wanaume kazi yetu tuliundiwa ni nini? Nilisikia hiyo. Na ndio nimekuambia this politics, wacha the politician waichukue. Hii moshene wacha waichukue because they know it better. Waifanye, hawatakuwa abducted, hakuna kitu itafanyika hao wakianza kujongoana. Na sisi tukiishika majenzi ama na millenniums wakishika wanaanza kuiweka. Unajua sasa hizi mavideo zimeanza kutoka kama huyo msichana umeona akitoa. Wakikuja na hiyo moshene, wakisema kuna mtu ana masikio kubwa, watu wanaenda wanachora hiyo katuni na masikio kubwa. Sasa ukimuuliza ati nini, sisi hapana, tulisikia kakiti hivi ndio tuna. So also the TikTokers, the social media guys are happy. Wanafurahi kuona what is happening. Mtu anasema hii, huyu anajibu, they come up with a clip. Wanaanza kuiongelelea. So hao ndio wanaleta hiyo topic. Thank you.
Sasa tunipike na Bwana Roba. Nataka muriaki sababu it's somebody from a school of thought. Kuna mtu anasema hiyo kukonda ya Ruto ni methodological ati ili iweze kuleta ati sasa ni ati wanataka ati Ruto akae ati amekonda hivyo ati ili kuinvoke some emotion to some Kenyans, Wakenya wengine wamuonee huruma. To what degree do you agree with that? And if it is the case, do you think it can invoke huruma? Roba, maybe you can begin.
Let me say that. You know, at this point, there's no turning back. Atukikonda, tukienda aweka akonda da aanze kufalia taifa kama mtoto. Who cares? Who cares? What's Kenya is mambo ya kuonea huruma hakuna when somebody become president. Muonea huruma, and yet there's a lot of people who can do the job. He was hired for 5 years. He has not fulfilled what he said. Remember, at this point, internet does not lie. This is the same man alikuja akasema is going to end corruption in Kenya. Did he end corruption? No. Corruption is at the highest level. This the man say is going to be economy bottom up, and people believed in him. That means just for, remember, bottom up was the climax. Here, man, going to say, what they have been in the government for a long time. People, criticizing the whole family, Kenyatta family, the whole Tinga family. At this time for ordinary person. Na mimi nataka kumwambia it's time for another tribe to take over the presidency of Kenya. Someone has to tell him that. This is the same man who came and tuambia economy. Remember, Musalia Mudavadi mpaka saizi chasau akichukua chupa akisema huyu in fact he predicted. He predicted the clip is there. Ruto akikuja economy itakaenda, akachukua chupa ikaenda chini. Bottom up, akachukua bottom ya juu ikaenda chini huko. And it was something which was people watched, but Musalia Mudavadi, and it has come to pass. And yet, the same man who criticized him is serving the government. He's so quiet, you don't even hear from him. Sasa, if you are given a country, a working country, which like a country which has come from COVID-19, a country which has just tried, there's some structures, it has some other blows going on. Yeah, people were just saying Kenya is developing. Then from there, unakuja hapa, you start the presidency, you want to be the president of Africa. That's where he started. Remember when he started, he wanted to be the spokesman of Africa. He wants anapinga other things. The so-called Kosgei, I hope you are listening to me. Kosgei, I'm sorry for you. Ruto will never again win elections in Kenya. Take that one to the bank. Ruto cannot win 2027. He's a conman. He's a disaster. He offended other people. He's a murderer who killed the Gen Zs. He's a murderer who has been abducting people. He's somebody who says wasi, that he wants to shoot people. The man was so down and to be the worst ever. How do you be at the person who you are listening to, people like Sudi? Imagine Sudi, we know what his story is and how they want to mwambia nini. Yeah, the man started going wrong. What did he kwambie? When Ruto decided to be like somebody to be washed, yeye ndiye anachukua ndio kila kitu hapo. Instead of him, he could have been open like they were. Alikuwa anasema kitu, but it does opposite. When this man came in, you remember, you know what he said? He said this: opposition in Kenya should be strong to criticize him so that he knows whatever is doing wrong, he can rectify. Because what he wants is a working country, a moving country, something be fair. Checks and balances, that's what he promised. Unajua ameleta nini? Yani amekuja hapa ameturudisha enzi za Moi. Yeah? At this all the time, you hear people, cases, you hear court, they will just respond to court. You could just hear they'll respond. I mean, Uichama. It's just like it thinks that Kenya is a one-part state. It doesn't respect anybody. We know why he was against the Constitution of Kenya 2010. We know why. We know why now. This man, it was easy for him and Afkiri when go on earlier when they win election. I don't know what they want or what, but now governing the country. Sasa anaanza kujaribu mambo ya ukabila, discrimination. Now he's want to choose somebody from a region, maybe in Islam, he's trying all these things here. It's okay. He has a right to do it. And I disagree with Innocent ya kwamba hii mambo ya Junaid Mohammed, I don't know what he might have said, but if he brings religion in Kenya, There's nothing wrong with Muslims having mosques, whatever they want it, like the way we want churches to be built the way we want. Let's not go there. I think everybody has a right. Kenya is a country where everybody has freedom of religion and the freedom of worship. That one is something there. Let them do what they want. But what we don't want to see is a country where somebody's taking advantage of being a Muslim to try kuchukua pesa sabut. That's what he did for Raila Odinga. Junaid is a useless person. He's a conman, he's a thief. Yeah, unajua kuna watu ambao Ruto hata yeye atakuja. I don't know whether he has realized when they are just taking money from him. They think they are lying to him. Because people, when they are lying to Ruto, they are taking money from him. Wanaweka kwa mabengi, they are just taking money from him. People, they have made fortunes from him. Anawapatia ati wewe ndio utashinda. Unashinda wapi? Ukambani hakuna, Mount Kenya hakuna, Kisii hakuna, pengine Rwanda hakuna. Kura utashindia wapi? Where you want to win? I would not be surprised. And anasema atashinda watu by breakfast, amewashinda. Breakfast yake is just a few months from now. We know what the national intelligence is, and that's true. Somebody brought it up. Some of us, we have people who work there. He has to prepare him to lose at this point. They don't know what's going to happen, but at this point, he should prepare losing the election. That's how bad it is for him. Nobody trusts him anymore. Now, by the time he realize, utaona very soon watu wanakimbia when things are now start being, watu wanangojea tu, watu wanapima nipate pesa kutoka kwake. Now you want to talk. Guess what? These people from Luo Nyanza is going to be tough. Vyama vingine vitaingia huko, no more papa. Some of those people akina Wanga, they will be defeated morning. Yeah, don't choke this momentum with people like Orengo and other people. They force their joining. This is a monster building in terms of opposition. If they join together, you cannot defeat this one here. And I hope Orengo will be. I hope he's not going to run for CIA governor because that's a waste of him. I think Orengo is supposed to be national, even to become even the Chief Justice of Kenya. I don't know how he is and the Miakambawa or he becomes the Attorney General or becomes something, because we need somebody like him who will say about the Constitution of Kenya. He has been consistent. Orengo. We need people like Papo Wino to be maybe governor of Nairobi. Maybe he can try. He has tried. I don't know how he's going to be like another Sakaja. We don't know. But at least, you think that them, they don't know what's going on? Even the people, you'll be shocked. Keep this clip, you'll be shocked. When the elections are zikikuja ambao Ruto atashindwa vibaya, you'll be shocked. I'm telling you. And the next thing, Karaji might not even go to vote. Wengine watapiga hata kura. They will quit. Hawataki kuonekana huko, but stay home. Yeah. Then from there, he's gone. Kosgei, bye, my friend. He's gone. He was given a chance. He messed it up. He was given the opportunity. He squandered that opportunity. He will never see it again. Kama nafikiri ataiba kura, so that maybe you will see. Ataiba, but the Kenyan people, they will get him out of. He will not even get in. Uzuri ile katiba inasema lazima ukwe daytime vitu ipatiwe kwako, si kama ile Kibaki alifanya 207 akaiba. Hii hakuna, na hii hakuna kitu ataiba. The people.
Roba, let me clarify and uendelee so that you understand what I was saying. Nilisema huyu Junet walikuwa kwa hiyo kitu ya kusherekea hiyo sijui ni Drifid, na akasema ati unajua sisi Waislamu hatuko kama Wakristo. na ndio nataka kuclarify vizuri, niweke vizuri ndio uelewe, useme ati you agree ama you don't agree. Nilisema hiyo maneno ya kuleta issue ya Christians na kukombea Christians na Muslims ati Waislamu si tumewachwa chini and we want sijui tupatiwe hata sisi tupatiwe mosque iweko hapo katikati ya Kisumu City, na ndio nikasema if that is the way they want to go, hata Wakristo wataanza kusema hata sisi tunataka church iweke huko katikati ya nini. The same issue yenye ilikuwa kwa State House, ati kuna church imewekwa State House na Waislamu wakasema nao wanataka church mosque yao iwekwe State House. What I was saying is that yeye alisimama akaanza kusema ati sisi, unajua Waislamu sio kama Wakristo. Ati I wonder even some of these bishops wanajiita bishops ama priests and they are wearing clothes za priest, ati wanaacha Gachagua anakuja anaongea kwa church anatukana watu, alafu those bishops wanaanza kuclap huko nyuma. What kind of bishops are these? What kind of Christians are these? Ndio nikasema asianze kuleta maneno ya Christianity na Muslims. That's what I meant. You can continue.
Okay, thank you for clarification. That's okay. What we don't want is we don't want to be Muslim brothers and sisters to feel that we are anti-religion or something. Yeah, it's good for clarification. And I wish Innocent. On top of that, is it not Cho, who's a Muslim, and by these famous scripts about Ruto? Somebody has to tell him that was a Muslim. We have the clips. We know what he said about Ruto. Yeah. So it's okay. Thank you, that my brother is okay. I didn't mean anything. We wanted to make sure that we should be okay on this one here. We don't want to have another audience about we are anti whatever. So it's okay. You can clarification well taken, and we just say we welcome everybody here. We are on the same ship. Kama vile mtu asema ukiwa nani kwa religion yako nini, we are on the same ship. Kama una kitu Kenya na kuna Muislamu nini hauna, so people are the same way of life. So in Jira, what I mean Marcia and mimi na talk of the religion, I'm always on my Sabbath, but I'm on crossing right now, and I guess I'll see if I come from church in the morning because right now I'm still on a Friday. And we see from where we go from there. So thank you, Innocent. You came in late a little bit, but naona kesho bwana. Yeah, kesho kuna kesho.
Sawa Innocent, na bwana Roba, nimeshukuru sana for your coming. Nataka kujibu huyu Isaac Kurgat. Now Isaac Kurgat is copying our topic and using it for Ruto. Ate Isaac Kurgat anasema ati we are the so many silent majority and we shall surprise you during election. Wewe bwana Kurgat una habari? Kurgat una habari bwana? Una habari what you are talking about Ruto? Ruto is just, he has no concept. And I would want you to show kura zake ziko wapi, including hata zile ananunua. Unielezee tu ati Ruto Kindiki ticket will garner more than 50. Anyway, alafu sasa kuna kitu amesema hapa na maybe bwana Innocent you will let me understand that. Anasema Njiro channel knows how to hype people. So according to Kurgat, nimekuja kuwa hype hapa. Yani kuwapea premature ejaculation. Kuwa hype tu. Kuweka juu. Innocent, can you defend me from this accusation? Do I have time to hype people really? We Ann, ebu jibu Kurgat. Mimi nakujaga hapa kuwa hype. Yani unajua hyping means you are talking of inexistent things and you are just making people to believe those things. I'm Innocent, what is hyping?
Hyping, unajua sasa ukiniuliza kama mimi mwalimu, I'll give you different definitions.
I'm being accused of
If-
hyping. Mimi
No.
nawaweka juu.
No. Now, let me talk like a marketer now. When you say you are hyping something, then it means you are promoting. You are promoting. There is, unless he explains, kuna hyping ya exaggerate, kuna hyping ya promote a product. Like if you are, if Gachagua is your product and you want to promote. Now in marketing, there is what we call, you either convince or confuse. You either convince your users of the product, ama confuse them, ama convince them. So if you are hyping us, you are either confusing us, ama convincing us. So whichever the case, as long as your audience gets the message through confusing ama convincing, then whatever your channel is doing the right thing. But there is also hyping, means you are giving the facts. You are giving the facts for the users, for the listeners to understand what you're talking about. And for us, this channel, if Njiru ame ni kushughulikie, ni kutetee, we are giving the facts, and after giving the facts, wewe ndio utaona mtu unataka. Wewe kama unasema Ruto atachukua, give us your facts. Sisi tumetoa zetu, hizo ni zetu. So ukiona zetu hazifai, lete zako tunaweza kufanya. If you are the silent majority, where were you? Mbona saa hizi ndio mnaanza kusema at now we are the silent? Why are you hyping? Mbona mnapiga makelele huko nje, mnasema ati nini mtatushughulikia saa moja asubuhi, na sisi tukisema tutawashughulikia by saa 7? What is the difference? So Njiru, I believe if you are educating people in this channel, the word hype means promoting. If you are promoting some issues that needs to be dealt, then you are doing the right thing. Thank you.
Anyway, wacha niendelee kuwa hype. Let's listen to something. Let's listen to something.
Instead, uletea Wakenya agenda, kazi yako ni kupata juu ya gari the president, who is supposed to be symbol of national unity. Napanda gari kutuambia venye Gachagua atilirepu mtu ama akashika msichana akatia mimba, na wewe you are the president. First, as a president, make a decree to my director of public prosecution. Kama Gachagua akona kesi ya kujibu, usienda kupanda kwa gari as a president. Hata sisi tunataka kujua ukweli. Ati unatuambia aliua nani na wewe ni president? Kwa nini wewe kama president unakaa chini wakati kidogo tu? Nasema kama ni ukweli Gachagua aliua, why does the president execute instrument stafanya Gachagua ende kwa prison? Ama unafanya sisi tumesahau wewe William Samoei Ruto wakati ulikuwa member of parliament Eldoret North, ulishika msichana anaitwa Priska Chemutai 16 years old, ukamweka mimba, ukaweka huyo msichana mimba. Wewe William Samoei Ruto uliweka huyo msichana mimba, ukamzalisha huyo msichana, ulizalisha, anaitwa kidogo tu uliweka msichana wa 16 years mimba. After uliweka mimba msichana wa 16 years, hiyo ilikuwa defilement. Ulifaa ushikwe uweka ndani, but ulizalisha huyu msichana kidogo tu acha bwana, unatuambia nini? Unatetea William Samoei Ruto hapa? Wacha nianze tena Mr. Speaker. Wacha nianze tena.
Bwana wa Kisibu lazima mnyamaze bwana, huyu jamaa ongea bwana.
Nafasi yake. Nasema hivi, kuna watu wananiuliza kama niko na evidence. Niko na evidence. Naanza tena kusema hivi. Wakati William Samoei Ruto alikuwa member of parliament Eldoret North, alikuwa na msichana wa 16 years alienda kuobewa basari, anaitwa Priska Chemutai. Akatia msichana mimba, akazaa mtoto anaitwa Abi. Wakati William Samoei Ruto amekuwa deputy president, akaleta huyo msichana kwa public, mamake akakuja akateta, akasema William Samoei Ruto hana asaidii mtoto wake, akasema alituma 40,000, akachukua X, akatuelezea kidogo tunaelezea. Tuliona William Samoei Ruto alienda kwa mtandao ya X ambayo ilikuwa Twitter by then, akasema ni ukweli huyo msichana ni wake, lakini kufanya mahesabu yetu huyo mama alikuwa hiyo age, tukatoa alimsalisha alikuwa 16 years. After that age akachukua msichana anaitwa Abi akamweka hapo. Juzi William Samoei Ruto alikuwa na msichana mwingine alikuwa Machakos, na tunashuku huyo msichana alichukua alikuwa mtoto wake. Ya mwisho Mr. Speaker, ya mwisho nataka kutuma hii ujumbe kwa NTV station. Hii station TV inaitwa NTV. On Sunday mkatoa documentary kidogo upushi. Kwa nini sasa mnaleta nini? On Sunday mlileta documentary. Ati sasa mnataka kuaudit election ya 2007. Lakini mimi nauliza hivi. Hii NTV imekuwa from 2007 hadi saa hii. Juzi nimesikia imenunuliwa na tunadanganywa imenunua na MTZ, yet ni William Samoei Ruto amenunua hiyo TV. Kwa nini nyinyi mliogojea from 2007 hadi saa hii ndio mnajaribu ati kwa earth ati what transferred in 2007? Kwani sisi ni wajinga? Sisi si wajinga, tunanunua what you are up to. Na niambie jamii ya Wajaruo, kwa sababu nyinyi ndio mnaleta hiyo mambo. Kwa sababu nyinyi mnaambiwa saa hii ni chama ya kuunganisha Wakikuyu na Wajaruo. Lakini saa hii mnaambiwa ati tuwaibe election 2007. Saa hii nawaambia hivi, hao watu wanataka kuisaidiwa. Kama mnadhani tuwaibie kura 2027, asante sana.
Ya huyo jamaa ni kama anatetea kina Gachagua hiyo story ya mamimba without like mentioning them, by also bringing Ruto anasema watu wanarara na watoto wadogo, na then sasa huyo kijana ametukumbusha ile story ya Abi. So Bwana Innocent, can you react to that guy?
Internet doesn't lie. Internet doesn't lie. Hiyo kitu ilionyeshana, na ndio I said this early, nikasema that kama hapo ndimefika watu waanze kuchongwana na kuambiana what live zao huko nyuma. Nilisema this from the talk Oruoba alikuwa nayo na iko nini, na akasema kama hapo ndio tumefikishana na tunaanza kukumbushana what has happened, then we will do it. Tutafanya, tutaanza kuchongoana, na that is the same thing huyo jamaa amesema. Kama unatuambia ni hivi, and exactly he has given his reason. Wakina Koskei wenye wako hapa, unasikia ameuliza tu vizuri, amesema he is the what? He is the president. Kama anajua mtu aliua na ametuambia, Ruto ametuambia hivi, unajua ni vile hii Kenya hatunanga nguvu. Otherwise mtu angeenda kotini aseme tumesikia kuna mtu amesema mtu aliua. Gachagua can go to court aseme kuna mtu ameniharibia jina, nasema niliua, and he has the evidence. Mpaka aliongea na akasema hivi, aende kotini, aende alete huyo mtu nani aliuliwa na aliniona wapi, evidence gani. You know Gachagua can be paid. Gachagua can be paid handsomely. So ni ile maybe watu wataki kwenda sana, but Gachagua hivi once anaweza kumsukuma kotini na asema amemharibia jina, na ianze. But what I'm saying in simple terms, kama ni kuchongoana, watu waanze kuchongoana, kuanza kutoa madati lini anaanza kuiosha kwa kwa hewa. Roba alisema there are things we know but ni ile tumenyamaza tu. So means hawa ma politicians wanajijuana sana, na ndio nilisema hivi, waacha hii kitu I use PK's word katambe. Hawa ma politician peke yao waanze kuchongoana, tuanze kuwajua vizuri. We want to know it. We want to know it. The same thing uliona Junet akisema ati sijui Matiang'i ati kuna mtu mwingine hapa anataka upresident na aliua watu akaweka hapa ati River Yala. And I was asking myself, if basi Matiang'i aliua watu na wataki akue president, na sisi tumesema Ruto aliua majenzisi na nini na tunajua, then mbona wanasema anataka kusupport Ruto kama Matiang'i aliua watu? Mbona wa support the same person again, Ruto mwenye ameua watu? So what is the difference? Ndio unajua some people talk things, wanaongea vitu huko na politician unaangalia hivi unasema I wish I had a mic, ama ningekuwa hapo umuulize some of these questions. Umetuambia hivi ati kuna watu hapa hawana moral authority ya kusimama kuwa president. The same issues wanasema tuanze kusipoint kwa hawa wengine, tuone kama they are able kukua kusimama hiyo presidency, ama hata kama ni MP ama governor. We ask them those hard questions. Na kuambia most of these people will not pass the chapter 6 constitution clause. Thank you.
Haya ni sawa. Stony PK, you can react. Kiora, you can react to that.
My reaction is where are we? Let me say we have been reduced to very, very low levels. Where are we headed with that? With these things, with these shenanigans? What is the sum total? What is it that we are going to achieve? What is it? Why I'm asking that question is, for me, I would do things that, for example, I provoke so that you react in certain way, then I take this action. All right? So for Kenya now, engaging in what we are engaging, we should now stop and ask ourselves, where are we headed? What is the result? What is it we want to achieve? Unaona? Na nataka tuulizane hiyo openly, whether it's Gachagua saying or Ruto or whoever it is. Tusikue, like you've seen even hapa bunge la wananchi. This weakness ya Kenya, somebody, you touch a strong point like this, watu wanaanza kupiga nduru. Instead of being calm, msikize. Wajaluo wametajwa hapo wakaanza kupiga nduru. What is this allergy about ukiambiwa something? Ni nini inaumanga watu? Ukiambiwa Wajaluo, saa hii we can say categorically that some Luos are preaching everywhere, saying how it is the government that has helped them, na ni kusema kweli Kasongo atapata kura fulani Ujaluoni. That is a fact. There are Luos that will vote for Ruto. It's a fact. There are Luos that will be lied. They have been lied to, like the Kikuyus, the way Kikuyus were lied to. Wajaluo wamepretendiwa wamepewa maendeleo, and they are talking. So wakitajwa wanapiga nduru kwa nini? Ruto will get some votes in Luoland. That's a fact. Yeah, because kila dunia ina watu werevu na wajinga. Kuna wale watu wa tumbo na kuna wale watu, everywhere, every corner of Kenya you go. Yeah, and then we know anybody wale wanaamini wizi sana, corruption na nini like today in Kenya, the most corrupt communities, they will want Ruto to come back. Yes, they will want Ruto to come back. Those who have stolen, those who are they've done all madambis. So Ruto will get votes. That's a fact. Yeah. So now, when we sit down to be subjected to these very empty things, okay? Oh, we are lilala na huyu, we are lilala na huyu, we are lilala na huyu. By the way, in Kenya, hii maneno ya we are lilala na huyu inasaidianga na nini? We have no more. We tunalalana left, right and center, and it's normal. Mpaka ikanomaliziwa nalala na wewe alafu na ninakuua because I have money, hiyo maneno inaisha. Our moral thing is rotten, is dead. So we are diverted completely. Okay, ask yourself why this is serious, and every topic inakreatiwa hivi, we flow there. Okay, tukaletewa story za Nairobi hospital, even before they settle down, tumedivertiwa vile watu wanakulio wakikurana. So that's why I laughed when inatembea killed that discussion, which I mean that insult that Ruto thought he was insulting so hard. Akaambiwa, kwani what do men do? What do men do? Anyway, so I think for me, it is, we are diverting from the key thing. We are diverting from how shall we remove Ruto. Then we are engaged in side shows that are not helping us remove Ruto. If moral, those activities, we could be able to impeach the president because of that, then we can hype them, we can discuss, we can say at a certain time he slept with an underage, he did this. If those can be collectively put together to chase him out of office, then we can engage, we can talk, we can say all those things. Remember stories of room 350 came, ikafifia, and they all accept that, ilikuja ikakuwa normal. Hata Junet alikuwa anaongea openly, Ruto wale wanawake wote amelala nao around, alikuwa anasema na wakatolewa, we ana mimba. So for me, I'm finding that as kalongolongo stories. Thank you.
Inaonekana masaa za Njiru zimefika zile za kuanza kudosi. Yeah, PK exactly.
Wewe react ni sawa, bwana Innocent is okay.
No, sina kitu ya kureact, ndio nilikuwa nasema.
Haya ni sawa, so wacha tusikiliza kitu kako hapa.
Okay.
As you say, I'm dosing.
No, nimesema masaa yako ya kuchoka ni sio, it's not a weakness. Hii masaa mmepeleka ni mingi, na mkichoka unajua unasema nimechoka. Can we summarize? Na tuna summarize.
Yeah, by the way, Kamket lost her son. Are you aware of that, bwana?
Yeah, nilisikia.
Let's see.
Na watu wanamuenjoy sana.
Believe that there is anything past, present or future that will ever come close to losing my baby brother. And
Mbona umetoa?
Getting a phone for $0 is too good to be true. A hassle, but
to engage in all manner of debauchery. Because I was turning 19 that year. And the moment I came home, I was told, you are now Balot's guardian. Now you have to take him to the hospital. You have to take him to school. And I kid you not, my parents rushed me to get that driving license so that I would have to pick him up and drop him off in school every day. But it became my excuse to always have the car with me, to go wherever I wanted, and to crash it quite a few times. They'd always ask me, how did you do this to the car? What happened? And I'd always get angry because he'd always assume it was my fault. So for myself and for Bill, I have a passage from a poet by the name of John Keats, a very old poet from the Romantic era, from Old England. I read this poem when I was in high school, and he wrote it after his own brother passed away from tuberculosis. And I've never resonated with it more than I do now. It's very old English, so you'll have to bear with me. Just a small stanza. Fade far away, dissolve and quite forget what thou among the leaves hast never known. The weariness, the fever and the fret, here where men sit and hear each other groan, where palsy shakes a few sad last grey hairs, where youth grows pale and spectre thin and dies, where but to think is to be full of sorrow and letting hide despairs, where beauty cannot keep her lustrous eyes, where new love pine at them beyond tomorrow. Thank you.
They never used to do that.
Don't just take classes, take charge. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
Your perfect domain is out there. Go to Wix and make it yours. Claim your...
It is not that I don't have the experience of doing a video which people take in and then they conclude, hii ni ndoto ya mchana. Kumekucha Chris is dreaming. There is nothing like this. I have long experience of doing videos like that one. But sometimes it is my fault. I assume that my audience have exactly the same experience I have. That they were there to see how the KANU government collapsed. People could not believe. I make the assumption, grave error, that they saw that. But actually they did not. They have no idea. And so let me take this opportunity to fill in the gaps concerning my immediate previous video about the very high possibility of a successful impeachment of President Ruto. Or even if it is not successful, starting the process alone of impeachment is enough to bring down a presidency. Let me fill in the gaps with the information that many of us may not have, including what is happening deep inside UDA, which reminds me of some of the things that were happening deep inside the KANU party shortly before it came crashing down. But before I do that, let us remind ourselves of something. yeah, based on history, based on the past, even here in Kenya. There are times when a regime is about to come down, and yet it looks very solid. And there are also other times when a regime comes down and people say, I wonder why it took so long. We were expecting this. They had it coming. There are too many things that went wrong, etc., etc. But in both instances, the regime comes down. Okay? And so let us do this thing by comparing. Yeah, and let us start with that as the first comparison. Shortly before KANU came down, the Jogoo party was very solid. Nobody believed, nobody saw it coming. Oh yes, indeed, very experienced observers of Kenyan politics, like the late Njenga Karume, were so sure that KANU was solid that they switched sides. You see, Njenga Karume founded the Democratic Party of Kenya with Mwai Kibaki. And so, in the run-up to the 2002 general elections, Njenga Karume switched sides, abandoned, betrayed Kibaki, and moved to KANU to support Moi and his project, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Indeed, KANU looked so solid that people said, even if Mwai Kibaki and the National Rainbow Coalition win, KANU will not hand over power. No way. They're going to rig this one. Most political observers were very sure of that, including my late political lecturer, a very experienced political analyst who rarely got it wrong, very rarely. Can we say the same about the UDA party? Of course not. The current regime is very shaky. So shaky that if it was from Murema, we would give it the name Wainaina. In my opinion, that is the only thing that is different from then and now, because there are many other things which are very similar, which are recurring, which are bringing back memories for me, that should prove that UDA kwisha maneno. UDA is going home. Okay? Now, in the run-up to the 2002 general elections, there was something which was happening in KANU, which is also happening now. People were terrified of leaving KANU. Experienced, mature, elderly politicians, young politicians, all of them were terrified of leaving KANU because they were terrified of Moi and the power of KANU. Surprisingly, it did not matter that Daniel Toroitich arap Moi was serving his last term and that he was going to hand over power to another president, even if KANU won. You know, you can be so terrified of something that actually you're being unreasonably terrified. You're scared for nothing. That is how it was at the time. Now, why did these politicians want to leave? That is a very key question. They did not want to leave because they could see KANU was falling. No, they wanted to leave for political survival. They could see that on the ground, it was going to be an uphill task to get elected on a KANU ticket in most places across the country, most constituencies across the country. And so what they really wanted to do deep in their hearts was to abandon KANU, join the wave of the opposition, which was very strong then, and that wave takes them back to parliament. But they couldn't dare, so they stayed put until something happened. You see, at that time, a party called NDP, owned by Raila Amolo Odinga, had merged with KANU to form a greater KANU. And so when it became clear that Moi had chosen Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, a rookie in politics, to take over the presidency, Raila Amolo Odinga defected from KANU. This is the man who opened the floodgates of defections from KANU. This is the man who gave people courage to defect. I believe the first politician to defect with him was Mudi Awori. And I'm sure the KANU politicians looked carefully to see what would happen to Raila. Nothing happened to him. Mudi Awori, the man is still breathing. He's still okay. The mighty Kanu hammer has not come down on their heads. Folks, the coast is clear. Let us bolt out of Kanu. Next was Professor George Saitoti, who had been greatly embarrassed at Kasarani after he lost it on realizing Moi's crafty plan to plant Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta as the KANU nominee for the presidency, the KANU candidate for the presidency. George Saitoti lost it, stood up from his seat. You know, when you have lost it, you forget you're scared. And in one of the most dramatic moments in Kenyan politics, President Moi himself stood up. Because when he was seated, he shouted, "Professor, Kimya." Saitoti continued his tantrums. So Moi had to stand up. And when Moi stood up, there was suddenly silence at Kasarani. And the professor's senses came back to him. He realized what was happening and what he was trying to do, and he meekly sat down. He was greatly embarrassed. I'm sure that one was stinging him still. Yeah, so he was the next person to quickly bolt out of Kanu and join Raila's opposition party then, the LDP, joining Mudi Awori. It was shortly after that that the floodgates of defections from Kanu opened full blast. Kila mtu akatoka, virtually everybody, leaving very few people like William Ruto, like Musalia Mudavadi, who was promptly appointed vice president and served only about 3 months before the elections arrived. Fast forward to the present, there are whispers that a very senior member of UDA has tried to leave. But then this politician was told, where? Ebu Jaribu. He was threatened. And you will not believe which politician this is. According to these whispers, it is, wait for this one, Professor Kindiki, the current deputy president. Now, I can guess his motives for wanting to leave UDA, okay? And I don't think it is anything to do with the upcoming elections. You see, there's some people who have a conscience, okay? That's how they were born. They can't live with certain things happening. And you'll remember that when Professor Kindiki was in the Ministry of Interior, there were problems because some things used to happen in his docket which were kept away from him. Allow me to leave it there for now, okay?
Spring, the unofficial new year for tool people. Celebrate spring savings at Harbor Freight.
Understanding. It's what we're all after. So let's make it ours. Because when we collaborate better, we dream bigger. And when we dream bigger, we can change the world.
Bottom line, all is not well within UDA. I mean, think about it for a minute. If you're in UDA, imagine yourself inside UDA right now, and you're a politician. You want to stay in politics. You want to win the next election. What would you do? Did you know that there are a number of very prominent UDA elected politicians who are not seeking the UDA ticket for 2027? Oh, yes. Starting with the current Murang'a governor is not seeking the UDA ticket. And he has said it publicly. He is not. And this next one is even more shocking. The Embu governor, Mbarire, she's not seeking a UDA ticket, but she's seeking re-election as Embu governor. Now, what does that tell you? You tell me. What does that tell you? In my opinion, it tells you that we're on to something here. All is not well deep inside UDA. And so, in that kind of environment, is a successful impeachment of William Ruto far-fetched? Answer that one for me. or even if the impeachment is not successful, serikali is very powerful. Even if it is not, just getting the process on the floor of the House, you know that is enough to bring down a presidency? Oh, yes. Tell me now, based on this information I've just given you in this video today, do you think it is so far-fetched? I leave you to chew on that and make your own decision. Of course, you're allowed to have a different opinion. Yeah, on this channel, we welcome different opinions because we're not all robots. We cannot all agree on the same thing. No. And I will never get angry because somebody does not agree with what I'm saying. No. I have a thick skin. It is normal. You're very welcome. In fact, I encourage it. I'm not insecure. I don't have to be supported by everybody. You don't have to agree with me every time for me to retain my confidence. No. And so you're very much welcome to hold on to your current view. Mi sina shida na wewe. You're still my friend. Oh, yes. And I say that very sincerely from the bottom of my heart. Now, there is another reason why this impeachment is almost inevitable. It is also the reason why it is rather obvious that this regime is on its last legs. Oh, yes. And that information is contained in my very latest, highly sensitive special report. Now, very fortunately, we still have our sponsors around who are very determined that as many Kenyans as possible get this information. And therefore, you're able to get that very latest, highly sensitive special report on a highly subsidized rate. You can see details on your screens right now. Only Kenya shillings 1,200 only. And what's more, when you purchase this latest special report that will shock you to your bones, you'll automatically win a permanent, not temporary, not annual, not for 2 years. You will win a permanent golden key to access everything Kumekucha, past, present, and future. What are you waiting for? Please take quick action because this offer is not going to remain here for much longer. Okay? Please move with speed. Until next time, this is Chris Karaoke Kumekucha.
I would definitely recommend TurboTax. My tax expert, she was amazing. She answered all of my questions.
Haya, unaweza react bwana Innocent. That one. React to Chris Kumekucha.
Innocent. Ameenda wapi Innocent?
No, it's okay. PK, you can react first.
Unajua Njiro hiyo historia ulikuwa nayo Njiro, ama wewe ni millennium kama Mato? On a lighter note, Mato jana alituambia yeye ni millennium, alafu anarudi anasema alikuwa kwa campaign 2002. Tukabaki tumeshangaa. Anyway, what we can say, Chris Kumekucha ameeleza what some of us know because we were of age, and this is for me now. I've been pushing that. Unajua ni ile kwa shamba unakuta mti already imekulwa mizizi na mchwa. Huko kwetu kuwa kuna mchwa sana, In fact, that's why most sometimes when you're planting some of these very nice fruit trees and all that, huwa lazima tunajaribu kutreat the mashimo. Kuna mchwa moja inaitangwa kanyerere, Njiro anaijua hiyo. Kanyerere ni mchwa ile inaingia kwa nyumba, utaiona, you will not see dalili. Utaonanga tu nyumba ati ni kama imesimama, especially granary. Unakuta Njiro, ngoja nichukue hii simu.
Okay. Maybe as we are waiting for Stone PK to come back, and you, I don't know where he has disappeared to. Maybe he'll come back also. Let me just chip in and try to inject and echo what Stone PK is saying, that some of us were on that era. We saw what happened, and during the KANU, and I don't know then. Baba used to be in NDP, it's after that he joined. When they joined, I think it's NDP that they joined hands and formed one party, until even Baba was given a post in KANU. And when they went to Kasarani, that's why it's called Kasarani Kisirani. They were supposed to nominate an individual who was going to vie for presidency, and surprisingly they found that Moi had his own plans and his own person whom he nominated, and that was Uhuru Kenyatta. And that is when the joint parties broke, and kila mtu akaenda zake. Raila akaenda akaanza, and that is the time the NARC wave came in, na ndio wakakuja kuchaguliwa, and hiyo ndio wakati I believe after wamejoin that Saitoti alikuja akakufa, but those ones who are there, ama those ones wenye walikuwa wamegrow up and could understand the politics, Indeed, Saitoti, the then vice president, was humiliated na and akasema it comes a time when the nation is more it's much bigger than an individual. Na akasema baadaye nikasiri kama niongee what I should say, and because of the sake of the nation akasema ameagree na the nomination ama the appointment of Uhuru as the presidential candidate for KANU, and that's how they parted ways. Na ndio Saitoti akaenda akaform Saitoti wakina Owuor na Raila wakaenda wakaform their own party, na ndio wakakuja kujoin hands na kina Ngilu NDP ama DP ya Mwai wakakuja wakafanya. So it's just trying to showcase that whatever happened that era ya KANU can also happen now, that people will watawacha the serving government ama the status quo wa join the opposition, na wave itakuja yenye itafagilia kila mtu, na KANU hiyo ndio enzi KANU ilikufa. And exactly what he's trying to tell us is that UDA itakufa, watu watajoin hands in 2027, the opposition wachague mtu mmoja ashikilie hiyo bendera, maybe if they may copy Baba's words, they say kama ni Kalonzo tosha ama ni kama Matiang'i tosha ama whoever the candidate they'll choose, watasema tosha, and then hiyo wave iende isweep. And the way election was done, watu walisweepiwa. The slogan yenye DP inatumia that fagia wote, na watu wasipoona vizuri wakina Koski hapa wanatuambia maybe saizi ndio ameanza kuelewa maneno ya politics. Hiyo enzi ndio hii, na if the opposition washikane tu vizuri I remember Raila akisema tosha, na wakina I remember Nyachai from our side, naye alikuwa anataka kusimama. He was pissed off na paka alienda akaform party yake inaitwa Ford People, akaenda akaform Ford People, na yeye alikuwa anataka kuwa president. I remember that time alisimama kura, and that's how the wave ilienda na ikashinda kura. So if people hawata watch vizuri ama hawataendelea the way unasikia sisi Mbalila ako huko na anasema anataka kuvai for governorship na hataki kutumia UDA, that is exactly what kumekuja is trying to explain. Watu watatoroka na UDA itabaki shell, na watu wataanza kuvaa hata wengine independent. Unasikia wanakuambia Kiambu, yani governor wa Kiambu hataki kutumia hiyo. I don't know how true it is. Ichungwa, by the way, you remember last time I think there's an error that he was voted in unopposed. Yeye alichaguliwa hata watu before hajafanya election, na election haikufanya Kikuyu constituency, alikuwa the only candidate na akachaguliwa unopposed. He was one of the first candidate kuingia parliament that enzi. Hiyo enzi inakuja whereby kila mtu atafagiliwa, hata those ones who are very strong like ni Chungwa, and I was giving us the example of Kamoto, the way walisweepiwa wakina nani huyu mwingine jina imeenda, vile walisweepiwa also from KANU na KANU ikaisha, hata Mlimani ikaisha kabisa. And Jiru, if you're back, then you can take over. I was just trying to keep the channel moving. Sijui kama you're back. Are you through? not Njiru, Stone PK. Stone PK, are you through? Yeah, maybe it's not through.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, I'm
yeah,
there, I'm there.
Karibu basi,
I'm
continue.
there.
Nilikuwa nasikilia tu.
Kwanza nimepoteza my trail of nini.
No, ni ile maneno
Trail
vile
of
walikuwa umesema at those ones wenye tulikuwa huko tunajua what happens.
yeah, hiyo story ya Moi, you know, the benefit of kuwa umekula kachumvi kidogo is that you have a lot of unakuaga na background nyingi and you almost get to see and predict the outcome of whatever that is going, because every other time there is nothing new. It is what goes around always comes around. Like we can write a script of how it's gonna be, even how this whole thing will shape. Some of us already have we have two options. If this is done, this will happen. If this is not done, this is happen. And that's why you find some of us being very, very assertive and stern on some issues. It's not because we second guess, no. It's because we know if this doesn't happen, then it will all be effortless. And I think we have been proven, we have been vindicated from when we started coming into these channels. When we were in Azimio, the things we were talking about, nini na nini na nini, likuja, came to pass. The doubts we had, I remember when we were in Sound Candid Talk, when we started saying Raila is going wrong and all that, people became so personal. Ilikuwa ukiguza Raila ni kama umeguza ma KENDE za lion. people would speak fire. Ukisema Baba is wrong here, utasikia hapana, never. Baba can never be wrong. That's the right decision. Now, people have come to realize, sadly, the man that was held with a lot of esteem, unfortunately, he ended up that way. May his soul rest in peace. Anyway, what I'm trying to say, Chris has the real motions, real patterns of how it's gonna it can be. For example, when I was giving the example of that tree or the house that inakulwa na haka kamchwa ambako kanaingianga ndani, hauwezi kaona. You only go, unaona mbuzi inaenda karibu kupita na hiyo nyumba, inaguza tu kidogo and the whole granary falls down. Then you wonder, oh my God, vile ilikuwa na poles very strong, hizi zilikulwa lini? That is how Kasongo government is right now. And the people that will elate and celebrate when they are so happy, maybe you have conned them or you've told them things, very nice things, they will elate, they call you names, they call you good names, they praise you, Prince of Peace and all that. They are the same people with the same magnitude when you disappoint them. So right now, it is true. And I didn't want to bring that, although we brought it into, I think, two past discussions. We had tried to mention impeachment, and then we said that the MPs, they were UDA, they might not be able to do that. But Chris has reminded us that an attempt is good enough. Just table is good enough. I agree with him, but you cannot table if the speaker blocks you. Speaker can block you in his own way. Speaker na clerk wanaweza fanya hiyo motion isikue. sikuwe shortlisted, I think. Okay, so but tabling itself, like he hit headlines, is an achievement, and it would be worth to attempt. Now, who can attempt that as we stand now? It's Kalonzo. It's Kalonzo that can whip up his wipe up team, and boldly they can go and do that. If I were Kalonzo, I would do that. I would attempt that, because that also ni mawe moja ya kuweaken Ruto. Okay, it will be something. It will hit. Ruto is being impeached the way he impeached the deputy. It will be the talk of town. People would demonstrate, and that would now come to what Orengo said during the Linda Mwananchi thing, where he said, now people can take over and implement his that's what nani what Orengo said, during the Linda Mwananchi, and that is what we should carry and run away with. Itasaidia sana to motivate people. Yeah. Because we need fire. We need some fire burning. Nani innocent. Tunataka moto mahali. Hii lukewarm, it's not good. It's not healthy kwa boma. There should be some mayoe somewhere. Hata kama watu wako docile. So I tend to think maybe Kalonzo should do something. I'm saying Kalonzo because of his wiper brigade. At least I know some strong people there, Kina Kioko, Kina Maanzo. I think they can put up some show. Otherwise, that is what I have to say regarding this Kumekucha analysis. It's very spot on, very good history of exactly what happened, and the juxtaposition of the two situations is looking good. Asante. Sasa Njiru alienda, si ndio?
Inaonekana
Innocent.
Njiru drop off on. I believe whatever you're saying is correct, and if there is no any other addition, we can call it a day. Otherwise, what you're saying is what needs to be done. Ama what Kumekucha amesema. Sometimes attempting kujaribu kufanya kitu fulani ama kumshtua kidogo atakuwa na kale kauoga. Ni kama tu bibi yake akwambia ati nataka kupatia divorce and because of ABCD. Unajua unaweza kufikiria by the way divorce means sasa hatutakuwa pamoja, means you see those kind of things zenye zinakushtua kidogo. Ama upate tu akikuja na mkataba aseme can you sign this divorce, hata kama huta sign. Unajua utakuwa umeshtuka kidogo. That is exactly what Kumekuja anajaribu kusema ati let them try. Watu hata tu waseme tulijaribu kupeleka na ikakataliwa. Sasa unajua itakuwa the talk of the town vile umesema. Watu wataanza kusema walijaribu, huyu jamaa ametusumbua, hata tulijaribu kuleta motion tumtoe. Yeye mbona alikataa, ya wengine ikakubaliwa. Mbona huyu speaker, yani let people have they pile up issues, waseme when you want to do things ama kama ni power belongs to people, na people cannot exercise their power, then hii constitution ni kama ifanyi. Let them have something at least talk again yenye inaweza ongelewa kwa mtaa, yenye inaweza kusema we need to change our constitution. You know, PK, I was thinking about the powers that the president has been given. Me, I believe that we need to have a talk ya presidency, in that ukikuwa president, unajua this law is there, but it has never been implemented. That president ataikani kuguza pesa, asikue ndio mtu wa kuguza pesa. Kama unataka power, kuwa na hiyo power. Kama ni kufanya whatever needs to be done, ifanye, lakini maneno ati wewe ndio you are the one who calls the shot. Ati pesa ya kwenda hapa, wewe ndio unasema sinaenda huko. Parliament kama imesema pesa zifanywe hivi, they should be the final person, not again the president. That's ati because ati yeye ndiye anapiga signature, ati sasa tena yeye ndiye ana call the shot. Kitu kama hiyo ndio imeharibu Kenya. Let the presidency isikuwe na hizo powers mingi zenye ziko, ama issue ya like when you are the president at you cannot be charged in court. Hatuwezi paka umalize term yako ndio uende. No wonder people they do things, wanaua watu, wanaiba, wanafanya nini, na anajua hawezi pelekwa mahali. Wacha ikuwe kama you are a president, you are just like the same person, MP, some of the other candidates for different areas. Isikuwe tu ni kama wewe you are immune to judgment. Vitu kama hizo ndio simeharibu. Kama ni parliament, tujue parliament inaweza simama kidete ifanye kazi yao. Kama ni kuimpeach, tunajua wanaweza fanya hiyo kazi tu immediately without fear ati wanafanya. Now you can imagine speaker kwa hapo, kitu inataka kuja ati yeye hawezi kustand ama aseme okay, kama motion inakuja mimi sina kitu ya kusema because mimi ni mediator. Mkileta nyinyi ilete, but sasa the way you said itakuja na watakataa kuitebo. You see hizi powers yani za president zimekuwa mingi paka hata speaker ana nguvu zile zake zenye inatakana kwa parliament, haina ile nguvu yake yenye ilipatiwa. That is exactly what you are saying. Hizi my institutions zingine hasina power, police hawana power that they can be told you kimbia shika watu kwa Nairobi hospital na mtu anaenda anashikwa without even investigation being done, without even yani hakuna kitu. Mtu ndo anakuambia ati I was called, nikaambiwa ati ni intervene, but intervening you are sending police. Mtu yani anaitwaje huyu Tuju ati sijui banki imefanya kitu fulani, you see 15 police vehicles simeenda kusimama zinataka kuchukua vehicles, na ndio Murkomen anatuambia ati hizi gari hazinanga mafuta. There is a time alikuwa kwa show na alikuwa anasema gari hazinanga mafuta, ati you Kenyans need to na hizi mafuta zinatokanga wapi za kwenda kushika ama kuchukua property ya Tuju? 15 vehicles na polisi sijui walikuwa more than 50. Anyway, Njiru, we can call it a day. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the worst that has happened in this country, we've had some of the things that, have been roving all over the countries, and mpaka nimeenda hata countries zingine zile zinaraniwa kama kangaroo villages zile country ambazo tunadharau kabisa. You will not see what you are seeing and hear what you are hearing in our country, knowing where we are supposed to be ama where we were headed. Unajua nchi yetu ilikuwa imetamba sana, tulikuwa tumeenda level moja mpaka we were very proud. When you are out there, you are proud to be a Kenyan. You felt so nice, you are respected. Ukisema wewe ni Mkenya, even like some of those who have worked internationally, you go where unaingia mahali, when you meet with other nationals, ukishasema you are a Kenyan, you see people adjusting their seats to give you, ni kama wanasema wow, wacha tusikize huyu Mkenya bana, because we were known, we don't talk shit, we were of very high integrity, and our integrity began dropping in 2007. That is when we dropped. If we were at, let's say, 8/10, 2007 dropped us to below 4. we were rated very low. You know, the moment a country goes into tribal clashes or land clashes, meaning citizens fighting themselves, fighting among themselves, that your grade drops very badly. It drops terribly in many spheres of governance, spheres of social strata, and all that. So we dropped heavily, even in the UN standards. Again, continued when we started meddling with our education. Then our education started being doubted. You say you have a degree, people think twice. That has happened for quite some time. And of course, then competencies dropped. And then 2020, more screwed up more, even for the 24 years. Kibaki came very briefly, tried to elevate us. Still, we couldn't. We only tulipata temporary relief. Yeah, one of the happiest nation that time, country that time, or no, the happiest people that time, which was very short lived. Then we nosedived again to very bad waters. We are actually below zero. Tuko huko chini, sinking Titanic, uko mbali sana. And it's like we've continued to even dig deeper. We are competing to sink. So it is sad. It is sad. So, but to redeem this, we need surgical operations. We need social surgery, economic surgery, and political surgery. And mahali unafanya surgery, panachafukanga. For the patient to survive, lazima pachafuke. So we have to bear. Again, I want to put Orengo, we have to bear. Now, when you are told that people, for example, want to still contest, but not in UDA, innocent, tell me, what is, can you imagine somebody like now, Cecily Mbaride in Embu, with her, being accused of corruption and all that? What makes her think that when she removes the underwear, who was the UDA, avae nguo zingine, that will make her a different person and the Embu people will vote for her? Is that how far these guys think Kenyans are? We are foolish that far. Really? And I tend to think this is the end of that kind of a thing where you defect and you come thinking you'll be elected because you umeingia DCP anachagua because inaambiwa ndio iko popular. But now tuanze kukuimbia. That is what will depopularize Gachagua. Because I can't imagine, for example, Gachagua anainua mtu mkono ambaye alikuwa pande ile na Kasongo, alafu anaanza kumpraise. I don't know how that will work, innocent. Sijui unaweza comment hivyo ndio tukijaribu kuwainda.
That's exactly what the DCP people were saying some 2 days ago, wakati Omanga alikuwa ameitisha mkutano kuambia amedefect from UDA to DCP, na akaanza kusema ati those want to join now, hata kama uko kwa ile side ingine, this is the time unatakana kukuja saizi na kujoin us saizi, ndio tuanze kukujua, tukuoshe saizi ung'are before ijafika. Unajua kuna ile kitu unaweza taka kuiosha, ni kama pastor anakuambia before Yesu akuje, ebu repent, then Yesu akikuja apate uko msafi. So if indeed wakina says Mbarire wanaweza kuja waseme I want to join DCP saizi, and then they confess their sin. There is what PK kitu inaweza fanya usamehewe dhambi, ni ile kuconfess. Ukikuja ukisema mimi yenyewe ni mwizi na nimefanya hivi na nimesema sitaiba tena na vitu niliiba ama kitu niliiba ndio hii na hii na hii, shika na nisamee. You know God will forgive you. And if indeed our politicians can do that, tunaweza wasamea. If indeed saizi Ruto anaweza kuja aseme yenyewe hii maneno imekuwa ngumu ama nimefanya hivi, nimefanya ABCD ama nimeona hivi na hivi, ninaona Kenya mnaweza nisamea nisimame 2027, and then because we are the juries tunaweza sema yes or no. But hii hasira vile amemfikisha watu, I don't think we can be Jesus. PK nafikiri huwezi kuwa Jesus hizi, hata Ruto akuja asema okay, nisamee basi nifanye hivi nisimame 2027. I think most of us will doubt. Uongo yake imetufikisha mahali hata kitu yenye atasema hata kama amekuja kurepent ya maukwelo I don't think tunaweza msamea hata tukikuwa Jesus. Watu watasema tu repent, but jana munaenda tu.
You know what? You know what, Innocent? I have never equated politics na hii mambo watu wanasemanga ya religion, you know, mambo kuquote Jesus, forgiveness, God and all that. I've kept hiyo ya God na Jesus huwa ninaiweka kando because actually nobody knows, huwa tu tuna deal na hiyo with the faith, you know. It is faith, but hii hapa duniani we are seeing you've killed, you've done this, you've done in hapa duniani. I always say for me I can't forgive. That's my principle. There are things I can't forgive, especially sorry,
I'm saying you face the law.
Yeah, I can't forgive, and that is me, Nani, Innocent. I can give,
not you, because hata law inasema if you confess umeiba na nini still unafungwa, hawezi samewa.
Yeah. So for me, you know, you are done if you've gone to as far as killing Gen Zs. Umeenda umeiba pesa, umefanya hizo vitu zote, you are done. You've just ruined your life. That's why, by the way, I believed in the law of hanging, the law of shooting people, the law of being killed in mnalainiwa hapo. That's why I supported Jerry Rawlings, what he did. And I was so happy even by the time Jerry Rawlings was dying and he was asked, do you regret? He said, no, I don't regret. That is what was meant to happen. That is what I had to do that moment. You see, we need leaders like that. So for me, that's why, because why are we trying to, unakuja unasema unawasamea because you have shortage of leaders? Kwa mfano, in your party, yani unaletewa waizi, wakora wale mmesumbuana nao, ati wanakuja wanaenda tena kusimama kwa wananchi. Because sasa kwa mfano, what is the game? Tuna game nini na Omanga? Ule alikuwa anatingiza matakwa huko za yellow na ma uniform za yellow. Of what value? Ameongeza kwa Gachagua. I mean, for me, if I were mwananchi, I would devalue the party. I'm telling you. Because Gachagua doesn't need them. In fact, Gachagua himself, he should be rejected. Again, today I didn't want to talk about Gachagua, but imekuja tu lazima ni mention at kwa show kabla tufunge. The things that these guys did, they are supposed to be rejected. We have better people. Kenya haina shortage. Kenya hakuna shortage, Innocent, ati saa hii unasema Kisii kuchagua governor ule yuko Simbarati na anaambiwa na hiyo makosa ati akuja asema ati aba kusiba ito abantu baminto sijui ni sameni, alafu mwanze ati huruma hapo hiyo.
By the way, Simba alinyamazishwa kabisa, hata aongei siku hizi. Unajua saizi amesema Matiang'i akichaguliwa akuwe kutoka opposition atamsupport 2027, but alinyamaza. Ushawaisikia hata akiongea siku hizi? Na Gachagua alienda huko akasema hapa ni Kisii, mlisema sitafika. Alinyamazishwa. By the way, sometimes ndio what you say is right. Kuna vitu zinatakana zifanyishwe and na sikifanywa, yani inamaliza ile maneno kabisa. Unajua Gachagua alienda Kisii na Matiang'i walienda Kisii, na hiyo ile mdomo ya Simba ilisha kabisa. Hata party leader, deputy party leader anasikia hataki kusimama na hataki inaitwaje ku contest hiyo party leader, deputy party leader wa ODM. Umesikia kitu kama hiyo?
Haya, na wacha ni comment hii because we are hyping some things. We have no shortage of leaders, and if we want to go, and this is where now I'm appealing to the youth. The youth should support people of integrity. New people wasianze kuuliza Stone PK alikuaga wapi, amefanyia community nini? Stone PK kama alikuwa hajapewa kazi ya community, hawezi kuwa amefanyia community. If amefanyia community ni in his own private capacity in a small way. But they should look at people's CV, people, where have you, if you are working as a CEO, you are working as in a company, you are salesman, lazima uko na history. All right, because there are many people who will come to buy. You are a teacher. How did you relate with the learners, with the parents, and with the if you are a businessman, how are you in that area? What business have you been doing near Madawa? Is it a defined business? Because again, mtu kusema mimi ni biashara and you never say what you are just seen hanging around the River Road, wewe uzungukanga from north to south, uko juu na ukiteremka chini kama umevaa masuti na unasema wewe ni wa biashara. Kenyans should scrutinize that, and it should not be about youthness or about age. It is about character and integrity. Then we mix that kind of a people. That brings me to this point. Hii point ya kusema ati you see now we have to have the party. It's the party that is going to determine what we are going to do. No, wananchi should reject that. Wananchi wa specific, wananchi waseme kama ni party inakuja, kuja utusikize, tukwambie sisi tunataka Mr. X. Tumeamua ni Mr. X is the most, ndio tumeamua. Hata kama wengine wako ni sawa, lakini the most popular mnakuta ni Mr. X. Wananchi wanaulizwa, do you want to, mnataka aingie party gani, hii ama hii ama hii? Okay, so don't come to dictate. All right, because parties ni biashara, ni kiosks. Okay, and they have never benefited mwananchi. Kuna mahali mwananchi huamka asubuhi kwenda kupeleka mashida zake kwa party, anapelekanga mashida zake kwa individual. So that wave should change completely. Yeah, it is not about the party, it should be about the individuals, period. Okay, because once they meet in parliament there, it will be people meeting to fight a certain agenda. So hii agenda kama unaona ina favor watu wako, you support it, I support it, we support it. A popular agenda will get very many people to support. Na inapita. It's not about which party is supporting what and all that. For me, that is what I'm looking forward to really see. Yeah, I would love to see that. Yeah. Then lastly, when it comes to what we call it this, when it comes to campaigns, let people not be intimidated. Yes, wacha wale wanataka kwenda independent wasikuje kukua overwhelmed hapa. Watu sasa wamevua nguo za yellow, wamevaa za green, wengine wamevaa za blue, alafu watu unasimama hapo unaanza kusema ati mtu mkikosa kuchagua mtu wa hii party nyinyi ni wabaya. Okay. In fact, wananchi should reject anybody who has been in office unless I'm a performing exemplary well. Then Innocent, about Simba, I was a very close follower of Simba and I admired the way he was working when he was the MP. I think Simba should have remained the MP because sometimes people can perform based on their capacity within a certain space. Okay, it doesn't mean that if you perform very well as a teacher, you can definitely become a very good headmaster or principal. It doesn't follow. Doesn't follow. Those are two different things. Being a teacher regular, going to class under supervision of your principal, and you being a principal, supervising and making decision and leading a team. Those are two different things. So it should never ever be assumed. And it should never be assumed that because I've been a teacher for 30 years, I can be a principal. That is why sometimes some of these principals wanachukuanga hiyo teachers, they take those positions and you hear strikes in school started dropping, walimu get demotivated and all that. Just because people assume that the longer you teach, the more experience you are acquiring to become a leader. No way. They don't go together. Okay? They don't go together. So equally, I see Simba destroying himself, and Alex had said this, that hii governorship akienda huko destroy. It's the same thing I'm seeing with Babu Owino. Babu Owino, bado ni young, he has time. He needs to learn and get experience. He needs to mature to certain level. Yes, he's performing well as an MP. I think he should. You might be surprised that if he moves from MP to even senator, he will do very poorly. Now, leave alone that. To governor, Innocent, utaniambia what you think. For me, take this and ask me later. I would never want Babu to go and start looking for at the governor, and that will finish him. I'm telling you. And it's the same thing I was saying when they were talking of Ati Akina Sakaja were being called super senate. I didn't see what was making Sakaja a super senator. It was just ile tu ni mtu wa perepere pale kwa JKL, perepere kupeana theory mingi. He's very good at that. But that is it. That was it. Kwisha. Nothing beyond that. Na mtu wa perepere mingi, unakuta hata performance inakuwa zero. Yeah. When I listen to Babu in terms of leadership, content, icon, at that level of a governor, sioni. Hiyo itammaliza. Hata huyu wanaita nani, huyu anachagua, huyu ana float, huyu anachagua. Gakuya, yes, Gakuya is, to some extent, there is something, they are doing. I don't know what they are doing as an MP. He has some following and all that makes him quite popular. Maybe he's very transparent in terms of distributing bursary, yes. But you see, governorship, we are not going to distribute bursaries. We are not going to distribute goodies. You are going to manage a city called Nairobi. Hiyo sijui. Anyway, for me, I think some positions people may want and then they go destroy you. Ruto thought he was fit to be a president. Look at the mess. It's the same example I'm giving. Uhuru from day one, he himself, initially, he had said hawezi ataki. Then he was forced into it. Because Innocent, I'm sure you know how it feels. You know your capacity. No. And you can never lie to self. Huwezi kujidanganya. Lakini sometimes you can take some positions or some action because umepewa peer pressure and all this. Then unaingia hapo, ni wewe peke yako. Unakuta unazama maji. Yeah. So those kind of things you can see people doing very poorly because sometimes positions are forced to them because of other people's interest, not because of that. And hiyo ime backfire sana kwa watu, unfortunately. Yeah, Innocent, basi mimi nitafika hapo unless you want to comment about that alafu.
No, sina kitu ingine, but exactly I believe what you said is right. There are some people who are good at certain levels, some certain jobs, but when you're given a different one, they wafikirie you can perform, kumbe huwezi perform unless is the same. Hata sisi kwa management kuna levels of management, kuna middle, kuna top na kuna huko lower level management. You cannot be shifted at urushwe tu from huko chini na uende huko juu na ujui the way. Kuna mahali ukiruka, there are things which ukiruka in management hautaweza kuzifanya zile za juu because there are some things you might not understand hapa katikati uliruka. Ni kama PK, you know this thing, ukienda shule unajua some of us tuliendanga shule na ukienda tu you know, some of us tulisaliwa kwa familia yenye ni ya walimu so ukienda shule ni kama wewe you are clever that ukienda unataka kurukishwa from baby class to class 1 immediately that uende juu you are smart, but there are things which usipopita hiyo baby class kuna vitu ba cha nini ujui kusipronounce tu kwa sababu you are generally genius, tunataka tu kuenda tu class 1 na uende, na ukifika huko watu wanaanza kufanya things mpaka unashangaa. It's just like the same thing saizi. Unajua mtoto wa CBC akuje nyumbani akuulize umuspelie jina fulani, you know the way we pronounce it K what au unajua hawana hizo mavitu sijui nini, wao unasikia sijui sisi tulikuwa nasema ni sijui wao wanasema ni so usipopita hiyo level, there are things which you miss, and that's why unapata ukienda to a different level na au understand hizi vitu vizuri and another thing yenye nimeona kwa some of these leaders is that because you performed in a certain area, ukikuja hapa unataka kujita sasa you are an expert of now everything. The same thing Ruto has done, the same thing Simba Arati did. Nilikuwa mjumbe huko na nilisimamia CDF, nilifanya I was ranked number 1. Mbona basi saizi hakui ranked number 1 kwa county? The same thing Ruto unasikia is the know it all in everything. Otherwise, PK, it was good having you around, and I know you're busy. You want to do ABCD, and you're
Before you go, Innocent, maybe sorry to take you a little time.
It's okay. It's okay.
2 questions I would want us to look at very quickly. Number 1, when it comes to project program management, when I look at our MPs, even when I look at their backgrounds, how many are able to write even a 1-page concept paper? Surely, ni ngumu sana. I even begin with my MPs and all that kind of a thing. Okay, when I look at some of their backgrounds, it is impossible. All right. Now, when I look at the MCAs, you know, because I've been analyzing why is it that our society politically is so rotten, economically, we blame things without analyzing. Look at the attitude of what Kenyans think that an MCA seat is about. Innocent, every time I listen to people talk, I listen to the people talking and I say, hiyo ni seat ndogo sana. So what is it that attracts people? What is it that people come pretending to be leaders for the people? Ni nini huwa wanafuata? Pesa. Because unasikia hiyo MCA ni kiti ndogo. Ni kiti ndogo kiaje? Ni kiti ndogo, what are the parameters unatumia ndio iwe ndogo? Ni nini inaifanya
300,000.
kubwa? Ni pesa, si ndio?
Mm.
Si ndio? So
Yeah.
if it's money, then you are not out to serve and help people, because it's salary you are looking at. So you can never perform. You can't. Because number one, wewe unaangalia mshahara hiyo, nataka MP ndio ina mshahara kubwa. So you have no objective ya kusaidia the people. You are not people driven. It is money motivated. Period. No wonder we perform so poorly. No wonder that mtu at Form 4 dropout can come and say he wants to be an MP, he wants to be an MCA, because he has some money, he has tossed hapa na pale, then anachaguliwa. So there we goof. Remember that the MCA seat inaitwa member of county assembly, serikali ya county, serikali ambayo on average zingine unasikia budget ni 7 billion. 7 billion is supposed to be managed by people called MCAs, who are the oversights of the executive. What does that mean? At the MCA ndio supervisors wa governor na ma-CEC, that there is no money that can be approved for expenditure without the assembly. And yet watu wanasema hiyo kiti ni ndogo, then unasikia governor amemisappropriate 10 billion ama 6 billion 7 billion, alafu mnaanza kupiga nduru, yet mlimpatia watu wa mikokoteni, with all due respect, ndio MCAs, wale ambao ndio wana decide. They are the ones who even are supposed to cost the programs for the people. They are the ones who are supposed to conduct public participation for communities to decide exactly what they want in their areas. Then they do budgets, wanachora hizo programs and all that. Then they bring it to parliament and approve. They are the ones who are supposed to approve what the executive proposes and they want to spend. So that tells you now, if the wards are failing, and the wards are the ones that constitute the county, then we are in trouble, because it is the counties now also that constitute the country. So failure of wards is what sums up to failure of the county, and out of the county, then we have the country failing. Nilikuwa nataka conclude hapo that we need to start talking and emphasizing on some very critical areas that tunapiga miss. And I'm so happy that for the first time we have a presidential candidate that has been emphasizing on how people should now look for very competent county assembly members who can be able to design and help communities design programs that will help them. Back to you as we go.
Yeah, exactly. No wonder even these governors wanakula pesa tu. Kuna hata these MCAs hawajui zimekuliwa aje, zimeendaje, because what you said is exactly right, that they don't even hata kama hiyo budget ikikuja, you know, hizi mavitu tulisomanga accounting, ati kuna liability hapa, kuna assets huko, kuna hapa credit, kuna huko cash in, cash out, all these things, you know, those vitu kama hizo ukiletea tu a balance sheet upatiwe tu hapo, ama ledgers, you know, people can look at those things na hata hakuna kitu wata understand, because kitu ilimpeleka huko ni pesa. By the way, knowledge is good, na hii maneno ya education, I believe sio kitu mbaya waliisema that when you want to contest for a certain seat, then your qualification is ABCD. I don't know ya MCA Stone PK ni gani, juu nimeona paka hata the dropouts wenye hata wameenda tu hata wanatafuta pepa ya form 4 ndio wanakuja wanaanza kuuliza. There are also counselors kitambo, najua hata kuna wengine wako wamesoma hawana pepa sare ya form 4 they used to be counselors. But hiyo kitu umesema ya kuandika paper ni kitu rahisi. So imagine these are the people who are going to oversee the county, na balance sheet ama kitu inatolewa tu wanapatiwa tu hivi ndio hii. Hebu angalia hiyo kama ni break even analysis ya pesa vile zimetumiwa, hebu analyze this thing. Unaangalia tu hata kama ni hiyo kitu imeletwa tu balance sheet. And ukijua vile the accountants, the auditors, the way they get errors, people wanaandika vitu vizuri, wana balance huko chini, kila kitu iko mzuri, lakini huko ndani they know what they have cooked inside. So unless and otherwise you are so smart that unaweza ingia huko ndani uone why is it that hapa chini ina balance ina balance ama pesa zenye umepatiwa hivi zina balance, ziko vizuri na hauna error, but unapata auditor ameenda ameangalia na anasema hata kama hii kitu ina balance hapa, hata kama hizi figures zimewekwa na hivi ina balance, kuna njia amedanganya hapa na hapa. Kuna this which was supposed to be credited akadebit na ndio imefanya imebalance, ama ameidebit na ameicredit the other side. So some of those intrigues, kama hujasoma, I agree with you, kama hujasoma hawezi elewa hizo vitu. No wonder hawezi hakuna kitu anaweza saidia the governors, ama governors wanaiba na hawajui kama pesa zimeibiwa, because they cannot read these things zenye wanapatiwanga, ama reports zenye zinakuja wanaziangalia tu, wanasema huko. Unajua report ikikuja tu huko chini wanasema ati tulipatiwa pesa 5 million na tulitumiwa na zikaenda zikafanya ABCD, but huko ndani kuna vitu zimefichwa. Thank you.
Yeah, asante Innocent. So we will be talking about these positions and all that. And, yeah, as we move on, because we need to help our country. Yeah, so wacha tuage wale wote tumeparticipate now kwa comment section. We tell them thank you, and then for me, if I had the key, we would have done a longer show. Watu waamke waingie, because there is a lot to discuss, but I would not want us to continue because I can't add anybody. I can't play clips. There's a lot to discuss, but wacha tufeme hadi kesho, siku nyingine basi.
Okay, thank you and goodbye
Thank
from
you.
Kenya. Barikiwa.
Goodbye. Barikiwa pia, asante.